Chapter 1 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 1. How the Fight Began. One's own fireside is, to all well-regulated minds, a pleasant subject of contemplation when one is absent, and a source of deep gratification when present. Especially may this be said to be the case in a cold, raw night in November, when mankind has a tendency to become chronically cross out of doors, and nature generally looks lugubrious; for just in proportion as the exterior world grows miserably chill, the world at home, with its blazing gas, its drawn curtains, its crackling fires, and its beaming smiles, becomes doubly comfortable and cosy. Even James Auberly, pompous, stern, and ungenial though he was, appeared to entertain some such thoughts, as he sat by his own fireside one such night in his elegant mansion in Beverly Square, Euston Road, London, and smiled grimly over the top of the Times newspaper at the fire. Mr. Auberly always smiled, when he condescended to smile, grimly. He seldom laughed; when he did so he did it grimly too. In fact, he was a grim man altogether, a gaunt, cadaverous, tall, careworn, middle-aged man. Also a great one. There could be no question as to that, for besides being possessed of wealth, which in the opinion of some minds constitutes greatness, he was chairman of a railway company, and might have changed situations with the charwoman who tended the head office of the same, without much difference being felt. He was also a director of several other companies, which, fortunately for them, did not appear to require much direction in the conduct of their affairs. Mr. Auberly was also leader of the fashion in his own circle, and an oracle among his own parasites, but strange to say, he was nobody whatever in any other sphere. Cabmen, it is true, appeared to have an immense respect for him on first acquaintance, for his gold rings and chains bespoke wealth, and he was a man of commanding presence, but their respect never outlived a first engagement. Cabmen seldom touched their hats to Mr. Auberly on receiving their fare; they often parted from him with a smile as grim as his own, and once a peculiarly daring member of the fraternity was heard blandly to request him to step again into the cab, and he would drive him the 999th part of an inch that was still due on the odd sixpence. That generous man even went further, and when his fare walked away without making a reply, he shouted after him that, if he'd only do him the honour to come back, he'd throw an inch and a half extra for nothing. But Mr. Auberly was inexorable. "Louisa, dear," said Mr. Auberly, recovering from the grim smile which had indicated his appreciation of his own fireside, "pour me another cup of coffee, and then you had better run away to bed. It is getting late." "Yes, papa," replied a little dark-eyed, dark-haired girl, laying down her book and jumping up to obey the command. It may be added that she was also dark-dressed, for Mr. Auberly had become a widower and his child motherless only 6 months before. While Louisa was pouring out the coffee, her father rose and turned his back to the fire. It was really interesting, almost awe-inspiring, to behold Mr. Auberly rise. He was so very tall and so exceedingly straight. So remarkably perpendicular was he, so rigidly upright, that a hardy but somewhat rude sea captain, with whom he once had business transactions, said to his mate on one occasion that he believed Mr. Auberly must have been born with a handspike lashed to his backbone. Yes, he was wonderfully upright, and it would have been downright madness to have doubted the uprightness of the spirit which dwelt in such a body. So nobody did doubt it, of course, except a few jaundiced and sceptical folk, who never could be got to believe anything. "Good night, my love," said Mr. Auberly, as the child placed the coffee beside his chair, and then advanced somewhat timidly, and held up her cheek to be kissed. The upright man stooped, and there was a shade less of grimness in his smile as his lips touched his daughter's pale cheek. Louisa, or, to use the name by which she was better known in the house, Lou, had clasped her hands tightly together while she was in the act of receiving this tribute of parental affection, as if she were struggling to crush down some feeling; but the feeling, whatever it was, would not be crushed down; it rose up and asserted itself, by causing Lou to burst into a passionate flood of tears, throw her arms around her father's neck, and hold him tight there while she kissed his cheek all over. "Tut, tut, child!" exclaimed Mr. Auberly, endeavouring to rearrange the stiff collar and cravat, which had been sadly disordered. You must really try to get over these. There, don't be cast down," he added, in a kinder tone, patting Lu's head. "Good night, dear. Run away to bed now, and be a good girl." Lu smiled faintly through her tears as she looked up at her father, who had again become upright, said "Good night," and ran from the room with a degree of energy that might have been the result of exuberant spirits, though possibly it was caused by some other feeling. Mr Auberly sat for some time dividing his attentions pretty equally between the paper, the fire, and the coffee, until he recollected having received a letter that day which he had forgotten to answer, whereupon he rose and sat down before his writing table to reply. The letter was from a poor widower, a sister-in-law of his own, who had disgraced herself for ever, at least in Mr Auberly's eyes, by having married a waterman. Mr Auberly shut his eyes obstinately to the fact that the said waterman had, by the sheer force of intelligence, good conduct, courage, and perseverance, raised himself to the command of an East Indiaman. It is astonishing how firmly some people can shut their eyes, sew them up, as it were, and plaster them over, to some things, and how easily they can open them to others. Mr Auberly's eyes were open only to the fact that his sister-in-law had married a waterman, and that was an unpardonable sin, for which she was for ever banished from the sunshine of his presence. The widow's letter set forth that since her husband's death she had been in somewhat poor circumstances, though not in absolute poverty, for which she expressed herself thankful; that she did not write to ask for money, but that she had a young son, a boy of about 12, whom she was very anxious to get into her mercantile house of some sort, and, knowing his great influence, etc., etc., she hoped that, forgetting, if not forgiving, the past, now that her husband was dead, he would kindly do what he could, etc., etc. To this Mr Auberly replied that it was impossible to forgive the past, but he would do his best to forget it, and also to procure a situation for her son, though certainly not in his own office, on one consideration, namely, that she, the widow, should forget the past also, including his own, Mr Auberly's, existence, as she had once before promised to do, and that she should never inform her son, or any other member of the family, if there happened to be any other members of it, of the relationship existing between them, nor apply to him by visit or by letter for any further favours. In the event of her agreeing to this arrangement, she might send her son to his residence on Beverly Square, on Thursday next, between 11 and 12. Just as he concluded this letter a footman entered softly, and laid a 3-cornered note on the table. "Stay, Hopkins, I want you," said Mr Auberly, as he opened the note and ran his eye over it. Hopkins, who was clad in blue velvet and white stockings, stood like a mute beside his master's chair. He was very tall and very thin, and very red in the nose. "Is the young woman waiting, Hopkins?" "Yes, sir, she's in the lobby." "Send her up." In a few seconds Hopkins reopened the door, and looked down with majestic condescension on a smart young girl whom he ushered into the room. "That will do, you may go. Stay, post this letter. Come here, young woman." The young woman, who was evidently a respectable servant girl, approached with some timidity. "Your name is Matty Merryon, I understand." "Yes, sir. At least so your late mistress, Miss Tippet, informs me. Pray, what does Matty stand for?" "Martha, sir." "Well, Martha, Miss Tippet gives you a very good character, which is well, because I intend you to be servant to my child, her maid; but Miss Tippet qualifies her remarks by saying that you are a little careless in some things. What things are you careless in?" "La, sir—" "You must not say la, my girl," interrupted Mr Auberly with a frown, "nor use exclamations of any kind in my presence. What are the some things referred to?" "Sure I don't know, sir," said the abashed Matty. "I s'pose there's a many things I ain't very good at; but please, sir, I don't mean to do nothin' wrong, sir, I don't indeed, and I'll try to serve you well, sir, if I were only to plaze my missus, as I'm leaving against my will, for I love my—" "There, that will do," said Mr Auberly, somewhat sternly, as the girl appeared to be getting excited. "Ring that bell; now go downstairs, and Hopkins will introduce you to my housekeeper, who will explain your duties to you." Hopkins entered and solemnly marched Martha Merryon to the regions below. Mr Auberly locked away his papers, pulled out his watch, wound it up, and then, lighting a bedroom candle, proceeded with much gravity upstairs. He was a very stately looking man, and strikingly dignified as he walked upstairs to his bedroom, slowly and deliberately, as though he were marching at his own funeral to the tune of something even deader than the Dead March in Saul. It is almost a violation of propriety. Think of Mr Auberly doing such a very undignified thing as going to bed. Yet truth requires us to tell that he did it, that he undressed himself as other mortals do, that he clothed himself in the wonted ghostly garment, and that, when his head was last seen, in the act of closing the curtains around him, there was a conical white cap on it, tied with a string below the chin, and ornamented on the top with a little tassel, which waggled as though it were bidding a triumphant and final adieu to human dignity. Half an hour later Mrs Rose, the housekeeper, a matronly, good-looking woman, with very red cheeks, was busy in the study explaining to Matty Merryon her duties. She had already shown her all over the house, and was now at the concluding lesson. "Look here now, Merryon," began the housekeeper. "Oh, please don't call me Merryon. I ain't used to it. Call me Matty, do now." "Very well, Matty," continued Mrs Rose, with a smile. "I have no objection. You Irish are a strange race. Now look here, this is master's study, and mind, he's very particular, dreadful particular." She paused and looked at her pupil, as if desirous of impressing this point deeply on her memory. "He don't like his papers or books touched, not even dusted. So you'll be careful not to dust them, or touch 'em even so much as with your little finger, for he likes to find 'em in the morning just as he left them at night." "Yes, Mrs Rose," said Matty, who was evidently giving up her whole soul to the instruction that was being imparted. "Now," continued the housekeeper, "the arranging of this room will be your last piece of work at night. You'll just come in, rake out the grate, carry off the ashes, lay the new fire, put the matches handy on the chimney piece, look round to see that's all right, and then turn off the gas. The master is an early riser, and lights the fire hisself of a mornin'." "Yes'm," said Matty, with a courtesy. "Now go and do it," said Mrs Rose, "that I may see you understand it. Begin with the grate and the ashes." Matty, who was in truth an experienced maid of all work, began with alacrity to discharge the duties of her new station. She carried off the ashes, and returned with the materials for next day's fire in a shovel. Here she gave a slight indication of her so-called carelessness awkwardness would have been more appropriate by letting 2 or 3 pieces of stick and a bit of coal fall on the carpet in her passage across the room. "Be careful, Matty," said Mrs Rose gently. "It's all owin' to haste. Take your time, and you won't do such things." Matty apologized, picked up the materials, and laid the fire. Then she took her apron and approached the writing table, evidently with the intention of taking the dust off the corners, but not by any means intending to touch the books or papers. "Stop!" cried Mrs Rose sternly. Matty stopped, with a guilty look. "Not a touch," said Mrs Rose. "Not even the edges, nor the legs?" inquired the pupil. "Neither edges nor legs," said the instructor. "Sure it could do no harm." "Matty," said Mrs Rose solemnly, "the great thing that your countrywomen have to learn is obedience." "Thank ye," said Matty, who, being overawed by the housekeeper's solemnity, felt confused, and was uncertain whether the reference to her countrywomen was complimentary or the reverse. "Now," continued Mrs Rose, "the matches." Matty placed the box of matches on the chimney piece. "Very well, now you've got to look round to see that it's all right." Matty looked round on the dark portraits that covered the walls, supposed to be ancestors, on the shelves of books, great and small, new and old, supposed to be read, on the vases, statuettes, chairs, tables, desks, curtains, papers, etc., etc., and being utterly ignorant of what constituted right and wrong in reference to such things, finally turned her eyes on Mrs Rose with an innocent smile. "Don't you see that the shutters are neither shut nor barred, Matty?" She had not seen this, but she at once went and closed and barred them, in which operation she learned, first, that the bars refused to receive their respective catches, with unyielding obstinacy for some time, and second, that they suddenly gave in without rhyme or reason, and pinched her fingers severely. "Now then, what's next?" inquired Mrs Rose. "Put out the gas," suggested Matty. "And leave yourself in the dark," said the housekeeper, in a tone of playful irony. "Ah, sure, didn't I forget the candle?" In order to rectify this oversight, Matty laid the unlighted candle which she had brought with her to the room on the writing table, and going to the chimney piece, returned with the match box. "Be careful now, Matty," said Mrs Rose earnestly. "There's nothing I've such a fear of as fire. You can't be too careful." This remark made Matty, who was of an anxious temperament, extremely nervous. She struck the match hesitatingly, and lighted the candle shakily. Of course it would not light, candles never do on such occasions, and a long red-hot end of burnt wood projected from the point of the match. don't let the burnt end drop into the waste paper basket!" exclaimed Mrs Rose in an unfortunate moment. "Where?" exclaimed Matty, with a start that sent the red hot end into the centre of a mass of papers. "There, just at your feet. Don't be so nervous, girl," cried Mrs Rose. Matty, in her anxiety not to drop the match, at once dropped it into the waste paper basket, which was instantly alight. A stamp of the foot might have extinguished it, but this did not occur to either of the domestics. The housekeeper, who was a courageous woman, seized the basket in both hands and rushed with it to the fireplace, thereby fanning the flame into a blaze and endangering her dress and curls. She succeeded, however, in cramming the basket and its contents into the grate. Then the two, with the aid of poker, tongs, and shovel, crushed and beat out the fire. "There, I said you'd do it!" gasped Mrs Rose, as she flung herself, panting, into Mr Auberly's easy chair. "This comes of being in a hurry." "I was always unfort'nate," sighed Matty, still holding the shovel and keeping her eye on the grate, as if ready to make a furious attack on the smallest spark that should venture to show itself. "Come now, we'll go to bed," said Mrs Rose, rising, "but first look well round to see that all is safe." A thorough and most careful investigation was made of the basket, the grate, and the carpet surrounding the fireplace, but nothing beyond the smell of burnt papers should be discovered. So the instructor and pupil put out the gas, shut the door, and retired to the servants' hall, where Hopkins, the cook, the housemaid, and a small maid of all work awaited their arrival, supper being already on the table. Here Mrs Rose entertained the company with a graphic, not to say exaggerated, account of the "small fire" in the study, and wound up with an eloquent appeal to beware of fire, and an assurance that there was nothing on the face of the whole earth that she had a greater horror of. Meanwhile the little spark among the papers, forgotten in the excitement of the succeeding blaze of the waste paper basket, continued to do its slow but certain work. Having fallen on the cloth between two bundles, it smouldered until it reached a cotton pen wiper, which received it rather greedily in its embrace. The pen wiper lay in contact with some old letters which were dry and tindery in their nature, and being piled closely together in a heap, afforded enlarged accommodation for the spark, which in about half an hour became quite worthy of being termed a swell. After that things went on like a house on fire, if we may venture to use that too often misapplied expression, in reference to the elegant mansion in Beverly Square on that raw November night. End of chapter 1. The Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 2. Another Little Spark. Whistling is a fine, free, manly description of music, which costs little and expresses much. In all its phases, whistling is an interesting subject of study, whether we regard its aptitude for expressing personal independence, recklessness, and jollity, its antiquity, having begun no doubt with Adam, or its modes of production, as, when created grandly by the whistling gale, or exasperatingly by the locomotive, or gushingly by the lark, or sweetly by the little birds that warble in the flowering thorn. The peculiar phase of this time-honoured music to which we wish to draw the reader's attention at present is that to which was exemplified one November night, the same November night of which mention has been made in the previous chapter, by a small boy, who, in his progress through the streets of London, was arrested suddenly under the shadow of St. Paul's, by the bright glare and the tempting fare of a pastry-cook's window. Being hungry, the small boy, thrusting his cold hands deep into his empty trouser pockets, turned his fat little face and round blue eyes full on the window, and stared at the tarts and pies like a famishing owl. Being poor, so poor that he possessed not the smallest coin of the realm, he stared in vain, and being light of heart as well as stout of limb, he relieved his feelings by whistling at the food with inexpressible energy. The air selected by the young musician was "Jim Crow," a sable melody high in public favour at that time, the familiar strains of which he delivered with shrill and tuneful precision, with intensified as he continued to gaze, until they rose above the din of cabs, vans, and busses, above the housetops, above the walls of the great cathedral, and finally awakened the echoes of its roof, which, coming out from the crevices and cornices where they usually slept, went dancing upwards on the dome, and played around the golden cross that glimmered like a ghost in the dark wintry sky. The music also awakened the interest of a tall policeman whose beat that night chanced to be St. Paul's churchyard. That sedate guardian of the night, observing that the small boy slightly impeded the thoroughfare, sauntered up to him, and just as he reached that point in the chorus where Mr. Crow is supposed to wheel and turn himself about, spun him round and gave him a gentle rap on the head with his knuckles, at the same time advising him to move on. "Oh!" exclaimed the small boy, looking up with an expression of deep concern on his countenance as he backed off the pavement. "I hope I didn't hurt you, Bobby. I really didn't mean to, but accidents will happen, you know, and if you won't keep your knuckles out of a feller's way, why—" "Come," muttered the policeman, "shut up your potato trap for fear you catch cold. Your mother wants you. She's got some pap ready for you." "Ha!" exclaimed the small boy, with his head on one side, as though he were critically inspecting the portrait of some curious animal. "A prophet it is, a blue-coated prophet in brass buttons, all but choked with a leather stock, if not conceit. A horacle 6'2" in its stockings, I say, Bobby. Whoever brought you up carried you up much too high, both in body and notions. Who wouldn't they give for him in the Guards, or the Hoss Marines, if he was only 8 inches wider across the shoulders?" Seeing that the policeman passed slowly and gravely on without condescending to take further notice of him, the small boy bade him an affectionate farewell, said that he would not forget to mention him favourably at headquarters, and then continued his progress through the crowded streets at smart pace, whistling Jim Crow at the top of his shrill pipe. The small boy had a long walk before him, but neither his limbs, spirits, nor lips grew weary by the way. Indeed, his energy seemed to increase with every step, if one might judge from the easy swagger of his gait, and the various little touches of pleasantry in which he indulged from time to time, such as pulling the caps over the eyes of boys smaller than himself, winking at those who were bigger, uttering Indian war whoops down alleys and lanes that looked as if they could echo, and chaffing all who appeared to be worthy of his attentions. Those eccentricities of humour, however, did not divert his active mind from the frequent and earnest study of the industrial arts, as these were exhibited and exemplified in shop windows. "Jolly stuff, that, ain't it?" observed another small boy, in a coat much too long for him, as they met and stopped in front of a chocolate shop at the top of Holborn Hill, where a steam engine was perpetually grinding up such quantities of rich brown chocolate that it seemed quite unreasonable, selfish, and dog-in-the-mangerish of the young man behind the counter to stand there and neither eat it himself nor let anyone else touch it. "Yes, it's very jolly stuff," replied the first small boy, regarding his questioner sternly. "I know you'd like some, wouldn't you? Go in now and buy 2 penn'orth, and I'll buy the half from you when you come out." "Walker!" replied the boy in the long coat. "Just so, and I'd advise you to become a walker too," retorted the other. "Run away now. Your master's been asking after you for half an hour, I know, and more." Without waiting for a reply, the small boy, our small boy, swaggered away, whistling louder than ever. Passing along Holborn, he continued his way into Oxford Street, where the print shop windows proved irresistibly attractive. They seemed also to have the effect of stimulating his intellectual and conceptive faculties, insomuch that he struck out several new, and, to himself, highly entertaining pieces of pleasantry, one of which consisted of asking a taciturn cabman, in the meekest of voices, "Please, sir, you couldn't tell me what's o'clock, could you?" The cabman observed a twinkle in the boy's eye, saw through him, in a metaphorical sense, and treated him with silent contempt. "Oh, I beg pardon, sir," continued the small boy, in the same meek tone, as he turned to move humbly away. "I forgot to remember that cabbies don't carry no watches, no, nor chains neither. They're much too wide awake for that." A sudden motion of the taciturn cabman caused the small boy to dart suddenly to the other side of the crowded street, where he resumed his easy, independent air and his interrupted tune. "Can you direct me to Notting Hill Gate, missus?" he inquired of an apple woman, on reaching the neighbourhood of Tottenham Court Road. "Straight on as you go, boy," answered the woman, who was busying herself about her stall. "Very good indeed," said the small boy, with a patronising air. "Quite correctly answered. You've learnt geography, I see." "What say?" inquired the woman, who was apparently a little deaf. "I was asking the price of your oranges, missus." "1 penny apiece," said the woman, taking up one. "They ain't biled to make 'em puff out, are they?" To this the woman vouchsafed no reply. "Come, missus, don't be cross. What's the price of your apples now?" "Do you want one?" asked the woman testily. "Of course I does." "Well, then, they're 2 a penny." "2 a penny!" cried the small boy with a look of surprise. "Why, I just said they was 1 penny apiece. Good evening, missus. I never buys cheap fruit. Cheap and nasty. No, no. Good evening." It seemed as if the current of the small boy's thoughts had been diverted from this conversation, for he walked for some time with his eyes cast on the ground, and without whistling, but whatever the feelings were that might have been working in his mind, they were too speedily put to flight by a facetious butcher, who pulled his hat over his eyes as he passed him. "Now then, pig sticker, what do you mean by that?" he shouted, but as the butcher walked on without deigning to reply, he let off his indignation by yelling in at the open door of a tobacco shop and making off at a brisk run. From this point in his progress he became still more hilarious and daring in his freaks, and turned aside once or twice into narrow streets, where sounds of shouting or music promised him fresh excitement. On turning the corner of one of those streets he passed a wide doorway, by the side of which was a knob with the word "Fire" in conspicuous letters above it, and the word "Bell" below it. The small boy paused, caught his breath as if a sudden thought had struck him, and glanced around. The street was comparatively quiet. His heart beat high. He seized the bell with both hands, pulled it full out, and bolted. Now it chanced that one of the firemen of the station happened to be standing close to the door, inside, at the time. He, guessing the meaning of the ring at once, darted out and gave chase. The small boy fled on the wings of terror, with his blue eyes starting from their sockets. The fireman was tall and heavy, but he was also strong and in his prime, so that a short run brought him up with the fugitive, whom he seized with a grip of iron. "Now then, young bottle imp, what do you mean by that?" "Oh, please, sir," gasped the small boy, with a beseeching look, "I couldn't help it." There was such a tone of truthfulness in this "couldn't" that it tickled the fireman. His mouth relaxed in a quiet smile, and releasing his intended victim, he returned to the station, while the small boy darted away in the direction of Oxford Street. He had scarcely reached the end of the street, however, when a man turned the corner at full speed and ran him down so completely that he sent him head over heels into the kennel, and passing on, darted at the fire bell of the station, which he began to pull violently. The man was tall and dishevelled, partially clad in blue velvet, with stockings which had once been white, but were now covered from garter to toe with mud. One shoe clung to his left foot, the other was fixed by the heel in a grating over a cellar window in Tottenham Court Road. Without hat or coat, with his shirt sleeves torn by those unfortunates into whose arms he had wildly rushed, with his hair streaming backwards, his eyes bloodshot, his face pale as marble, and perspiration running down his cheeks, not even his own most intimate friends would have recognized Hopkins, the staid, soft-spoken, polite, and gentle Hopkins, had they seen him that night, pulling like a maniac at the fire bell. And without doubt Hopkins was a maniac that night. At least he was afflicted with temporary insanity. End of chapter 2.
Of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susie. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 3. Fire.
"Hallo! That'll do, man!"
cried the same stalwart fireman who had seized the small boy, stepping out and laying his hand on Hopkins' shoulder.
"Whereabouts is it?"
Hopkins heard him not. One idea had burnt itself into the poor man's brain, and that was the duty that lay on him to ring the alarm bell. Seeing this, the fireman seized him and dragged him forcibly, almost lifted him, into the station, round the door of which an eager crowd had already begun to collect.
"Calm yourself,"
said the stalwart fireman quietly, as he thrust Hopkins down into a chair.
"Consider now. You'll make us too late if you don't speak. Where is it?" "Fire!"
yelled Hopkins, gasping and glaring round him on the men, who were quietly putting on their helmets. Hopkins suddenly burst from the grasp of his captor, and, rushing out, seized the bell handle, which he began to pull more furiously than ever.
"Get her out, Jim,"
said the fireman in a low tone to one of his comrades, her being the engine. At the same time he went to the door, and again seizing Hopkins, brought him back and forced him into a chair, while he said firmly,
"Now then, out with it, man. Where's the fire?" "Yes, yes,"
screamed Hopkins.
"Fire, that's it. Beverly Places Square. Number. Fire." "That'll do,"
said the fireman, at once releasing the temporary maniac, and going to a book where he calmly made an entry of the name of the square, the hour of the night, and the nature of the call. 2 lines sufficed. Then he rose, put on his helmet, and thrust a small hatchet into his belt, just as the engine was dragged to the door of the station. There was something absolutely magnificent in this scene which no pen can describe, because more than half its force was conveyed only by the eye and the ear. The strong contrast between human excitement and madness, coupled with imbecility, and human calmness and self-possession, coupled with vigorous promptitude, was perfect. Just before Hopkins rang his first note of alarm, the station had been wrapped in profound silence, the small boy's interruption having been but a momentary affair. George Dale, the fireman in charge, was seated at a desk in the watchroom, known among firemen as the lobby, making an entry in a diary. All the other men, about 13 in number, had gone to their respective homes and beds in the immediate neighborhood, with the exception of the 2 whose turn it was to remain on duty all night. These 2, named Baxmore and Corney, with their coats, belts, boots, and caps on, had just lain down on the 2 low trestle couches and were courting sleep. The helmets of their comrades hung on the wall round the room, with belts and hatchets underneath them. Several pairs of boots also graced the walls, and a small clock whose gentle tick was the only sound that broke the silence of the night. In an outer room the dim form of a spare engine could be seen through the doorway. The instant the bell rang, however, this state of quietude was put to flight. The 2 men rose from their couches, and Dale stepped to the door. There was no starting up, no haste in their movements, yet there was prompt rapidity. The men, having been sailors, had been trained in the midst of alarms. The questions which were put to Hopkins as above described were rapidly uttered. Before they were answered, the 2 men were ready, and at Dale's order, "Get her out," they both vanished. One ran round the corner to the engine-house and knocked up the driver in passing. The other ran from door to door of the firemen's abodes, which were close at hand, and with a loud double ring summoned the sleepers. Before he got back to help the first with the engine, one and another door opened, and a man darted out, buttoning braces or coat as he ran. Each went into the station, seized his helmet, belt, and axe from his own peg, and in another moment all were armed cap a pie. At the same instant that the engine appeared at the door, a pair of horses were trotted up. 2 men held them. 2 others fastened the traces. The driver sprang to his seat. The others leaped to their respective places. Each knew what to do, and did it at once. There was no hurry, no loss of time, no excitement. Some of the men, even while acting with the utmost vigor and promptitude, were yawning away their drowsiness, and in less than 10 minutes from the moment the bell first rang, the whip cracked and the fire engine dashed away from the station amid the cheers of the crowd. It may be as well to remark here in passing that the London Fire Brigade had, at the time of which we write, reached a high state of efficiency, although it could not stand comparison with the perfection of system and unity of plan which marked the organization and conduct of the brigade of the present day. Mr. Braidwood, the able superintendent, had for many years been training his men on a system, the original of which he had begun and proved in Edinburgh. Modifying his system to suit the peculiarities of the larger field to which he had been translated, he had brought the fire engine establishment, which belonged at the time to several insurance companies, to a state of efficiency which rendered it a model and a training school for the rest of the world. And although he had not the advantage of the telegraph or the powerful aid of the land steam fire engine of the present day, he had men of the same metal as those which compose the force now. The Metropolitan Fire Brigade, as it then existed under the control of the Metropolitan Board of Works, had been carried by its chief, Captain Eyre Massey Shaw, to a condition of efficiency little, if at all, short of perfection, its only fault being, if we may humbly venture a remark, that it was too small both in numbers of engines and men. Now, good reader, if you have never seen a London fire engine go to a fire, you have no conception of what it is. And even if you have seen it, but have not gone with it, Still you have no idea of what it is. To those accustomed to it, no doubt, it may be tame enough. We cannot tell. But to those who mount an engine for the first time and drive through the crowded thoroughfares of London at a wild, tearing gallop, it is probably the most exciting drive conceivable. It beats steeplechasing. It feels like driving to destruction, so wild and so reckless is it. And yet it is not reckless in the strict sense of that word. For there is a stern need be in the case. Every moment, not to mention minutes or hours, is of the utmost importance in the progress of a fire. Fire smoulders and creeps at first, it may be, but when it has got the mastery and bursts into flames, it flashes to its work and completes it quickly. At such times, one moment of time lost may involve thousands of pounds, aye, and many human lives. This is well known to those whose profession it is to fight the flames. Hence the union of apparent mad desperation with cool, quiet self-possession in their proceedings. When firemen can work in silence, they do so. No unnecessary word is uttered. No voice is needlessly raised. Likewise, the movements of some beautiful steam engine, which, with oiled pistons, cranks, and levers, does its unobtrusive work in its own little chamber in comparative stillness, yet with a power that would tear and rend to pieces buildings and machinery. So the firemen sometimes bend to their work quietly, though with mind and muscles strung to the utmost point of tension. At other times, like the roaring locomotive crashing through a tunnel or past a station, their course is a tumultuous rush amid a storm of shouting and gesticulation. So was it on the present occasion. Had the fire been distant, they would have had to commence their gallop somewhat leisurely, for fear of breaking down the horses. But it was not far off, not much more than a couple of miles. So they dashed round the corner of their own street at a brisk trot, and swept into Oxford Street. Here they broke into a gallop, and here the noise of their progress began. For the great thoroughfare was crowded with vehicles and pedestrians, many of whom were retiring from the theatres and music halls and other places of entertainment. To pass through such a crowd without coming into collision with anything required not only the most dexterous driving, but rendered it necessary that some of the men on the engine should stand up and shout, or rather roar incessantly, as they whirled along, clearing everything out of their way, and narrowly escaping innumerable crashes by a mere hairbreadth. The men, as we said before, having been sailors, seemed to shout with the memory of a boatswain strong upon them, for their tones were pitched in the deepest and gruffest bass key. Sometimes there was a lull for a moment, as a comparatively clear space of 100 yards or so lay before them. Then their voices rose like the roaring of the gale as a stupid or deaf cabman got in their way, or a plethoric bus threatened to interrupt their furious passage. The cross streets were the points where the chief difficulties met them. There the cab and van drivers turned into or crossed the great thoroughfare, all ignorant of the thunderbolt that was rushing on like a fiery meteor, with its lamps casting a glare of light before, and the helmets of its stern charioteers flashing back the rays of street lamps and windows. For, late though the hour was, all the gin places and tobacconists' shops and many of the restaurants were still open and brightly illuminated. At the corner of Wells Street, the crowd of cabs and other vehicles was so great that the driver of the engine began to tighten his reins, and Jim Baxmore and Joe Corney raised their voices to a fierce shout. Cabs, buses, and pedestrians scattered right and left in a marvelous manner. The driver slackened his reins, cracked his whip, and the horses stretched out again. In passing Berners Street, a hansom cab swept round the corner, its dashing driver smoking a cigar in sublime self-satisfaction, and looking carelessly right and left for a fare. This exquisite almost ran into the engine. There was a terrific howl from all the firemen. The cabby turned his smart horse with a bound to one side and lost his cigar in the act, in reference to which misfortune he was heartily congratulated by a small member of the shoe-black brigade, while the engine went steadily and sternly on its way.
"There, it shows a light,"
observed one of the firemen to Dale as he pointed to a luminous appearance in the sky away to the northeast. Dale was already looking in that direction and made no reply. As they reached Tottenham Court, the driver again checked the pace a little. Yet even at the reduced speed they passed everything like a whirlwind. The traffic here was so great that it behooved them to be more cautious. Of course, the more need there was for caution, the more necessity was there for shouting, and the duty of Baxmore and Corney, standing as they did in front of their comrades beside the driver, became severe, but they had good lungs, both of them. At the point where Tottenham Court Road cuts Oxford Street, the accumulation of vehicles of all sorts, from a hand-barrow to a furniture van, is usually very great. To one unaccustomed to the powers of London drivers, it would have seemed nothing short of madness to drive full tilt into the mass that blocked the streets at this point. But the firemen did it. They reined up a little, it is true, just as a hunter does in gathering his horse together for a rush at a stone wall, but there was nothing like an approach to stopping.
"Hey, hey, hey!"
roared the firemen, Baxmore and Corney high above the rest. A bus lumbered to the left just in time. A hansom sprang to the right, not a moment too soon. A luggage van bolted into Corner Street. The pedestrians scattered right and left, and the way was clear. No, not quite clear. The engine had to turn at a right angle here into Tottenham Court Road. Round it went on the two off wheels, and came full swing on a market gardener and a hot coffee woman, who were wheeling their respective barrows leisurely side by side and chatting as they went. The roar that burst from the firemen was terrific. The driver attempted both to pull up and to turn aside. The market gardener dropped his barrow and fled. The hot coffee woman, being of a resolute nature, thrust her barrow by main force on the footpath, and so saved her goods and herself by a hairbreadth, while the barrow of her friend was knocked in pieces. But the effort of the engine driver to avoid this had well nigh resulted in serious consequences. In endeavoring to clear the market gardener, he drew so near to the footpath that in another moment a lamp-post would have been carried away, and the wheels of the engine, in all probability, knocked off had not Joe Corney observed the danger. With a true Irish yell, Joe seized the rein next to him and pulled the horses round almost at a right angle. The nave of the hind wheel just shaved the post as it flew by. The whole thing passed so swiftly that before the market gardener recovered from his consternation, the engine was only discernible in the distance by the sparks that flew from its wheels as it held on its furious way. All along its course a momentary disturbance of London equanimity was created. Families not yet abed rushed to their front windows and, looking out, exclaimed, "Ha! The firemen!" Tipplers and gin-places ran to the door and said, "There they go! That's your sort! Hurrah, my hearties! Go it, ye cripples!" according to the different stages of inebriation at which they had arrived, and belated men of business stopped to gaze and then resumed their way with thoughts and speculations on fire and fire insurance, more or less deep and serious according to temperament. But the disturbance was only temporary. The families retired to their suppers or beds, the tipplers returned to their tipple, the belated speculators to their dreams, and in a few minutes, no doubt, forgot what they had seen, and forgot, perchance, that they had any personal interest in fire-raising or fire extinction or fire prevention or fire in any dangerous shape or form whatever, or indulged in the comforting belief, mayhap, that whatever disasters might attend the rest of the London community, they and their houses being endued with the properties of the salamander, nothing in the shape of fire might, could, would, or should kindle upon them. So true is it that all men think all men mortal but themselves. Do you doubt this, reader? If so, go poll your acquaintance, and tell us how many of them have got rope ladders, or even ropes to escape from their houses should they take fire. How many of them have got hand pumps, or even buckets, placed so as to be handy in case of fire? And how many of them have got their houses and furniture insured against fire? Meanwhile, the fire engine held on its way until it turned into Beverly Square and pulled short in front of the blazing mansion of James Auberly, Esquire. Another engine was already at work there. It had come from a nearer station, of the existence of which Hopkins had been ignorant when he set out on his wild race for help. The men of this engine were already doing their work quietly, but with perceptible effect, pouring incessant streams of water in at the blazing windows, and watching for the slightest lull in the ferocity of the smoke and flame to attack the enemy at closer quarters. End of Chapter 3.
IV. Of fighting the flames.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susie. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 4. A Fierce Fight with the Flames. When the small boy, whose name it may be as well to mention, was William, alias Willie, Willders, saw the fire engine start, as has been already described, his whole soul yearned to follow it, for, in the course of his short life, he had never succeeded in being at the beginning of a fire, although he had often been at the middle and end of one, not a very difficult thing in London, by the way, seeing that there are, on the average, between 4 and 5 fires every 24 hours. Willie Willders was of an inquiring disposition. He wanted to know how things were managed at a fire, from the beginning to the end, and he found that the course of true inquiry, like another course we wot of, never did run smooth. Poor Willie's heart was with that engine, but his legs were not. They did their best, but they failed, strong and active though they were, to keep up with the horses. So Willie heaved a bursting sigh and slackened his speed, as he had often done before in similar circumstances, resolving to keep it in sight as long as he could, and trust to his eyesight and to the flames showing a light for the rest. Just as he came to this magnanimous resolve, a strapping young gentleman, called a passing cab, leaped in, ordered the driver to follow the engine, and offered double fare if he should keep it in view up to the fire. Willie, being sharp as a needle, at once stepped forward and made as though he would open the door for the gentleman. The youth was already in and the door shut, but he smiled as he shouted to the driver, "All right," and tossed a copper to Willie, with the remark, "There, you scamp." The copper fell in the mud, and there Willie left it, as he doubled nimbly behind the vehicle and laid hold of it. The cabman did his best to earn his double fare, and thus it came to pass that Willie was in time to see the fireman commencing work. As the young man leaped from the cab, he uttered a cry of surprise and alarm, and rushed towards the crowd of firemen nearest to the burning house without paying his fare. Willie was a little astonished at this, but losing sight of the youth in the crowd, and seeing nothing more of him at the time, he became engrossed in other matters. There were so many men on the ground, however, for just then a third engine dashed up to the scene of conflagration, that it was difficult for the excited boy to appreciate fully what he saw. He got as close to the engine, however, as the policeman would allow him, and observed that a fire-plug had been already opened, and over it had been placed a canvas cistern of about a yard long by 18 inches broad, stretched on an iron frame. The cistern was filled with water to overflowing, and the first engine had placed its suction pipe in it, while from the front of the engine extended the leathern hose that conveyed the water to the burning house. Willie was deeply interested in this, and was endeavoring to solve certain knotty points in his own mind, when they were suddenly solved for him by a communicative dustman who stood in the crowd close by, and thus expounded the matter to his inquisitive son.
"You see, Tommy, the use of the cistern is obvious. See, here's how it lies. If an engine comes up and scrooges its suction under the plug, all the other engines as comes after it has to stand by and do nothing. But by putting the cistern over the plug and letting it fill, another engine, or maybe 2 more, can ram in its suction and drink away till it's fit to burst, you see?"
Willie drank in the information with avidity, and then turned his attention to the front of the engine, to which several lengths of hose, each 40 feet long, had been attached. Baxmore and Corney were at the extreme end, screwing on the branch or nozzle by which the stream of water is directed, and Dale was tumbling a half-drunk and riotous navvy head over heels into the crowd, in order to convince him that his services to pump were not wanted, a sufficient number having been procured. A couple of policemen walked this navvy quietly from the scene, as Dale called out, "Down with her, boys!"
Pump away, lads,
said one of the firemen, interpreting. The volunteers bent their backs, and the white cloud of steam that issued from the burning house showed that the second engine was doing its work well. Immediately after, Dale and his men, with the exception of those required to attend the engine and the branch, were ordered to get out the ladders. He who gave this order was a tall, sinewy man, middle-aged apparently, and of grave demeanor. His dress was similar to that of the other firemen, but there was an air of quiet, unobtrusive authority about him, which showed that he was a leader.
"We might get on the roof now, Mr. Braidwood,"
suggested Dale, touching his helmet as he addressed the well-known chief of the London Fire Engine establishment.
"Not yet, Dale, not yet. Get inside and see if you can touch the fire through the drawing-room floor. It's just fallen in."
Dale and his men at once entered the floor of the building, dragging the branch and hose along with them, and were lost in smoke. Previous to the arrival of the fire engines, however, a scene had been enacted which Willie Willders had not witnessed. A fire escape was first to reach the burning house. This was then, and still is, usually the case, owing to the fact that escapes are far more numerous in London than engines, so that the former, being always close at hand, often accomplish their great work of saving life before the engines make their appearance. The escape in the immediate neighborhood of Beverly Square was under the charge of conductor Samuel Forrest, a man who, although young, had already saved many lives in the service of the Society for the Protection of Life from Fire. When Forrest reached the field of action, Mr. James Auberly was seen at an upper window in a state of undignified dishabille, shouting for help and half suffocated with smoke, with Mrs. Rose hanging round his neck on one side and Mattie Marian at the other. Poor Auberly, having tried the staircase on the first alarm, was driven back by smoke and rushed wildly to the window, where the two domestics, descending in terror from their attic, clung to him and rendered him powerless. Forrest at once pitched his escape, which was just a huge scientifically constructed ladder set on wheels. The head of it reached to the windows of the second floor. By pulling a rope attached to a lever, he raised a second ladder of smaller size, which was fitted to the head of the large one. The top of this second ladder was nearly 60 feet from the ground, and it reached the window at which Mr. Auberly was still shouting. Forrest at once sprang up. "Leave me! Save the women!" gasped Auberly, as a man entered the room, but the dense smoke overpowered him as he spoke, and he fell forward. The women also sank to the ground. Forrest instantly seized Mrs. Rose in his powerful arms, and hurrying down the ladder to the top of the escape, put her into the canvas trough or sack which was suspended below the ladder all the way. Down this she slid somewhat violently but safely to the ground, while Forrest ran up again and rescued Mattie in the same way. Mr. Auberly was more difficult to manage, being a heavy man, and his rescuer was almost overpowered by the thick smoke in the midst of which all this was done. He succeeded, however, but fainted on reaching the ground. It was at this point that the first engine arrived, and only a few minutes elapsed when the second made its appearance, followed by the cab, from which the young man leapt with the exclamation of surprise and alarm that had astonished Willie Willders. Pushing his way to the place where Mr. Auberly and the others lay, the youth fell on his knees. "My father!" he exclaimed wildly. "He's all right, lad," said Mr. Braidwood, coming up at the moment, and laying his hand kindly on the youth's shoulder. "He's only choked with smoke and will be better in a minute. Any more in the house?" he added quickly. Young Auberly leapt up with a shout. "My sister! Is she not saved? Are all here?" He waited not for a reply, but in another moment was on the fire escape. "After him, two of you," said Braidwood, turning to his men. Two at once obeyed. In fact, they had leapt forward almost before the brief command was uttered. One of these firemen was conspicuous for his height and strength. He was first up the ladder. Close upon him followed Baxmore with a lantern. Nothing but smoke had yet reached the room into which young Auberly entered, so that he instantly found himself in impenetrable darkness and was almost choked as well as blinded.
"Have a care, Frank. The floor must be gone about this time,"
said Baxmore as he ran after his tall comrade. The man whom he called Frank knew this. He also knew that it was not likely anyone had been left in the room from which the master of the house had been rescued, and he thought it probable that his daughter would occupy a room on the same floor with her father. Acting on this supposition, and taking for granted that the room they were about to enter was Mr. Auberly's bedroom, the tall fireman dashed at once through the smoke and tumbled over the prostrate form of young Auberly.
"Look after him, Baxmore,"
he gasped as he seized the lamp from his comrade's hand and darted across the room and out into the passage, where he went crash against a door and burst it open. Here the smoke was not so dense, so that he could breathe, though with difficulty. One glance showed him where the bed was. He felt it. A female form was lying on it. The light weight and the long hair which swept across his face as he raised it gently but swiftly on his shoulder told him that it was that of a girl. At that moment he heard a loud shout from the crowd, which was followed by a crash. Dashing once more across the passage, he saw that a lurid flame was piercing the smoke in the other room. The staircase, he knew, was impassable, probably gone by that time. But he had not time to think, so he drew the blanket over the girl's head and bounded towards the window. There was a feeling of softness under his feet, as if the floor were made of pasteboard. He felt it sinking beneath him. Down it went, just as he laid hold of the head of the fire-escape, from which he hung suspended in the midst of the smoke and sparks that rose from the falling ruin. Strong though the young fireman was, he could not raise himself by one arm while the other was twined round Louisa Auberly. At that moment Baxmore, having carried young Auberly down in safety, again ascended and appeared at the window. He seized Frank by the hair of the head.
"Let go my hair and catch the girl,"
shouted Frank.
"All right,"
said Baxmore, seizing Lou and lifting her over the window-sill. Frank, being thus relieved, swung himself easily on the sill, and grasping Lou once more, descended to the street, where he was met by Mr. Auberly, who had recovered from a state of partial suffocation, and who seized his child and hurried with her into a neighbouring house. Thither he was followed by Mrs. Rose and Mattie, who had also recovered. During these episodes, the firemen had continued at their work with cool and undistracted attention. And here the value of organization was strikingly and beautifully brought out. For, while the crowd swayed to and fro, now breathless with anxiety lest the efforts of the bold conductor of the fire-escape should fail, anon wild with excitement and loud in cheers when he succeeded, each fireman paid devoted and exclusive attention to his own prescribed piece of duty, as if nothing else were going on around him, and did it with all his might, well knowing that every other piece of work was done, or point of danger guarded, by a comrade, while the eagle eyes of Mr. Braidwood and his not less watchful foreman superintended all, observed and guided, as it were, the field of battle. And truly, good generalship was required, for the foe was fierce and furious. The devouring element rushed onward like a torrent. The house was large and filled with rich furniture, which was luxurious food for the flames as they swept over the walls, twined round the balustrades, swallowed the paintings, devoured the woodwork, and melted metal in their dread progress. But the foe that met them was, on this occasion, more than a match for the flames. It was a hand-to-hand encounter. The men followed them foot by foot, inch by inch, sometimes almost singeing their beards or being well-nigh choked and blinded by dense volumes of smoke. But if driven back, always returning to the charge. The heat at times beat on their helmets so fiercely that they were forced to turn their faces aside and half turn their backs on the foe. But they always kept their weapons, the branches, to the front, and continued to discharge upon him tons and tons of aqueous artillery.
"Get up to the windows now. Use the escape,"
said Mr. Braidwood. And as he said this, he passed through the doorway of the burning house. Some of the men rushed up the escape and let down a line, to which one of the branches was made fast.
"Avast, pumpin' number 2!"
shouted Baxmore from the midst of clouds of smoke that were bursting out from the window. Number 2 engine was stopped. Its branch was pulled up and pointed inside, straight at the fire. The signal given,
"Down with number 2!"
and a hiss was followed by volumes of steam. The work of extinction had at last begun in real earnest. As long as they could only stand in the street and throw water in through the windows at haphazard, they might or might not hit the fire, and at all events they could not attack its strong points. But now, Baxmore at one window and one of the men at the first engine at another, played point-blank into the flames, and, wherever the water hit, they were extinguished. Presently, they got inside and began to be able to see through the smoke. A blue glimmer became visible. The branch was pointed, and it was gone. By this time, the second floor had partly given way, and fire was creeping down the rafters to the eaves of the house. Baxmore observed this and pointed the branch straight up. The fire at that part was put out, and a heavy shower of water fell back on the fireman, drenching him to the skin. The attack had now become general. The firemen swarmed in at the doors and windows the moment that it was possible for a human being to breathe the smoke and live. One of the engines attached 2 additional lengths of hose, dragged the branch through the first floor to the back of the house, got upon an outhouse, in at a back window, and attacked the foe in rear. On the roof, Frank and Dale were plying their hatchets, their tall figures sharply defined against the wintry sky, and looking more gigantic than usual. The enemy saved them the trouble of cutting through, however, for it suddenly burst upwards, and part of the roof fell in. It would certainly have taken Frank prisoner, had not Dale caught him by the collar, and dragged him out of danger. Instantly a branch was pointed downwards, and the foe was beaten back. From above, below, before, and behind, it was now met with deluges of water, which fell on the shoulders of the men in the lower floor in a continuous hot shower, while they stood ankle-deep in hot water. In 10 minutes after this the fire was effectually subdued, the lower floor having been saved, although its contents were severely damaged by water. It was only necessary now that one of the engines should remain for a time to make good the victory. The others rolled up their hose and prepared to depart. The King Street engine was the first to quit the field of battle. While the men were getting ready, Mr. Auberly, muffled in a long cloak, stepped from the crowd and touched Frank, the tall fireman, on the shoulder.
"Sir,"
said he in a low voice,
"you saved my child. I would show my sense of gratitude. Will you accept of this purse?"
Frank shook his head, and a smile played on his smoke-begrimed countenance as he said,
"No, Mr. Auberly, I am obliged to you, but I cannot accept of it. I do not want it, and besides, the men of the brigade are not allowed to take money." "But you will let me do something for you?" urged Mr. Auberly. "Is there nothing I can do?"
"Nothing, sir," said Frank. He paused for a moment, and then resumed. "Well, there is something that perhaps you could do, sir. I have a little brother out of employment. If you could get him a situation, sir."
"I will," said Mr. Auberly with emotion. "Send him to me on Thursday forenoon. He will find me living next door to my late home. I shall stay with a friend for some time. Good night."
"Men of King Street engine, get up!"
cried Dale.
"Stay! What is your name?"
said Mr. Auberly, turning round. But Frank was gone. He had leapt to his place on the engine and was off at a rattling pace through the now silent and deserted streets of the sleeping city. Although they drove on at a great speed, there was no shouting now, for neither bus, cab, nor footed passenger blocked up the way, and the men, begrimed with smoke and charcoal, wet and weary, with 2 hours of almost uninterrupted labor of a severe as well as dangerous character, sat or stood in their places in perfect silence. On reaching the fire station, they leapt to the ground, and all went quickly and silently to their neighboring homes and beds, except the 2 men on duty. These, changing their coats and boots, lay down on the trestles and at once fell fast asleep, the engines and horses having been previously housed. And then Dale sat down to make an entry of the event in his day-book. The whole thing might have been only a vivid dream, so silent was the room and so devoid of any evidence of recent excitement, while the reigning tranquillity was enhanced rather than decreased by the soft breathing of the sleepers, the ticking of the clock, and the scratching of Dale's pen as he briefly recorded the facts of the fire that night in Beverly Square. End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zena Blue. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 5. During the progress of the fire, small Willie Willders was in a state of the wildest, we might almost say hilarious, excitement. He regarded not the loss of property. The fire never struck him in that light. His little body and big spirit rejoiced in the whole affair as a magnificent display of fireworks and heroism. When the fire burst through the library windows, he shouted. When Sam Forrest, the conductor of the fire escape, saved Mr. Auberly and the women, he hurrahed. When the tall fireman and Baxmore rescued Louisa Auberly, he cheered and cheered again until his shrill voice rose high above the shouting of the crowd. When the floors gave way, he screamed with delight, and when the roof fell in, he shrieked with ecstasy. Sundry and persevering were the efforts he made to break through the police by fair means and foul, but in his energy he overreached himself, for he made himself so conspicuous that the police paid special attention to him, and wherever he appeared he was snubbed and thrust back, so that his great desire to get close to the men while they were at work was frustrated. Willie had a brother who was a fireman, and he wished earnestly that he might recognize him, if present, but he knew that, being attached to the southern district of the city, he was not likely to be there, and even if he were, the men were all so much alike in their uniform that it was impossible at a distance to distinguish one from another. True it is that his brother was uncommonly tall, and very strong, but as the London firemen were all picked men, many of them were very tall, and all of them were strong. Not until the last engine left the ground did Willie Willders think it advisable to tear himself away and hasten to his home in Notting Hill, where he found his mother sitting up for him in a state of considerable anxiety. She forbore to question him that night, however. When Willie appeared the next morning, or rather the same morning, for it was nearly 4 o'clock when he went to bed, he found his mother sitting by the fire knitting a sock. Mrs. Willders was a widow, and was usually to be found seated by the fire, knitting a sock, or darning one, or mending some portion of male attire. "So you were at the fire last night, Willie?" said the widow. "Yes, I was," replied the boy, going up to his mother, and giving her what he styled a roystering kiss, which she appeared to like, although she was scarcely able to bear it, being thin and delicately formed, and somewhat weak from bad health. "No lives lost, I hope, Willie?" "No, there ain't often lives lost when Sam Forrest, the fire escape man, is there. You know Forrest, mother, the man that we've heard so much of. Oh, it was sich fun! You've no notion. It would have made you split your sides with laughing if you'd have seen Sam come out of the smoke carrying the master of the house on his shoulder, in his shirt and drawers, with only one sock on, and his nightcap tied so tight under his chin that they had to cut it off. Him in a swoon, too, hanging as limp as a dead eel on Sam's shoulder, with his head down one side and his legs down the other. Oh, it was a bark!" The boy called "the Lark" to his own mind so vividly that he had to stop at this point in order to give vent to an uproarious fit of laughter. "Was Frank there?" inquired the widow, when the fit subsided. "Not that I know of, mother. I looked hard for him, but didn't see him. There was lots o' men big enough to be him, but I couldn't get near enough to see for the bobbies. I wonder what them bobbies were made for," continued Willie, with a look of indignation, as he seated himself at the table and began to eat a hearty breakfast. "The long lamp posts that are always in the way when nobody wants 'em. I do believe they was invented for nothin' else than to aggravate small boys and snub their inquiring minds." "Where was the fire, Willie?" "In Beverly Square. I say, mother, if that there grocer don't send us better stuff than this here bacon in the future, I'll have to give him up." "I can't afford to get better, dear," said the widow meekly. "I know that, mother, but he could afford to give better. However, it's down now, so it don't much matter." "Did you hear whose house was burned, Willie?" "Mr. Overly, or something like that." "Auberly!" exclaimed the widow with a start. "Well, p'raps it is Auberly, but whichever it is, he's got a pretty kettle of fish to look after this morning. You seem to have heard of him before, mother?" "Yes, Willie, I know him. At least I have met him often. You see I was better off once, and used to mingle with but I need not trouble you with that. On the strength of our former acquaintance, I thought I would write and ask him to get you a situation in an office, and I have got a letter from him, just before you came down to breakfast, saying that he will do what he can, and bidding me send you to him between 11 and 12 tomorrow." "Whew!" whistled Willie. "And he burnt out a house and home, without a coat to his back or a shoe to his foot. It strikes me I'll have to try to get him a situation." "He won't be found at the house now, I dare say, my son, so we'll have to wait a little. But the burning of his house and furniture won't affect him much, for he's rich." "P'raps not," said Willie, "but the burnin' of his little girl might have." "You said that no lives were lost," cried Mrs Willders, turning pale. "No more there was, mother; but if it hadn't been for one of the firemen that jumped in at a blazin' winder and brought her out through the fire and smoke, she'd have been a cinder by this time, and money wouldn't have bought that rich man another daughter, I know." "True, my son," observed Mrs Willders, resting her forehead on her hand. Then, as if suddenly recollecting something, she looked up and said, "Willie, I want you to go down to the city with these socks to Frank. This is his birthday, and I sat late last night on purpose to get them finished. His station is a long way off, I know, but you've nothing else to do, so—" "Nothin' else to do, mother!" exclaimed Willie with an offended look. "Haven't I got to converse in a friendly way with all the crossin' sweepers and shoebacks and stall women as I go along, and chaff the cabbies, and look in at all the shop windows and insult the bobbies? I always insult the bobbies. It does me good. I hurt 'em mentally as much as I can, and I'd hurt 'em bodily if I could. But every dog has his day. When I grow up, won't I pinch into 'em?" He struck the table with his fist, and shaking back his curly hair, lifted his blue eyes to his mother's face with a stern expression, which gradually relaxed into a smile. You needn't grin, mother, and tell me that the policemen are a fine set of men, and quite as brave and useful in their way as the firemen. I know all you respectable sort of people think that, but I don't. They're my natural enemies, and I hate 'em. Come, mother, give me the socks and let me be off." Soon the vigorous urchin was on his way to the city, whistling, as usual, with all his might. As he passed the corner of the British Museum, a hand touched him on the shoulder, and its owner said, "How much are you paid a week, lad, for kicking up such a row?" Willie looked round, and his eyes encountered the brass knuckle of the waist belt of a tall, strapping fellow in blue uniform. Glancing upwards, he beheld the handsome countenance of his brother Frank looking down at him with a quiet smile. He wore no helmet, for except when attending a fire, the firemen wear a sailor-like blue cap. "Hallo, Blazes, is that you?" cried the boy. "Just so, Willie. Going down to Watling Street to attend drill." Willie, who had styled his brother Blazes ever since he joined the fire brigade, observed that he happened to be going in the same direction to deliver a message from his mother to a relation, which he would not speak about, however, just then, as he wished to tell him of a fire he'd been at last night. "A fire, lad? Was it a big one?" "Ay, that it was. A case of burning out almost, and there were lives saved," said the boy with a look of triumph. "And that's more than you can say you've seen, though you are a fireman." "Well, you know I have not been long in the brigade, Willie, and as the escapes often do their work before the engines come up, I've not had much chance yet of seeing lives saved. How was it done?" With glowing eyes and flushed cheeks, Willie at once launched out into a vivid description of the scene he had so recently witnessed, and dwelt particularly on the brave deeds of Conductor Forrest and the tall fireman. Suddenly he looked up at his brother. "Why, what are you chuckling at, Blazes?" "Nothing, lad. Was the fireman very tall?" "That he certainly was, uncommon tall." "Something like me?" said Frank. A gleam of intelligence shot across the boy's face as he stopped and caught his brother by the sleeve, saying earnestly, "It wasn't you, Frank, was it?" "It was, Willie, and right glad am I to have been in such good luck as to save Miss Auberly." Willie grasped his brother's hand and shook it heartily. "You're a brick, Blazes," said he, "and this is your birthday, and I wish you luck and long life, my boy. You'll do me credit yet, if you go on as you've begun. Now I'll go right away back and tell mother. Won't she be fit to burst?" "But what about your message to the relation in the city?" inquired Frank. "That relation is yourself, and here's the message, in the shape of a pair of socks from mother, knitted with her own hands. And, by the way, that reminds me, how came you to be at the fire last night? It's a long way from your station." "I've been changed recently," said Frank. "Poor Grove was badly hurt about the loins at a fire in New Bond Street last week, and I have been sent to take his place. So I'm at the King Street station now. But I have something more to tell you before you go, lad, so walk with me a bit farther." Willie consented, and Frank related to him his conversation with Mr Auberly in reference to himself. "I thought of asking leave and running out this afternoon to tell you, so it's as well we have met, as it will. Why, what are you chuckling at, Willie?" The question was put in consequence of the boy's eyes twinkling and his cheeks reddening in suppressed merriment. "Never mind, Blazes, I haven't time to tell you just now. I'll tell you some other time. So old Auberly wants to see me tomorrow forenoon." "That's what he said to me," returned Frank. "Very good, I'll go. Adieu, Blazes. Farewell." So saying, Willie Willders turned round and went off at a run, chuckling violently. He attempted to whistle once or twice, but his mouth refused to retain the necessary information, so he contented himself with chuckling instead. And it is worthy of record that a small boy was so much engrossed with his own thoughts on this particular occasion that he did not make one observation, bad, good, or indifferent, to anyone during his walk home. He even received a question from a boy smaller than himself as to whether his mother knew he was out, without making any reply, and passed innumerable policemen without even a thought of vengeance. "Let me see," said he, muttering to himself as he paused beside the Marble Arch at Hyde Park, and leaned his head against the railings of that structure. "Mr Auberly has been and ordered 2 boys to be sent to him tomorrow forenoon. Ha! The chuckling got the better of him here. Very good. And my mother has ordered one of the boys to go, while a tall fireman has ordered the other. Now, the question is, which of the two boys am I? The one or t'other? Ha! Well, of course, both of the boys will go. They can't help it. There's no getting over that. But then, which of them will get the situation? There's a scruncher for you, Mr. Auberly. You'll have to fill your house with tar and turpentine, and set fire to it over again, before you'll throw light on that pint. Suppose I should go in for both situations. It might be managed. The first boy could take a well-paid situation as a clerk, and the second boy might go in for a night watchman at a bank. Chuckling again interrupted the flow of thought. Perhaps the two situations might be got in the same place of business. That would be handy. Oh, if one of the boys could only be a girl, what a lark that would... He was interrupted at this point by a shoeblack, who remarked to his companion, "I say, Bob, 'ere's a lark. 'Ere's a feller been out got no bedlam and larfin' at nuffink fit to burst hisself." So Willie resumed his walk with a chuckle that fully confirmed the member of the Black Brigade in his opinion. He went home chuckling, and went to bed chuckling, without informing his mother of the cause of his mirth. Chuckling, he arose on the following morning, and chuckling still, went at noon to Beverly Square, where he discovered Mr. Auberly standing, gaunt and forlorn, in the midst of the ruins of his once elegant mansion. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Xena Blue. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 6. "Well, boy, what do you want? Have you anything to say to me?" Mr. Auberly turned sharp round on Willie, whose gaze had gone beyond the length of simple curiosity. In fact, he was awestruck at the sight of such a very tall and very dignified man, standing so grimly in the midst of such dreadful devastation. "Please, sir, I was sent to you, sir, by—" "Oh, you're the boy, the son of—that is to say, you were sent to me by your mother," said Mr. Auberly with a frown. "Well, sir," replied Willie, hesitating, I was sent by—" "Ah, I see," interrupted Mr. Auberly with a smile that was meant to be gracious. "You were sent by a fireman. You are not you're the other boy." Poor Willie, being of a powerfully risible nature, found it hard to contain himself on hearing his own words of the previous evening re-echoed thus unexpectedly. His face became red, and he took refuge in blowing his nose, during which process, having observed the smile on Mr. Auberly's face, he resolved to be the other boy. "Yes, sir," he said, looking up modestly. "I was sent by a fireman. I am the other boy." Mr. Auberly smiled again grimly, and said that the fireman was a brave fellow, and that he had saved his daughter's life, and that he was very glad to do anything that lay in his power for him, and that he understood that Willie was the fireman's brother, to which the boy replied that he was. "Well, then, come this way," continued Mr. Auberly, leading Willie into the library of the adjoining house, which his friend had put at his disposal, and seating himself at a writing table. "You want a situation of some sort, clerkship, I suppose?" Willie admitted that his ambition soared to that tremendous height. "Let me see," muttered Mr. Auberly, taking up a pen and beginning to write. "Yes, she will help me. What is your name, boy?" "Willie, sir." "Just so, William. And your surname, your other name?" "Willders, sir." Mr Auberly started, and looked Willie full in the eyes. Willie, feeling that he was playing a sort of double part without being able to avoid it, grew red in the face. "What did you say, boy?" "Willders," replied Willie stoutly. "Then you're not the other boy," said Mr Auberly, laying down his pen and regarding Willie with a frown. "Please, sir," replied Willie, with a look of meekness which was mingled with a feeling of desperation, for his desire to laugh was strong upon him. "Please, sir, I don't rightly know which boy I am." Mr Auberly paused for a moment. "Boy, you're a fool." "Thank'ee, sir," said Willie. This reply went a long way in Mr Auberly's mind to prove the truth of his assertion. "Answer me, boy," said Mr Auberly, with an impressive look and tone. "Were you sent here by a fireman?" "Yes, sir," replied Willie. "What is his name?" "Same as mine, sir, Willders." Of course," said Mr Auberly, a little confused at having put such an unnecessary question. "Does your mother know you're here?" This brought the slang phrase, "Does the mother know you're out?" so forcibly to the boy's mind, that he felt himself swell internally, and had recourse again to his pocket handkerchief as a safety valve. "Yes, sir," said he, on recovering his composure. "Arter I saw Blazes Frank, I mean, that's my brother, sir, I goes right away home to bed. I stops with my mother, sir, and she saw me come off here this morning, sir. She knows I was comin' here." "Of course, yes, I see," muttered Mr Auberly, again taking up his pen. "I see, yes, same name. Strange coincidence, though. But, after all, there are many of that name in London. I suppose the other boy will be here shortly. Very odd indeed." "Please, sir," observed Willie in a gentle tone, "you said I was the other boy, sir?" Mr Auberly seemed a little annoyed at his muttered words being thus replied to, yet he condescended to explain that there was another boy of the same name whom he expected to see that morning. "Oh, then there's another boy, sir?" said Willie with a look of interest. "Hold your tongue," said Mr Auberly in a short voice. "You're a fool. You're much too fond of speaking. I advise you to keep your tongue quieter if you wish to get on in life." Willie once more sought relief in his pocket handkerchief, while his patron indited and sealed an epistle, which he addressed to Miss Tippet, No. 6, Poorthing Lane, Beverly Square. "Here, boy, take this to the lady to whom it is addressed. The lane is at the opposite corner of the square, and wait an answer." "Am I to bring the answer back to you, sir?" asked Willie with much humility. "No, the answer is for yourself," said Mr Auberly testily. "And hark'ee, boy, you need not trouble me again. That note will get you all you desire." "Thank you, sir," said Willie, making a bow and preparing to retire. "But, please, sir, I don't very well know, that is to say, ahem." "Well, boy?" said the patron sternly. "Excuse me, sir, I can't help it, you know, but please, sir, I wish to explain about that other boy. No, that's me, but the other boy, you know." "Begone, boy!" cried Mr Auberly, in a voice so stern that Willie found himself next moment in the street, along which he ran, chuckling worse than ever. A little reflection might have opened Mr Auberly's eyes to the truth in regard to Willie, but a poor relation was to him a disagreeable subject of contemplation, and he possessed the faculty, in an eminent degree, of dismissing it altogether from his mind. Having care enough on his mind at that time, poor man, he deliberately cast the confusion of the two boys out of his thoughts, and gave himself up to matters more interesting and personal. We may add here that Mrs Willders was faithful to her promise, and never more addressed her brother-in-law by word or letter. When Willie afterwards told her and Frank of the absurdity of his interview, and of the violent manner in which Mr Auberly had dismissed him when he was going to explain about the other boy, his mother thought it best to let things rest as they stood. Yet she often wondered in her own quiet way what Mr Auberly would think of her and of the non-appearance of the other boy, and she felt convinced that if he only put things together he must come to understand that Willie and Frank were her sons. But Mrs Willders did not know the before-mentioned happy facility which her kinsman possessed of forgetting poor relations, so, after wondering on for a time, she ceased to think or wonder about it at all. End of Chapter 6 by Zena Blue. Chapter number 7 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zena Blue. Fighting the Flames by R.M. BALLANTYNE. Chapter 7. Thoughts in Regard to Men. Miss Emelina Tippet was a maiden lady of pleasing countenance and exceedingly uncertain age. She was a poor member of a poor branch of an aristocratic family, and feeling an unconquerable desire to breathe, if not the pure, unadulterated atmosphere of Beverly Square, at least as much of it as was compatible with a very moderate income, she rented a small house in a very dark and dismal lane leading out of that great centre of refinement. It is true that Beverly Square was not exactly the West End, but there are many degrees of West Endiness, so to speak, in the western neighbourhood of London, and this square was, in the opinion of Miss Tippet, the West Endiest place she knew, because there dwelt in it not only a very genteel and uncommonly rich portion of the community, but several of her own aristocratic, though distant, relations, among whom was Mr Auberly. The precise distance of the relationship between them had never been defined, and all records bearing on it having been lost in the mists of antiquity, it could not now be ascertained, but Miss Tippet laid claim to the relationship, and as she was an obliging, good-humoured, chatty, and musical lady, Mr Auberly admitted the claim. Miss Tippet's only weakness, for she was indeed a most estimable woman, was a tendency to allow rank and position to weigh too much in her esteem. She had also a sensitive abhorrence of everything low and vulgar, which would have been, of course, a very proper feeling had she not fallen into the mistake of considering humble birth lowness, and want of polish vulgarity, a mistake which is often, sometimes even wilfully, made by persons who consider themselves much wiser than Miss Tippet, but who are not wise enough to see a distinct shade of true vulgarity in their own sentiments. The dark, dismal lane, named Poor Thing Lane, besides forming an asylum for decayed and would-be aristocrats, and a vestibule, as it were, to Beverly Square, was a convenient retreat for sundry greengrocers and public-house keepers and small tradespeople, who supplied the densely peopled surrounding district, and even some of the inhabitants of Beverly Square itself, with the necessities of life. It was also a thoroughfare for the gay equipages of the square, which passed through it daily on their way to and from the adjoining stables, thereby endangering the lives of precocious babies who could crawl, but could not walk away from home, as well as affording food for criticism and scandal, not to mention the leaving behind of a species of second-hand odour of gentility, such as coachmen and footmen can give forth. Miss Tippet's means being small, she rented a proportionately small residence, consisting of 2 floors, which were the upper portion of a house, whose ground floor was a toy shop. The owner of the toy shop, David Boone, was Miss Tippet's landlord, but not the owner of the tenement. He rented the whole, and sublet the upper portion. Miss Tippet's parlour windows commanded a near view of the lodging opposite, into every corner and crevice of which she could have seen, had not the windows been encrusted in impenetrable dirt. Her own domestic arrangements were concealed from view by small green Venetian blinds which rose from below and met the large Venetians which descended from above. The good lady's bedroom windows in the upper floor commanded a near view, much too near, of a stack of chimneys, between which and another stack, farther over, she had a glimpse of part of the gable end of a house, and the topmost bough of a tree in Beverly Square. It was this prospect into paradise, terrestrially speaking, that influenced Miss Tippet in the choice of her abode. When William Willders reached the small door of number 6, Poorthing Lane, and raised his hand to knock, the said door opened as if it had been trained to admit visitors of its own accord, and Miss Matty Marian issued forth, followed by a bright, blue-eyed girl of about 12 years of age. "Well, boy, was ye comin' here?" inquired Matty, as the lad stepped aside to let them pass. "Yes, I was. Does Miss Tippet live here?" "She does, boy. What do ye want with her?" "I want to see her, young 'ooman. So you'd better cut up away, and tell her a gentleman requests a few words private conversation with her." The little girl laughed at this speech, and Matty, addressing William as a dirty spalpeen, said he had better go with her to a shop first, and she'd then take him back and introduce him to Miss Tippet. "You see, I can't let ye and all be here alone, cushla, for what would the neighbours say, you know? I'm only going to the toy shop, and won't kape ye a minute, for Miss Emma don't take long to her bargains." Willie might probably have demurred to this delay, but on hearing that the blue-eyed girl wanted to make purchases, he at once agreed to the proposal, and followed them into the toy shop. David Boone, who stepped out of the back shop to serve them, was, if we may say so, very unlike his trade. A grave, tall, long-legged, long-nosed, raw-boned, melancholy-looking creature such as he, might have been an undertaker, or a mute, or a sexton, or a policeman, or a horse guardsman, or even a lawyer; but it was the height of impropriety to have him a toy shopman, and whoever did it had no notion whatever of the fitness of things. One could not resist the idea that his clumsy legs would certainly upset the slender wooden toys with which the floor and counters were covered, and his fingers seemed made to break things. The figure of Punch, which hung from the ceiling, appeared inclined to hit him as he passed to and fro, and the pretty little dolls, with the sweet pink faces, and very flaxen hair, and cerulean blue eyes, were evidently laughing at him. Nevertheless, David Boone was a kind-hearted man, very fond of children, and extremely unlike, in some respects, what people imagined him at first sight to be. "Well, Miss Ward, what can I supply you with to-day?" said he blandly. "Please, Mr Boone, I want a slate and a piece of slate pencil." Emma looked up with a sweet smile at the tall shopman, who looked down upon her with grave benignity as he produced the articles required. "Do you kape turpentine?" said Matty, as they were about to quit the shop. Boone started, and said almost testily, "No, I don't. Why do you ask?" "Sure, there's no sin in askin'," replied Matty in surprise at the man's changed manner. Of course not," rejoined Boone with a slight look of confusion, as he made a sudden assault with his pocket handkerchief on the cat, which was sleeping innocently in the window. "Get out o' that, you brute! You're always a goin' on the winder capsizin' things. There! You been and sat on the face o' that 'ere wax doll till you a'most melted it. Out o' that with you! No, Miss Marian," he added, turning to the girl with his wonted urbanity, "I don't keep turpentine, and I was only surprised you should ask for it in a toy shop. But you'll get it of Mr White next door. I don't believe there's anythink in the world he can't supply to his customers." David Boone bowed them out, and then re-entered the back shop, shaking his head slowly from side to side. "I don't like it. I don't even like to think of it, Gorman," he said, to a big low-browed man who sat smoking his pipe beside the little fireplace, the fire in which was so small that its smoke scarcely equalled in volume that of the pipe he smoked. "No, I don't like it, and I won't do it." Well, you can please yourself," said Gorman, knocking the ashes out of his pipe, and placing it in his vest pocket as he rose and buttoned his thick pea jacket up to the chin. But I'll tell you what it is, if you are a descendant of the hunter of the far west that you boast so much about, it's precious little of his pluck that you've got, and so I'll tell 'ee to your face, David Boone, all I've got to say, that you'd better be wise and take my advice and think better of it." So saying, Gorman went out and slammed the door after him. Meanwhile, Miss Matty Merryon, having purchased a small phial of turpentine, returned to number 6 and ushered Willie Willders into the presence of her mistress. Miss Emelina Tippet was neither tall nor stiff, nor angular nor bony. On the contrary, she was little and plump, and not bad looking. And people often wondered why Miss Tippet was Miss Tippet, and was not Mrs. somebody else. Whatever the reason was, Miss Tippet never divulged it, so we won't speculate about it here. "A note, boy, for Mr Auberly!" exclaimed Miss Tippet, with a beaming smile. "Give it to me. Thank you." She opened it and read attentively, while Master Willie glanced around the parlour and took mental notes. Miss Emma Ward sat down on a stool in the window, ostensibly to do sums, but really to draw faces, all of which bore a strong caricatured resemblance to Willie, at whom she glanced slyly over the top of her slate. Matty remained standing at the door to hear what the note was about. She did not pretend to busy herself about anything. There was no subterfuge in Matty. She had been Miss Tippet's confidential servant before entering the service of Mr Auberly, and her extremely short stay in Beverly Square had not altered that condition. She had come to feel that she had a right to know all Miss Tippet's affairs, and so waited for information. "Ah!" exclaimed Miss Tippet, still reading. "Yes, get him a situation in your brother's office." "Oh, certainly, I'll be sure to get that. He seems smart. I might always say yes, well." "Boy," said Miss Tippet, turning suddenly to Willie, "your name is William Willders, I believe?" "Yes, ma'am." "Well, William, Mr Auberly, my relative, asked me to get you into my brother's what's his name office. Of course, I shall be happy to try. I am always extremely happy to do anything for yes, I suppose of course you can write, and what do you call it, count? You can do arithmetic?" "Yes, ma'am," replied Willie. "And you can spell, eh? I hope you can spell Edward, I mean Thomas, or is it William?" Miss Tippet looked at Willie so earnestly, and put this question in tones so solemn, that he was much impressed, and felt as if all his earthly hopes hung on his reply, so he admitted that he could spell. "Good," continued Miss Tippet. "You are, I suppose, in rather poor circumstances. Is your father poor?" "He's dead, ma'am. Was drowned." "Oh! Shocking! That's very sad. Was your mother drowned too?" "No, ma'am. She's alive and well. At least she's well for her, but she ain't over strong. That's why I want to get work, that I may help her, and she wants me to be a clerk in an office, but I'd rather be a fireman. You couldn't make me a fireman, could you, ma'am?" At this point Willie caught Miss Ward gazing intently at him over the top of her slate, so he threw her into violent confusion by winking at her. "No, boy, I can't make you a fireman. Strange wish. Why do you want to be one?" "'Cause it's such jolly fun," replied Willie, with real enthusiasm. "Regular bangin', crashin' sort o' work, and good as fightin' any day. And my brother Frank's a fireman. Such a one, too, you've no notion. 6'4" he is, and strong as oh, why, ma'am, he could take you up in one hand, ma'am, twirl you round his head like an old hat. He was at the fire at Beverly Square last night." This speech was delivered with such vehemence, contained so many objectionable sentiments, and involved such a dreadful supposition in regard to the treatment of Miss Tippet's person, that the worthy lady was shocked beyond all expression. The concluding sentence, however, diverted her thoughts. "Ah! Was he indeed at that sad fire? And did he help to put it out?" "Sure, and he did more than that," exclaimed Matty, regarding the boy with sudden interest. "If that was your brother that saved Miss Loo, he's a rale man." "Saved Loo!" cried Miss Tippet. "Was it your brother that saved Loo?" "Yes, ma'am, it was." Bless him, he's a noble fellow, and I have a great pleasure in taking you by the hand for his sake." Miss Tippet suited the action to the word, and seized Willie's hand, which she squeezed warmly. Matty Merryon, with tears in her eyes, embraced him, and said that she only wished she had the chance of embracing his brother too. Then they all said he must stay to lunch, as it was about lunch time, and Miss Tippet added that he deserved to have been born in a higher position in life. At least his brother did, which was the same thing, for he was a true what's-his-name, who ought to be crowned with thingamajigs. Emma, who had latterly been looking at Willie with deepening respect, immediately crowned him with laurels on the slate, and then Matty rushed away for the lunch tray, rejoicing in the fire that had sent her back so soon to the old mistress whom she never wanted to leave. That had afforded scope for the display of such heroism, and had brought about altogether such an agreeable state of unwonted excitation. Just as the party were on the point of sitting down to luncheon, the street door knocker was applied to the door with an extremely firm touch. "Miss Deemas!" exclaimed Miss Tippet. "Oh, I'm so glad! Rush, Matty!" Matty rushed, and immediately there was a sound on the wooden passage as of a gentleman with heavy boots. A moment later, and Matty ushered in a very tall, broad-shouldered, strapping lady, if we may venture to use that expression in reference to one of the fair sex. Miss Deemas was a sort of human eagle. She had an eagle eye, an aquiline nose, an eagle flounce, and an eagle heart. Going up to Miss Tippet, she put a hand on each of her shoulders, and stooping down, pecked her, so to speak, on each cheek. "How are you, my dear?" said Miss Deemas, not by any means tenderly, but much in the tone in which one would expect to have one's money or one's life demanded. "Quite well, dear Julia, and so glad to see you. It's so good of you to take me by surprise this way. Just at lunch time, too. Another plate and knife, Matty. This is a little boy, a friend, not exactly a friend, but a thingamy, you know." "No, I don't know, Emelina. What is the precise thingamy you refer to this time?" said the uncompromising and matter-of-fact Miss Deemas. "You're so particular, dear Julia," replied Miss Tippet with a little sigh. "Oh, what's is an protege, you know." "Indeed," said Miss Deemas, regarding Willie with a severe frown, as if in her estimation all proteges were necessarily villains. "Yes, dear Julia, and would you believe it, that this boy's brother-in-law—" "Brother, ma'am," interrupted Willie. "Yes, brother actually saved my darling's life last night at the thing in Beverly Square." "What darling's life, and what thing in Beverly Square?" demanded Miss Deemas. "What! Have you not heard of the fire last night in Beverly Square? My relative, James Auberly, living there with his family, all burnt to ashes, and my sweet Lou, too. What's his name was brought, and a brave fireman went up it, through fire and water and smoke. Young Auberly went up before him and fell. Heat and suffocation, and saved her in his arms, and his name is Frank, and he's this little boy's brother-in-law." To this brief summary, given with much excitement, Miss Deemas listened with quiet composure, and then said with grim sarcasm, and very slowly, "Let me see. There was a fire in Beverly Square last night, and James Auberly, living there with his family, were all burned to ashes." Miss Tippet here interrupted with, "No, no," but her stern friend, imposing silence with an eagle look, continued, "All burned to ashes, and also your sweet Lou. A what's-his-name having been brought, a brave fireman goes up it, and apparently never comes down again, burned to ashes also, I fancy. But young Auberly, who went up before him, and fell, heat and suffocation being the result, saved someone's named her in his arms, his name being Frank, owing no doubt to his having been rebaptized, for ever since I knew him he has been named Frederick, and he is this boy's brother-in-law." By way of putting an extremely fine point on her sarcasm, Miss Deemas turned to Willie with a very condescending air, and said, "Pray, when did your sister marry Mr. Frederick Auberly?" Willie, with a face of meekness that can only be likened to that of a young turtle-dove, replied, "Please, ma'am, it isn't my sister as has married Mr. Auberly, but it's my brother, Frank Willders, as hopes to marry Miss Lou Auberly on account of having saved her life, when she comes of age, ma'am." Miss Deemas stood aghast, or rather sat aghast, on receiving this reply, and scanned Willie's face with one of her most eagle glances. But that small piece of impudence wore an expression of weak good nature, and winked its eyes with the humility of a subdued pup, while Miss Tippet looked half horrified and half amused. Matty grinned, and Emma squeaked through her nose. "Boy," said Miss Deemas severely, "your looks belie you." "Yes, ma'am," answered Willie. "My mother said I wasn't half so bad as I looked, and she's aware that I'm absent from home." At this point Willie allowed a gleam of intelligence to shoot across his face, and he winked to Emma, who thereupon went into private convulsions in her handkerchief. "Emmelina," said Miss Deemas solemnly, "let me warn you against that boy. He is a bad specimen of a bad sex. He is a precocious type of that base, domineering, proud, and perfidious creature that calls itself Lord of Creation, and which, in virtue of its superior physical power, takes up every position in life worth having, except that of wife and mother," meekly suggested Miss Tippet. "Worth having," repeated the Eagle sternly, as if the position of wife and mother were not worth having. "Worth having, and leaves nothing for poor, weak-bodied, though not weak-minded woman to do, except sew and teach brats. Bah! I hate men, and they hate me. I know it, and I would not have it otherwise. I wish they had never been made. I wish there had been none in the world but women. What a blessed world it would have been then!" Miss Deemas hit the table with her hand in a masculine manner, so forcibly that the plates and glasses rattled. Then she resumed, for she was now on a favourite theme, and was delivering a lecture to a select audience. "But mark you, I'm not going to be put down by men. I mean to fight them with their own weapons. I mean to—" She paused suddenly at this point, and descending from her platform, advised Miss Tippet to dismiss the boy at once. Poor Miss Tippet prepared to do so. She was completely under the power of Miss Deemas, whom, strange to say, she loved dearly. She really believed that they agreed with each other on most points, although it was quite evident that they were utterly opposed to each other in everything. Wherein the bond lay no philosopher could discover. Possibly it lay in the fact that they were absolute extremes, and, in verification of the proverb, had met. Be this as it may, a note was quickly written to her brother, Thomas Tippet, Esquire, which was delivered to Willie, with orders to take it the following evening to London Bridge, in the neighbourhood of which Mr Tippet dwelt and carried on his business. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Zena Blue. Chapter 8 of Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zena Blue. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 8. In the afternoon of the following day, Willie set off to the city in quest of Mr. Thomas Tippet. Having to pass the King Street fire station, he resolved to look in on his brother. The folding doors of the engine-house were wide open, and the engine itself, clean and businesslike, with its brass-work polished bright, stood ready for instant action. Two of the firemen were conversing at the open door, while several others could be seen lounging about inside. In one of the former, Willie recognised the strong man who had collared him on a well-remembered occasion. "Please, sir," said Willie, going up to him, "is Frank Willders inside?" "Why, youngster," said Dale, laying his hand on Willie's head, "ain't you the boy that pulled our bell for a lark the other night?" "Yes, sir, I am, but you let me off, you know, so I hope you won't bear me ill will now." "That depends on how you behave in the future," said Dale with a laugh. "But what do you want with Mr. Frank Willders?" "I want to see him. He's my brother." "Oh, indeed! You'll find him inside." Willie entered the place with feelings of interest, for his respect for firemen had increased greatly since he had witnessed their recent doings at the Beverly Square fire. He found his brother writing at the little desk that stood in the window, while 5 or 6 of his comrades were chatting by the fire, and a group in a corner were playing draughts, and spinning yarns of their old experiences. All assisted in loading the air with tobacco smoke. The round cloth caps worn by the men gave them such a more sailor-like and much less fireman-like appearance than helmets, which, with their respective hatchets, hung on the walls, rendering the apartment somewhat like a cavalry guard-room. This change in the headpiece, and the removal of the hatchet, was the only alteration in their costume in what may be styled times of peace. In other respects they were at all times accoutred, in readiness to commence instant battle with the flames. "Hallo, Blazes! How are ye?" said Willie, touching his brother on the shoulder. "That you, Willie?" said Frank, without looking up from his work. "Where away now?" "Come to tell ye there's a fire," said Willie with a serious look. What do you mean?" asked Frank, looking at his brother as if he half believed he was in earnest. "I mean what I say, a fire here," said Willie, solemnly striking his breast with a clenched fist. "Here in Hart Street, Buzzum Square, ragin' like a fury, and all the ingines of the fire brigade, including the float, couldn't put it out, no, nor even so much as squeanch it." "Then it's of no use our turning out, I suppose," said Frank with a smile, as he wiped his pen. "What set it alight, lad?" "A wax doll with flaxen hair and blue eyes," answered Willie. "Them's the things as all long done for me. When I was a boy I falled in love with a new wax doll every other day. Not that I ever owned one myself. I only took a squint at 'em in toy shop winders, and they always had flaxen hair and blue peepers. Now that I become a man, I've been a falled in love with a livin' wax doll, and she's got flaxen hair and blue eyes. Moreover, she draws." "Draws, boy! What does she draw? Corks?" inquires Frank. "No," replied Willie, with a look of supreme contempt. "Nothing so low. She draws faces and pictures like a schoolmaster. And," added Willie, with a sigh, "she has been and drawed all the spirit out of this here bosom." "She must have left a good lot of combustible matter behind. However, if there's such a fire raging in it, who may this pretty fire raiser be?" "Her name is Emma Ward, and she belongs to a Miss Tippet, to whom she's related somehow, but I don't know where she got her, nor who's her parents. The same Miss Tippet is some sort of relation of Mr Auberly, who sent me to her with a note, and she has sent me with another note to her brother near London Bridge, who I suppose will send me with another note to somebody else, so I'm on my way down to see him. I thought I'd look in to ask after you in passin', and cheer you on to duty." A violent fit of somewhat noisy coughing from one of the men at the fireplace attracted Willie's attention at this point in the conversation. "What a noisy feller you are, Corney," remarked one of the men. "Faix," retorted Corney, "it's noisy you'd be too av ye had the cowld in your chist that I have. Sure, an' if ye'd been out 5 times in wan night, as I was on Widsnay last, wid the branch o' howld in a smoke as you'd choke Baxmore hisself. An' it's well known he can stand a'most anything, not to spake o' the hose bustin' right betune my 2 feet." "Come, come, Paddy," said Dale, interrupting, "don't try to choke us, now. You know very well that one of the fires was only a cutaway affair. 2 were chimneys, and 1 was a false alarm." "True for ye!" cried Corney, who had a tendency to become irascible in argument, or while defending himself. "True for ye, Mr Dale, but they was alarms for all that, false or true, was they not, now? Anyhow, they alarmed me out o' me bed 5 times in a night as cowld as the polar ragions, and last time was a rale case o' flats burnt out, and 4 hours' work in iced wather." There was a general laugh at this point, followed by several coughs and sneezes, for the men were all more or less afflicted with colds, owing to the severity of the weather and frequency of the fires that had occurred at that time. "There's some of us can sing chorus to Corney," observed one of the group. "I never saw such weather, and it seems to me that the worse the weather the more the fires, as if they got 'em up on purpose to kill us." "Bill Moxey!" cried another, "you're always giving out some truism with a face like Solomon." "Well, Jack Williams," retorted Moxey, "it's more than I can say of you, for you never say anything worth listening to, and you couldn't look like Solomon if you was ever to try ever so much. You're too stupid for that." "I say, lads," cried Frank Willders, "what d'ye say to send along to the doctor for another bottle o' cough mixture, same as the first?" This proposal was received with a general laugh. "He'll not send us more o' that tipple, you may depend," said Williams. "No, not av we most dying," said Corney, with a grin. "What was it?" asked Williams. "Didn't you hear about it?" inquired Moxey. "Oh, to be sure not. You were in hospital after you got run over by the Baker Street engine. Tell 'em about it, Corney. It was you that asked the doctor, wasn't it, for another bottle?" Corney was about to speak when a young fireman entered the room with his helmet hanging on his arm. "Is it go on?" he inquired, looking round. "No, it's go back, young Rags," replied Baxmore, as he refilled his pipe. "It was only a chimney, so you're not wanted." "Can any o' you fillers lend me a bit of tobaccy?" asked Rags. "I forgot to fetch mine." "Here you are," said Dale, offering him a piece of twist. "Hain't ye got a hard baccy for the tooth?" said Rags. "Will that do?" asked Frank Willders, cutting off a piece from a plug of Cavendish. "Thank ye. Good afternoon." Young Rags put the quid in his cheek, and went away humming a tune. In explanation of the above incident, it is necessary to tell the reader that when a fire occurred in any part of London at the time of which we write, the fire station nearest to it at once sent out its engines and men, and telegraphed to the then head or centre station at Watling Street. London was divided into 4 districts, each district containing several fire stations, and being presided over by a foreman. From Watling Street the news was telegraphed to the foremen's stations, whence it was transmitted to the stations of their respective districts, so that in a few minutes after the breaking out of a fire the fact was known to firemen all over London. As we have said, the stations nearest to the scene of conflagration turned out engines and men, but the other stations furnished a man each. Thus machinery was set in motion which moved, as it were, the whole metropolis, and while the engines were going to the fire at full speed, single men were setting out from every point of the compass to walk to it, with their sailors' caps on their heads and their helmets on their arms. And this took place in the case of every alarm of fire, because fire is an element that will not brook delay, and it does not do to wait to ascertain whether it is worth while to turn out such a force of men for it or not. In order, however, to prevent this unnecessary assembling of men when the fire was found to be trifling, or when, as was sometimes the case, it was a false alarm, the fireman in charge of the engine that arrived first at once sent a man back to the station with a stop, that is, with an order to telegraph to the central station that the fire turns out to be only a chimney or a false alarm, and that all hands who have started from the distant stations may be stopped. The stop was at once telegraphed to the foreman, from whom it was passed, just as the call had been to the outlying stations, and the second telegram might arrive within a quarter of an hour of the first. Of course the man from each station had set out before that time, and the stop was too late for him, but it was his duty to call at the various fire stations he happened to pass on the way, where he soon found out whether he was to go on or go back. If no telegram had been received, he went on to the fire, sometimes walking 4 or 5 miles to it, at not less than 4 miles an hour. On coming up to the scene of conflagration, he put on his helmet, thrust his cap into the breast of his coat, and reported himself to the chief of the fire brigade, who was usually on the spot, or to the foreman in command, and found, probably, that he had arrived just in time to be of great service in the way of relieving the men who first attacked the flames. If, on the other hand, he found that the stop had been telegraphed, he turned back before having gone much more than a mile from his own station, and so went quietly home to bed. In the days of which we write, the effective and beautiful system of telegraphy which now exists had not been applied to the fire stations of London, and the system of stops and calls, although in operation, was carried out much less promptly and effectively by means of messengers. Some time before the entrance of Willie Willders into the King Street station, the engine had been turned out to a fire close at hand, which proved to be only a chimney on fire, which was put out by means of a hand pump and a bucket of water, while Moxey was sent back with the stop to the station. The affair was over and almost forgotten, and the men had resumed their pipes as we have seen, when young Rags entered and was told to go back. Apologizing for this necessary digression, we returned to Joe Corney. "The fact was," he said, "that we had a fearful time of it that winter, blowing great guns and snow nearly every night, and what with heat at the fires and cold in the streets, and hot wather pouring on us at one minute and freezing on us the next, a'most every man jack of us was coughing and sneezing and watherin' so bad at our eyes and noses, that I do belave if we'd held them over the suction pipes we might have filled the ingines without throublin' the mains at all. So the doctor he said, says he, 'Lads, I'll send ye a bottle o' stuff as'll put ye right,' and sure enough, down comes the bottle that night when we was smokin' our pipes just afther roll call. It turned out to be the best midicine ever was. 'Musha,' says I, 'here's the top o' the mornin' to ye, boys.' Baxmore he smacks his lips when he tastes it, opens his eyes, tosses off the glass, and holds it out for another. 'Howld on, fair play!' cried Jack Williams. So we all had a glass round. It was just like lemonade or ginger beer, it was. So we sat down and smoked our pipes over it, and spun yarns and sung songs. In fact, we made a jollification of it, and when we got up to turn in there weren't a drop left in the bottle." "You better go to the doctor for another bottle," says Moxey, as he went out. "I will," says I. "I'll go in the mornin'." Sure enough, away I goes in the mornin' to Dr. Offley. "Doctor," says I, holdin' out the bottle, "we all think our colds are much the better o' this here midicine, and I've comed, av ye please, for another o' the same." "Musha, but ye should ha' seen the rage he goes off into. 'Finished it all?' says he. 'Every drop?' 'Doctor,' says I, 'an' one sittin'.' At that he stamped and swore at me, and ordered me away as if I'd been a poor relation, an' says he, 'I'll send ye a bottle to night as'll cure ye.' Sure he did. The second bottle would have poisoned a rat. It lasted us all 6 months, and I do belave you'll find most of it in the cupboard at this minute av ye look." "Come, Willie," said Frank, while the men were laughing at the remembrance of this incident, "I'm going down your way, and will give you a convoy. We can take a look in at the gymnastics as we pass, if you choose." "All right, Blazes, come along." So saying, they left the station, and set off at a brisk pace in the direction of the city. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Zena Blue. Chapter 9 of Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zena Blue. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 9. As the brothers drew near to the busy region of the city, which lies to the north of London Bridge, Frank turned aside into one of the narrow streets that diverge from the main thoroughfare. "Where are you going?" inquired Willie. "There was a fire here last night," said Frank. "I went to have a look at the damage." "A fire!" exclaimed Willie. Why, blazes, it strikes me there's been more fires than usual last night in London." "Only 2, lad." "Only 2! How many would you have?" asked Willie with a laugh. "Don't you know," said Frank, "that we have about 4 fires every night? Sometimes more, sometimes fewer. Of course we don't all of us turn out to them, but some of the brigade turn out to that number, on an average, every night of the year." "Are you joking, Frank?" "Indeed I am not. I wish with all my heart I could say that I was joking. It's a fact, boy. You know I have not been long in the force, yet I've gone to as many as 6 fires in one night, and we often go to 2 or 3. The one we are going to see the remains of just now was too far from us for our engine to turn out, but we got the call to send a man on, and I was sent. When I arrived and reported myself to Mr Braidwood, the 2 top floors were burnt out, and the fire was nearly got under. There were 3 engines, and the men were up on the window sills of the 2nd floor with the branches, playing on the last of the flames, while the men of the salvage corps were getting the furniture out of the 1st floor. Conductor Brown was there with his escape, and had saved a whole family from the top floor just before I arrived. He had been changed from his old station at the West End that very day. He's a wonderful fellow, that conductor. Many a life he has saved. But, indeed, the same may be said of most of the men in the force, especially the old hands. Here we are, lad. This is the house." Frank stopped, as he spoke, in front of a ruined tenement, or rather, in front of the gap which was now strewn with the charred and blackened debris of what had once been a house. The street in which it stood was a narrow, mean one, inhabited by a poor, and, to judge from appearance, a dissipated class. The remains of the house were guarded by policemen, while a gang of men were engaged in digging among the ruins, which still smoked a little here and there. "What are they digging for?" asked Willie. "I fear they are looking for dead bodies. The house was let to lodgers, and swarmed with people. At first it was thought they all were saved, but just before I was ordered home after the fire was got under, someone said that an old man and his grandchild were missing. I suppose they're looking for them now." On inquiring of a policeman, however, Frank learned that the remains of the old man and his grandchild had already been found, and that they were searching for the bodies of others who were missing. A little beyond the spot where the fire had occurred, a crowd was gathered round a man who stood on a chair haranguing them, with apparently considerable effect, for ever and anon his observations were received with cries of "Hear, hear!" and laughter. Going along the middle of the narrow street, in order to avoid the smell of the old clothes shops and pawnbrokers, as well as the risk of contact with their wares, Frank and Willie elbowed their way through the crowd to within a few yards of the speaker. "What is he?" inquired Frank of a rather dissipated elderly woman. "He is a clown or a acrobat, or something of that sort, in one of the theatres or music halls. He has been burnt out o' his own last night, and is selling off all he has been able to save by hauction." "Come now, ladies and gents," cried the clown, taking up a rather seedy looking greatcoat, which he held aloft with one hand and pointed to it with the other. "Who's a goin' to bid for this 'ere garment? A hextra superfine double drilled Kirschemere greatcoat, fresh from the looms of Tuscany. At least it was fresh on 'em 10 years ago. That was when my grandfather was made Lord Mayor of London, and it's been renewing its youth, the coat, not the Lord Mayor, ever since. It's more glossy, I do assure you, ladies and gents, than when it fust come from the looms, by reason of the pile having worn off, and you'll observe the glossiness is most beautiful and brightest about the elbows and the seams of the back. Who bids for this 'ere venerable garment? 6 bob? Come now, don't all bid at once. Who said 6 bob?" No reply being made to this, except a laugh, the clown, who, by the way, wore a similarly glossy greatcoat with a hat to match, protested that his ears must have deceived him, or his imagination had been whispering hopeful things, which was not unlikely, for his imagination was a very powerful one, when he noticed Frank's tall figure among the crowd. Come now, fireman, this is the wery article you wants. You comed out to buy it, I know, and here it is, by a strange coincidence, ready made to hand. What d'ye bid, 6 bob, or say 5? I know you've got the wife and a large family o' young firemen to keep, so I'll let it go cheap. Perhaps it's too small for you, but that's easy put right. You've only got to slit it up behind the neck, which is an infallible cure for a tight fit, and you can let down the cuffs, which is double, and if it's short you can cut off the collar and sew it onto the skirts. It's waterproof too, and fireproof, patent asbestos. When it's dirty you've got nothing to do but walk into the fire, and it'll come out new. When it's thoroughly wet on the outside, turn it inside out, and there you are, to all appearances dry as bone. What, you won't have it at no price? Well, now, I'll tempt you. I'll make it 2 bob. Say 1, cried a baker, who had been listening to this with a broad grin on his floury countenance. Ladies and gents, cried the clown, drying himself up with dignity, there's an individual in this crowd, I beg pardon, this assemblage, has asked me to say 1. I do say 1, and I say it with melancholy feelings as to the liberality of my species. 1 bob. A feller man has been burnt out of his home and needs ready money to keep him from starvation. Offers his best greatcoat, a hextra superfine double drilled or milled, I forget which, kershimere from the looms of Tuscany, for 1 bob. 1 and 6, muttered an old clothes man with a black cotton sack on his shoulder. 1 and 6, echoed the clown with animation. 1 and 6 bid. 1 and 6. Who said 1 and 7? Was it the gent with the red nose? No. 1 and 6, going at the ridiculously low figure. 1 and 6. Gone, as the old 'ooman who went her cat died of apoplexy. I've never knocked nothing down, not even a skittle, since I joined the Peace Society. Now, ladies and gents, the next thing I've got to hoffer is an armchair. Hand up the armchair, Jim. A very antique piece of furniture was handed up by a little boy, whom Willie recognised as the little boy who had once conversed with him in front of the chocolate shop in Holborn Hill. "Thank you, my son," said the clown, taking the chair with one hand and patting the boy's head with the other. "This, ladies and gents," he added in a parenthetical tone, "is my son. He's been burnt out to house and home too. Now then, who bids for the old armchair? The wery identical armchair that the song was written about. In the embrace of this here chair has sat for generations past the family of the O'Catterleys. That's my name, ladies and gents, at your service. Here sat my great-great-grandfather, who was used to say that his great-grandfather sat in it too. Here sat his son and his son's son, the Lord Mayor's it was, and his son, my father. Ladies and gents, who died in it besides, and whose son now hoffers it to the 'ighest bidder. You'll observe its antiquity, ladies and gents, that its beauty. It's what I may call, in the language of the aristocracy, a harticle of virtu, which means that it's a harticle as is surrounded by virtuous memories in connection with the defunct. Now then, say 5 bob for the old armchair." While the clown was endeavouring to get the chair disposed of, Willie pushed his way to the side of Jim Cattley. "I say, youngster, would you like a cup of chocolate?" began Willie, recalling to the boy their former meeting. Jim, whose face wore a sad and dispirited look, turned angrily and said, "Come, I don't want none of your sauce." "It ain't sauce I'm talking of, it's chocolate," retorted Willie. "But come, Jim, I don't want to bother ye. I'm sorry to see you and your dad such a fix. Have you lost much?" "It's not what we've lost that troubles us," said Jim, softened by Willie's sympathetic tone more than his words. "But Sister Ziza is took bad, and she's a fairy at Drury Lane, and taking her down the fire escape has well nigh killed her. We've got sich a gold damp cellar of a place to put her in that I don't think she'll get better at all. Anyhow, she'll lose her engagement, for she can't make 2 speeches and go up in a silver cloud among the blue fire with the fluenzer, and her 'air all but singed off her 'ead." Jim almost whimpered at this point, and Willie, quitting his side abruptly, went back to Frank, who was still standing, an amused auditor of the clown, and demanded a shilling. "What for, lad?" "Never you mind, Blazes, but give me the bob, and I'll pay you back before the week's out." Frank gave him a shilling, with which he at once turned to Jim, and thrusting it into his hand, said, "There, Jim, your dad's hard up just now. Go you and get physic with that for the fairy. Them fluenzers is ticklish things to play with. Where do you stop?" "Well, you are a queer 'un, thank ye all the same," said Jim, pocketing the shilling. "We got a sort of cellar just 2 doors east of the burnt 'ouse. Why?" "'Cause I'll come and see you, Jim. I like to see a live fairy in plain clothes, with her wings off." The rest of the sentence was cut short by the clown, who, having disposed of the old armchair to a chimney sweep, ordered Jim to "end up another article." At the same moment Frank touched Willie on the shoulder and said, "Let's go, lad. I'll be late, I fear, for the gymnastics." At the period of which we write, the then chief of the London Fire Brigade, Mr Braidwood, had introduced a system of gymnastic training among the firemen, which he had found from experience to be a most useful exercise to fit the men for the arduous work they had to perform. Before going to London to take command of and reorganise the brigade, which then went by the name of the London Fire Engine Establishment, and was in a very unsatisfactory condition, Mr Braidwood had for a long period been chief of the Edinburgh Fire Brigade, which he had brought to a state of great efficiency. Taking the requirements and conditions of the service in Edinburgh into consideration, he had come to the conclusion that the best men for the work in that city were masons, house carpenters, slaters, and such like; but these men, when at their ordinary employments, being accustomed to bring only certain muscles into full play, were found to have a degree of stiffness in their general movements which prevented them from performing their duty as firemen with that ease and celerity which are so desirable. To obviate this evil, he instituted gymnastic exercises, which, by bringing all the muscles of the body into action, and by increasing the development of the frame generally, rendered the men lithe and supple, and in every way more fitted for the performance of duties in which their lives frequently depended on their promptitude and vigour. In addition to these advantages, it was found that those exercises gave the men confidence when placed in certain situations of danger. "For example," writes Mr Braidwood, "a fireman, untrained in gymnastics, on the 3rd or 4th floor of a burning house, with a branch in his hands, who is uncertain as to his means of escape, in the event of his return by the stair being cut off, will be too much concerned about his own safety to render much service, and will certainly not be half so efficient as the experienced gymnast who, with a hatchet and 80 feet of rope at his waist, and a window near him, feels himself in comparative security, knowing that he has the means and the power of lowering himself easily and safely into the street, a knowledge which not only gives him confidence, but enables him to give his undistracted attention to the exigencies of the fire." It was to attend this gymnastic class that Frank now turned aside, and proposed to bid Willie good-bye, but Willie begged to be taken into the room. Frank complied, and the boy soon found himself in an apartment fitted up with all the appliance of a gymnasium, where a number of powerful young men were leaping, vaulting, climbing, and in other ways improving their physical powers. Frank joined them, and for a long time Willie stood in rapt and envious contemplation of the busy scene. At first he could not avoid feeling that there seemed a good deal more of play than business in their doings, but his admiration of the scene deepened when he remembered the bold acts of the firemen at Beverly Square, and recognised some of the faces of the men who had been on duty there, and reflected that these very men, who seemed thus to be playing themselves, would on that very night, in all probability, be called upon to exert these powers sternly and seriously, yet coolly, in the midst of scenes of terror and confusion, and in the face of imminent personal danger. Brooding over these things, Willie, having at length torn himself away, hastened on his pilgrimage to London Bridge. End of chapter 9. Read by Zena Blue. Of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zena Blue. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 10. Difficulties and Dissipations. In a very small office, situate in a very large warehouse, in that great storehouse of the world's wealth, Tooley Street, sat a clerk named Edward Hooper. Among his familiar friends, Edward was better known by the name of Ned. He was seated on top of a tall three-legged stool, which, to judge from the uneasy and restless motions of its occupant, must have been a peculiarly uncomfortable seat indeed. There was a clock on the wall just opposite to Ned's desk, which that young gentleman was in the habit of consulting frequently, very frequently, and comparing with his watch as if he doubted its veracity. This was very unreasonable, for he always found that the two timepieces told the truth, at least that they agreed with each other. Nevertheless, in his own private heart, Ned Hooper thought that clock, and sometimes called it, the slowest piece of ancient furniture he had ever seen. During one of Ned's comparisons of the two timepieces, the door opened, and Mr. Auberly entered, with a dark cloud, figuratively speaking, on his brow. At the same moment the door of an inner office opened, and Mr. Auberly's head clerk, who had seen his employer's approach through the dusty window, issued forth and bowed respectfully, with a touch of condolence in his air, as he referred with much regret to the fire at Beverly Square, and hoped that Miss Auberly was not much the worse of her late alarm. "Well, she is not the better for it," said Mr. Auberly, "but I hope she will be quite well soon. Indeed, the doctor assures me of this, if care is taken of her. I wish that was the only thing on my mind just now, but I am perplexed about another matter, Mr. Quill. Are you alone?" "Quite alone, sir," said Quill, throwing open the door of the inner office. "I want to consult with you about Frederick," said Mr. Auberly as he entered. The door shut out the remainder of the consultation at this point, so Edward Hooper consulted the clock again and sighed. If sighs could have delivered Hooper from his sorrows, there is no doubt that the accumulated millions of which he was delivered in that office during the last 5 years would have filled him with a species of semi-celestial bliss. At last the hands of the clock reached the hour that was wont to evoke Ned's last sigh and set him free. But it was an aggravating clock. Nothing would persuade it to hurry. It would not, for all the untold wealth contained in the great stores of Tooley Street, have abated the very last second of the last minute of the hour. On the contrary, it went through that second quite as slowly as all the others. Ned fancied it went much slower at that one on purpose, and then, with a sneaking parade of its intention to begin to strike, it gave a prolonged hiss and did its duty, and nothing but its duty, by striking the hour at a pace so slow that it recalled forcibly to Ned Hooper's imaginative mind the minute gun at sea. There was a preliminary warning given by that clock some time before the premonitory hiss. Between this harbinger of coming events and the joyful sound which was felt to be an age, Ned was wont to wipe his pen and arrange his papers. When the hiss began, he invariably closed his warehouse book and laid it on the desk, and had the desk locked before the first stroke of the hour. While the minute gun at sea was going on, he changed his office coat for a surtout, not perfectly new, and a white hat with a black band, the rim of which was not perfectly straight. So exact and methodical was Ned in these operations that his hand usually fell on the door latch as the last gun was fired by the aggravating clock. On occasions of unusual celerity he even managed to drown the last shot in the bang of the door, and went off with a sensation of triumph. On the present occasion, however, Ned Hooper deemed it politic to be so busy that he could not attend to the warnings of the timepiece. He even sat on his stool a full quarter of an hour beyond the time of departure. At length Mr. Auberly issued forth. "Mr. Quill," said he, My mind is made up, so it's useless to urge such considerations on me. Good night." Mr. Quill, whose countenance was sad, looked as though he would willingly have urged the considerations referred to over again, and backed them up with a few more. But Mr. Auberly's tone was peremptory, so he only opened the door and bowed the great man out. "You can go, Hooper," said Mr. Quill, retiring slowly to the inner office. "I will lock up. Send the porter here." This was a quite unnecessary permission. Quill, being a good-natured, easy-going man, never found fault with Ned Hooper, and Ned, being a presumptuous young fellow, though good-humoured enough, never waited for Mr. Quill's permission to go. He was already in the act of putting on the white hat, and 2 seconds afterwards he was in the street wending his way homeward. There was a tavern named the Angel at the corner of one of the streets off Tooley Street, which Edward Hooper had to pass every evening on his way home. Ned, we grieve to say, was fond of his beer. He always found it difficult to pass a tavern. Yet, curiously enough, he never found any difficulty in passing this tavern, probably because he always went in and slaked his thirst before passing it. "Good evening, Mr. Hooper," said the landlord, who was busy behind his counter, serving a motley and disreputable crew. Hooper nodded in reply, and said good evening to Mrs. Butler, who attended to the customers at another part of the counter. "Good evening, sir. What'll you have tonight, sir?" "Part o' the same, Mrs. B," replied Ned. This was the invariable question and reply, for Ned was a man of regularity and method in everything that affected his personal comforts. Had he brought 1/10 of his regularity and method to bear on his business conduct, he would have been a better and happier man. The foaming pot was handed, and Ned conversed with Mrs. Butler while he enjoyed it, and commenced his evening, which usually ended in semi-intoxication. Meanwhile, Edward Hooper's chum and fellow lodger sat in their mutual chamber awaiting him. John Barrett did not drink, but he smoked, and while waiting for his companion he solaced himself with a pipe. He was a fine manly fellow, very different from Ned, who, although strong of limb and manly enough, was slovenly in gait and dress, and bore unmistakable marks of dissipation about him. "Very odd, he's later than usual," muttered Barrett, as he glanced out at the window, and then at the tea-table, which, with the tea service and indeed everything in the room, proved that the young men were by no means wealthy. "He'll be taking an extra pot at the Angel," muttered John Barrett, proceeding to relight his pipe while he shook his head gravely, "but he'll be here soon." A foot on the stair caused Barrett to believe that he was a true prophet, but the rapidity and firmness of the step quickly disabused him of that idea. The door was flung open with a crash, and a hardy youth with glowing eyes strode in. "Fred Auberly!" exclaimed Barrett in surprise. "Won't you welcome me?" demanded Fred. "Welcome you! Of course I will, most heartily, old boy," cried Barrett, seizing his friend's hand and wringing it. "But if you burst in on a fellow unexpectedly in this fashion, and with such wild looks, why—" "Well, well, don't explain, man. I hate explanations. I have come here for sympathy," said Fred Auberly, shutting the door and sitting down by the fire. "Sympathy, Fred?" "Aye, sympathy. When a man is in distress he naturally craves for sympathy, and he turns, also naturally, to those who can and will give it. Not to everybody, John Barrett, only to those who can feel with him as well as for him. I am in distress, John, and ever since you and I fought our first and last battle at Eton, I have found you a true sympathizer. So now, is your heart ready to receive the flood of my sorrows?" Young Auberly said the latter part of this in a half-jesting tone, but he was evidently in earnest, so his friend replied by squeezing his hand warmly, and saying, "Let's hear about it, Fred," while he relighted his pipe. "You have but a poor lodging here, John," said Auberly, looking round the room. Barrett turned on his friend a quick look of surprise, and then said, with a smile, "Well, I admit that it is not quite equal to a certain mansion in Beverly Square that I wot of, but it's good enough for a poor clerk in an insurance office." "You are right," continued Auberly. "It is not equal to that mansion, whose upper floors are at this moment a chevaux-frise of charcoal beams and rafters depicted on a dark sky, and whose lower floors are a fantastic compound of burned bricks and lime, broken boards, and blackened furniture." "You don't mean to say there's been a fire?" exclaimed Barrett. "And you don't mean to tell me, do you, that a clerk in a fire insurance office does not know it?" "I have been ill for 2 days," returned Barrett, "and have not seen the papers, but I'm very sorry to hear of it. Indeed I am. The house is insured, of course?" "I believe it is," replied Fred carelessly, "but that is not what troubles me." "No?" exclaimed his friend. "No," replied the other. "If the house had not been insured, my father has wealth enough in those abominably unpicturesque stores in Tooley Street to rebuild the whole of Beverly Square if it were burnt down. The fire costs me not a thought, although, by the way, it nearly cost me my life, in a vain attempt I made to rescue my poor dear sister Lou." "Vain attempt!" exclaimed Barrett with a look of concern. "Ay, vain, as far as I was concerned, but a noble fireman, a fellow that would make a splendid model for Hercules in the Life Academy, sprang to the rescue after me and saved her. God bless him! Dear Lou has got a severe shake, but the doctors say that we have only to take good care of her, and she will do well. But to return to my woes, listen, John, and you shall hear." Fred Auberly paused, as though meditating how he should commence. "You know," said he, "that I am my father's only son, and Lou is his only daughter." "Yes." "Well, my father has disinherited me and left the whole of his fortune to Lou. As far as dear Lou is concerned, I am glad. For myself, I am sad, for it is awkward, to say the least of it, to have been brought up with unlimited command of pocket money and expectations of considerable wealth, and suddenly to find myself all but penniless, without a profession and without expectations, at the age of 22. He paused and looked at his friend, who sat in mute amazement. "Failing Lou," continued Fred calmly, "my father's fortune goes to some distant relative." "But why? Wherefore?" exclaimed Barrett. "You shall hear," continued Auberly. "You are aware that ever since I was able to burn the end of a stick and draw faces on the nursery door, I have had a wild, insatiable passion for drawing, and ever since the memorable day on which I was whipped by my father, and kissed tearfully by my beloved mother, for caricaturing our cook on the dining room window with a diamond ring, I have had an earnest, unextinguishable desire to become a painter, an artist, a dauber, a dirtier of canvas. D'ye understand?" "Perfectly," said Barrett. "Well, my father has long been resolved, it seems, to make me a man of business, for which I have no turn whatever. You are aware that for many years I have dutifully slaved and toiled at these heavy books in our office, which have proved so heavy that they have nearly squeezed the soul out of me, and instead of coming to like them better, as I was led to believe I should, I have only come to hate them more. During all this time, too, I have been studying painting late and early, and although I have not gone through the regular academical course, I have studied much in the best of all schools, that of nature. I have urged upon my father repeatedly and respectfully that it is possible for me to uphold the credit of the family as a painter, that, as the business can be carried on by subordinates, there is no necessity for me to be at the head of it, and that, as he has made an ample fortune already, the half of which he had told me was to be mine, I would be quite satisfied with my share and did not want any more. But my father would never listen to my arguments. The last time we got on the subject he called me a mean-spirited fellow, and said he was sorry I had ever been born, whereupon I expressed regret that he had not been blessed with a more congenial and satisfactory son, and tried to point out that it was impossible to change my nature. Then I urged all the old arguments over again, and wound up by saying that even if I were to become possessor of the whole of his business tomorrow, I would sell it off, take to painting as a profession, and become the patron of aspiring young painters from that date forward. To my surprise and consternation, this last remark put him in such a towering rage that he vowed he would disinherit me if I did not then and there throw my palette and brushes into the fire. Of course I declined to do such an act, whereupon he dismissed me from his presence forever. This occurred on the morning of the day of the fire. I thought he might perhaps relent after such an evidence of the mutability of human affairs. I even ventured to remind him that Tooley Street was not made of asbestos, and that an occasional fire occurred there. But this made him worse than ever. So I went the length of saying that I would, at all events, in deference to his wishes, continue to go to the office at least for some time to come. But alas, I had roused him to such a pitch that he refused to hear of it, unless I should throw my palette and brushes into the fire. Flesh and blood, you know, could not do that, so I left him and walked off 20 miles into the country to relieve my feelings. There I fell in with such a splendid bit, a sluice with a stump of a tree, and a winding bit of water with overhanging willows, and a peep of country beyond. I sat down and sketched and forgot my woes, and rejoiced in the fresh air and delightful sounds of birds and cows and sheep, and hated to think of Tooley Street. Then I slept in a country inn, walked back to London next day, and voila! Here I am. Don't you think, Fred, that time will soften your father? No, I don't think it. On the contrary, I know it won't. He is a good man, but he has an iron will, which I never saw subdued. Then, my dear Fred, I advise you to consider the propriety of throwing your palette and brushes into— My dear John, I did not come here for your advice. I came for your sympathy. And you have it, Fred, cried Barrett earnestly. But have you really such an unconquerable love for painting? Have I really? Echoed Fred. Do you think I would have come to such a pass as this for a trifle? Why, man, you have no idea how my soul longs for the life of a painter, for the free fresh air of the country, for the poetry of the woods, the water, and the sky, for the music of bird and beast and running brook. You know the true proverb, man made the town, but God made the country. What, asked Barrett, would become of the town if all men thought as you do? Oh, John Barrett, has town life so marred your once fine intellect that you put such a question in earnest? Suppose I answer it by another. What would become of the country if all men thought and acted as you do? Barrett smiled and smoked. And what, continued Auberly, would become of the fine arts if all men delighted in dirt, dust, dullness, and desks? Depend on it, John, that our tastes and tendencies are not the result of accident. They were given to us for a purpose. I hold it as an axiom that when a man or a boy has a strong and decided bias or partiality for any particular work that he knows something about, he has really a certain amount of capacity for that work beyond the average of men, and is led thereto by a higher power than that of man. Do not misunderstand me. I do not say that, when a boy expresses a longing desire to enter the navy or the army, he has necessarily an aptitude for these professions. Far from it. He has only a romantic notion of something about which, experimentally, he knows nothing. But when a man or boy has put his hand to any style of work, and thereafter loves it and longs after it, I hold that that is the work for which he was destined, and for which he is best suited. Perhaps you are right, said Barrett, smoking harder than ever. At all events, I heartily sympathize with you. And at this point in the conversation was interrupted by a loud burst of whistling. As the street door opened and the strains of Rural Britannia filled the entire building, the music was interrupted by the sudden opening of another door and a rough growl from a male voice. "Don't get waxy, old feller," said the performer in a youthful voice. "I ain't a-goin' to charge you nothink for it. I always do my music gratis, havin' a benevolent turn o' mind." The door was slammed violently, and Rule Britannia immediately burst forth with renewed and pointed emphasis. Presently it ceased, and a knock came to Barrett's door. "Well, what do you want, you noisy scamp?" said Barrett, flinging the door open and revealing the small figure of Willie Willders. "Please, sir," said Willie, consulting the back of a note, "are you Mr. Tom Tupper, Esquire?" "No, I'm not." "Ain't there sich a name in the house?" No, not that I know of." Willie's face looked blank. "Well, I was told he lived here," he muttered, again consulting the note. "Here, let me look," said Barrett, taking the note from the boy. "This is Tippet, not Tupper. He lives in the top floor. By the way, Auberly," said Barrett, glancing over his shoulder, "isn't Tom Tippet a sort of connection of yours?" "Yes, a distant one," said Fred carelessly, "too distant to make it worth while our becoming acquainted. He's rich and eccentric, I'm told. Assuredly he must be the latter if he lives in such a hole as this. What are you staring at, boy?" This question was put to Willie. "Please, sir, are you the Mr. Auberly who was a'most scumfished with smoke at the Beverly Square fire t'other day? I'm tryin' to get hold of your sister." Fred could not but smile as he admitted the fact. "Please, sir, I hope your sister ain't the wuss of it, sir." "Not much, I hope. Thank you for inquiring. But how come you know about the fire, and to be interested in my sister?" "'Cause I was there, sir, and it was my brother, Frank Willders, as saved your sister." "Was it indeed?" exclaimed Fred, becoming suddenly interested. "Come, let me hear more about your brother." Willie, nothing loth, related every fact he was acquainted with in regard to Frank's career and his own family history, in the course of which he revealed the object of his visit to Mr. Tippet. When he had finished, Frederick Auberly shook hands with him and said, "Now, Willie, go and deliver your note. If the application is successful, well; but if it fails, or you don't like your work, just call upon me, and I'll see what can be done for you." "Yes, sir, thank'ee," said Willie. "Where did you say I was to call, sir?" "Call at yes, my boy, call here, and let my friend Mr. Barrett know you want to see me. He will let me know, and you shall hear from me. Just at present well, never mind, go and deliver your note now. Your brother is a noble fellow. Good night. And you're a fine little fellow yourself," he added, after Willie closed the door. The fine little fellow gave vent to such a gush of Rule Britannia at the moment that the two friends turned with a smile to each other. Just then a man's voice was heard at the foot of the stair, grumbling angrily. At the same moment young Auberly rose to leave. "Good night, Barrett. I'll write to you soon as my whereabout and what about. Perhaps see ye ere long. Good night. God prosper you, Fred. Good night." As he spoke, the grumbler came stumbling along the passage. "Good night again, Fred," said Barrett, almost pushing his friend out. "I have a particular reason for not wishing you to see the man who is coming." "All right, old fellow," said Fred, as he passed out, and drew up against the wall to allow a drunken man to stumble heavily into the room. Next moment he was in the street, hastening he knew not whither, but following the old and well-known route to Beverly Square. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Zena Blue. Chapter 11 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zena Blue. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 11. When Willie Willders knocked at Tom Tippet's door at the top of the house, a rich, jovial bass voice cried, "Come in!" So Willie went in and stood before a stout old gentleman, whose voluminous whiskers, meeting below his chin, made ample amends for the total absence of hair from the top of his head. Mr. Tippet stood, without coat or vest, and with his braces tied around his waist, at a carpenter's bench, holding a saw in his right hand and a piece of wood in his left. "Well, my lad, what's your business?" he inquired, in the voice of a stentor, and with the beaming smile of an elderly cherub. "Please, sir, a note from a lady." "I wish your message had been verbal, boy. It's so difficult to read ladies' hands. They're so abominably angular. And where are my specs? I've a mind to have 'em screw-nailed to my nose. Ah, here they are." He found them under a jack-plane and a mass of shavings, put them on, and read the note, while Willie took the opportunity of observing that Mr. Tippet's room was a drawing-room, parlour, dining-room, workshop, and old curiosity shop, all in one. A half-open door revealed the fact that an inner chamber contained Mr. Tippet's bed, and an indescribable mass of machinery and models in every stage of progression, and covered with dust, more or less thick in exact proportion to their respective ages. A dog and cat lay side by side on the hearth asleep, and a small fire burned in a grate, on the sides of which stood a variety of crucibles and such like articles, and a glue pot, also a teapot and kettle. "You want a situation in my office as a clerk?" inquired Mr. Tippet, tearing up his sister's letter and throwing it into the fire. "If you please, sir," said Willie. "Huh! Are you good at writing and ciphering?" "Middlin', sir." "Hum! Do you know where my office is, and what it is?" "No, sir." "What would you say now," asked Mr. Tippet, seating himself on his bench, or rather on the top of a number of gimblets and chisels and files and pincers that lay on it, "what would you say now to sitting from morning till night in a dusty wareroom, where the light is so feeble that it can scarcely penetrate the dirt that encrusts the windows, writing in books that are so greasy that the ink can hardly be got to mark the paper? How would you like that, William Willders, eh?" "I don't know, sir," replied Willie, with a somewhat depressed look. "Of course you don't. Yet that is the sort of place you'd have to work in, boy, if I engaged you, for that is a correct description of my warehouse. I'm a sleeping partner in the firm. Do you know what that is, boy?" "No, sir." "Well, it's a partner that does no work, but I'm wide awake for all that, and have a pretty good notion of what is going on there. Now, lad, if I were to take you in, what would you say to £5 a year?" "It don't sound much, sir," said Willie bluntly, "but if you take me in with the understanding that I'm to work my way upwards, I don't mind about the pay at first." "Good," said Mr. Tippet, with a nod of approval. "What do you think of my workshop?" he added, looking round with a cherubic smile. "It's a funny place," responded Willie, with a grin. "A funny place, eh? Well, I dare say it is, lad, in your eyes. But let me tell you, it is a place of deep interest, and I may add without vanity, importance. There are inventions here, all in a state bordering more or less upon completion, which will, when brought into operation, modify the state of society very materially in many of its most prominent phases. Here, for instance, is a self-acting galvano-hydraulic engine, which will entirely supersede the use of steam, and, by preventing the consumption of coal now going on, will avert, or at least postpone, the decline of the British Empire. Able men have calculated that, in the course of a couple of 100 years or so, our coal beds will be exhausted. I have gone over their calculations and detected several flaws in them, which, when corrected, show a very different result, namely, that in 17 or 18 years from this time there will not be an ounce of coal in the kingdom." Mr. Tippet paused to observe the effect of this statement. Willie, having never heard of such things before, and having a thoughtful and speculative as well as waggish turn of mind, listened with open eyes and mouth and earnest attention, so Mr. Tippet went on. "The frightful consequences of such a state of things you may conceive, or rather they are utterly inconceivable. Owing to the foundations of the earth having been cut away, it is more than probable that the present coal districts of the United Kingdom will collapse. The ocean will rush in, and several of our largest counties will become saltwater lakes. Besides this coal being the grand source of our national wealth, its sudden failure will entail national bankruptcy. The barbarians of Europe, taking advantage of our condition, will pour down upon us, and the last spark of true civilization in our miserable world will be extinguished. The last refuge for the hunted foot of persecuted freedom will be finally swept from the face of the earth. Here Mr. Tippet brought the saw down on the bench with such violence that the dog and cat started incontinently to their legs, and Willie himself was somewhat shaken. "Now," continued Mr. Tippet, utterly regardless of the sensation he had created, and wiping the perspiration from his shining head with a handful of shavings, "now, William Willders, all this shall be, prevented by the adoption of the galvano-hydraulic engine, and the consequent restriction of the application of coal to the legitimate purposes of warming our dwellings and cooking our victuals. I mean to bring this matter before the Home Secretary whenever I have completed my invention, which, however, is not quite perfected. Then again," continued Mr. Tippet, becoming more and more enthusiastic as he observed the deep impression his explanations were making on Willie, who stood glaring at him in speechless amazement, "here you have my improved sausage machine for converting all animal substances into excellent sausages. I hold that every animal substance is more or less good for food, and that it is a sad waste to throw away bones and hair, etc., etc., merely because these substances are unpalatable or difficult to chew. Now, my machine gets over this difficulty. You cut an animal up just as it is killed, and put it into the machine, hair, skin, bones, blood and all, and set it in motion by turning on the galvano-hydraulic fluid. Delicious sausages are the result in about 20 minutes. See my dog there? Chips, I call him, because he dwells in the midst of chips and shavings. He sleeps upon chips, and if he does not exactly eat chips, he lives upon scraps which have a strong resemblance to them. The cat has no name. I am partial to the time-honoured name of Puss. Besides, a cat is not worthy of a name. Physically speaking, it is only a bundle of living fur, a mere mass of soft animated nature, as Goldsmith would express it. Intellectually it is nothing, a sort of existent nonentity, a moral void on which a name would be utterly thrown away. Well, I could take these two animals, Chips and Puss, put them in here, alive too, for there is a killing apparatus in the instrument, which will effectually do away with the cruel process of slaughtering, and with its accompanying nuisances of slaughterhouses and butchers. Put them in here, I say, and in 20 minutes they would be ground up into sausages. I know that enemies to progress, ignorant persons and the like, will scoff at this, and say it is similar to the American machine, into one end of which you put a tree, and it comes out at the other end in the shape of ready-made furniture. But such scoffs will cease, while my invention will live. I am not bigoted, William. There may be good objections to my inventions, and great difficulties connected with them, but the objections I will answer, and the difficulties I will overcome. This instrument," continued Mr. Tippet, pointing to a huge beam which leant against the end of a small apartment, "is only a speculative effort of mine. It is meant to raise enormous weights, such as houses. I have long felt it to be most desirable that people should be able to raise their houses from their foundations by the strength of a few men, and convey them to other localities, either temporarily or permanently. I have not succeeded yet, but I see my way to success, and after all, the idea is not new. You can see it partially carried out by an enterprising company in this city, whose enormous vans will remove the whole furniture of a drawing-room, almost as it stands, without packing. My chief difficulty is with the fulcrum, but that is a difficulty that met the philosopher of old. You have heard of Archimedes, William, the man who said he could make a lever big enough to move the world, if he could only get a fulcrum to rest it on. But Archimedes was weak in that point. He ought to have known that even if he did get such a fulcrum, he would still have required another world as long as his lever to enable him to walk out to the end of it. No, by the way, he might have walked on the lever itself. That did not occur to me before. He might even have ridden along it. Come, that's a new idea. Let me see." In order to better see, Mr. Tippet dropped the piece of wood from his left hand, and pressed his fingers into both eyes, so as to shut out all earthly objects, and enable him to take an undistracted survey of the chambers of his mind. Returning suddenly from the investigation, he exclaimed, "Yes, William, I don't quite see my way to it, but I can perceive dimly the possibility of Archimedes having so formed his lever that a line of rails might have been run along the upper side of it from the fulcrum to the other end." "Yes, sir," exclaimed Willie, who, having become excited, was entering eagerly into his patron's speculations, and venting an occasional remark in the height of his enthusiasm. "Such a thing might be done," continued Mr. Tippet emphatically. "A small carriage on the galvano-hydraulic principle, of course, might run to and fro." "With passengers," suggested Willie. "Well, with passengers," assented Mr. Tippet, smiling. "Of course the lever would be very large, extremely large. Yes, there might be passengers." "And stations along the line?" said Willie. Mr. Tippet knitted his brows. "Yes, why not?" he said slowly. "Of course the lever would be very long, extremely long, and it might be necessary to stop the carriages on the way out. There might be breadth sufficient on the lever to plant small side stations." "And 20 minutes allowed for refreshments," suggested Willie. "Why, as to that," said Mr. Tippet, "if we stop at all there could be no reasonable objection to refreshments, although it is probable we might find it difficult to get anyone sufficiently enterprising to undertake the supply of such a line, for, you know, if the lever were to slip at the fulcrum and fall—" "Oh!" exclaimed Willie, "wouldn't there be a smash, neither!" "The danger of people falling off, too," continued Mr. Tippet, "might be prevented by railings run along the extreme edges of the lever." "Yes," interrupted Willie, whose vivid imagination, unused to such excitement, had taken the bit in its teeth and run away with him, "and spikes put on 'em to keep the little boys from swinging on 'em, and getting into mischief. Oh, what jolly fun it would be! Only think, we'd advertise cheap excursion trains along the Archimedes line, Mondays and Tuesdays. Fares £200, first class. No seconds or parleys allowed, for love or money. Starts from the fulcrum, said Mr. Tippet, correcting. "Fulcrum Station," resumed Willie, "at 2:30 a.m. of the morning precisely. Stops at the quarter, halfway, and three-quarter stations, allowing 20 minutes, more or less, for grub, weather permittin'." "Your observations are quaint," said Mr. Tippet with a smile. "There is a great deal of truth in them. No doubt the connection of such ideas, especially as put by you, sounds a little ludicrous, but when we come to analyse them we see their possibility, for, if a lever of the size indicated by the ancient philosopher were erected, and theoretically the thing is possible, then the subordinate arrangements as to the line of railway and stations, etc., would be mere matters of detail. It might be advertised, too, that the balance of the lever would be so regulated that on the arrival of the train at the terminus, the world would arise, a fact which might be seen by the excursionists by the aid of enormous telescopes, much better than by the people at home, and that on the return of the train the world would again sink to its ancient level. There would be considerable risk, no doubt," continued Mr. Tippet, meditatively, "of foolish young men and boys getting over the rails in sport or bravado, and falling off into the depths of illimitable profundity. But—" "We could have bobbies stationed along the line," interrupted Willie, "and tickets put up warning the passengers not to give 'em money on no account whatsomedever, on pain o' bein' charged double fare for the first offence, and pitched over the rails onto illimitable what's his name for the second. I'll tell you what it is, William," Mr. Tippet suddenly, getting off the bench and seizing the boy's hand, Your talents would be wasted in my office. You'll come and assist me here in the workshop. I'm greatly in want of an intelligent lad who can use his hands. But, by the way, can you use your hands? Here, cut this piece of wood smooth with that knife." He handed Willie a piece of cross-grained wood and a blunt knife. Willie looked at both, smiled, and shook his head. "It would take a cleverer feller than me to do it, but I'll try." Willie did try. After a quarter of an hour spent in vain attempts, he threw down the wood and knife, exclaiming, "It's impossible." Mr. Tippet, who had been smiling cherubically and nodding approval, said, "I knew it was impossible, my lad, when I gave it to you, and I now know that you are both neat-handed and persevering. So, if you choose, I'll engage you on the spot to come on trial for a week. After that we will settle the remuneration. Meanwhile, shake hands again, and allow me to express to you my appreciation of the noble character of your brother, who, I understand from my sister's letter, saved a young relative of mine from the midst of imminent danger. Good night, William, and come to me on Monday next, at 9 o'clock in the morning." Willie was somewhat perplexed at this prompt dismissal, for Mr. Tippet had opened the door, especially after such a long and free and easy conversation, and he felt that, however much license Mr. Tippet might permit, he was a man of stern will, who could not be resisted with impunity. So, although he was burning to know the object and nature of innumerable strange pieces of mechanism in the workshop, he felt constrained to make a polite bow and depart. On his way downstairs he heard the voices of men, as if in angry disputation, and on reaching the next floor found Mr. Barrett standing at the open door of his room, endeavouring to hold Ned Hooper, who was struggling violently. "I tell you," said the latter, in a drunken voice, "that I will go out." "Come, Ned, not tonight. You can go tomorrow," said Barrett soothingly, yet maintaining his hold of his friend. "Well, why not? Ain't night the best time to be jolly? Let me go, I shay." He made a fierce struggle at this point, and Barrett, ceasing to expostulate, seized him with a grasp that he could not resist, and dragged him forcibly, yet without unnecessary violence, into the room. Next instant the door was shut with a bang and locked. So Willie Willders descended to the street, and turned his face homewards, moralizing as he went on the evils of drink. It was a long way to Notting Hill, but it was not long enough to enable Willie to regain his wonted nonchalance. He had seen and heard too much that night to permit of his equilibrium being restored. He pursed his mouth several times in the form of a round O, and began, "Rule Britannia," but the sounds invariably died at the part where the charter of the land is brought forward. He tried the Bay of Biscay O, with no better success, never being able to get farther than lightning's vivid powers, before his mind was up in the clouds, or in Mr. Tippet's garret, or out on the Archimedes lever railway. Thus, wandering in dreams, he reached home, talked wildly to his anxious mother, and went to bed in the state of partial insanity. End of Chapter 11. Recording by Zena Blue. Chapter 12 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zena Blue. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 12. One night, not long after the events narrated in the last chapter, Frank Willders was standing with the fireman in charge in the King Street station. He had just removed his helmet, and the perspiration on his brow showed that he had been but recently engaged in some active duty, as indeed was the case, for he had just returned from a walk to a fire in Whitechapel. It was only a small affair, said Frank, hanging up his helmet and axe, and sitting down to fill his pipe. A low beer shop in Brook Street, the tap room burnt out, and the rest of the house damaged by smoke. It was pretty well over before I got there, and I left half an hour after. Where are the rest of the lads?" "They're out with both engines," said Baxmore, who was busy making a memorandum on a slate. "With both engines?" said Frank. "Ay, both," replied Baxmore, with a laugh, as he sat down in front of the fire. "Let me see, it's now 9 o'clock, so they've been off an hour, one to Walton Street, Brompton, the other to Porchester Terrace, Bayswater. The call was the queerest I've seen for many a day. We was all sittin' here smoking our pipes, as usual, when two fellers came to the door, full split, from opposite pints of the compass, and run slap into each other. They looked like gentlemen, but they was in such a state it wasn't easy to make out what sort of fish they was. One had his coat torn and his hat gone, the other had his towel pretty well blocked down to his eyes, I suppose by the people he run into on the way, and both were half mad with excitement. They both stuttered too. That was the fun of the thing, and they seemed to think each was taking off the other, and got into a most awful rage. My opinion is that one stuttered by nature, and the other stuttered from fright. Anyhow, they both stuttered together, and a precious mess they made of it. "Fire!" roared one. "Fire!" yelled the other. "Where away?" asked Mr. Dale, looking quietly at the two men, who were gasping for breath. "Brompton! Bayswater!" they shouted together, and then, turning fiercely on each other, the one said "No!" and the other said "No!" "Now which is it?" said Dale, "and be quick, do." "Brompton, Bayswater," in a breath. Then says one, "I say Brompton," and the other he says, "I say Bayswater." At this they grew furious, and Dale tried to calm them and settle the question by asking the name of the street. "Walton Street," cried one. "Porchester Terrace," shouted the other. "No, yes, no," and with that, one up fist and hit the other a crack between the eyes. T'other returned on the knob, and then they closed. Before this, Mr. Dale had ordered out one of the engines, and when he heard the two streets named, it occurred to him that there might be two fires, so he ordered out the other engine, and before we got the stutterers separated, both engines were off full swing, one to Brompton, the other to Bayswater, but whether there are two fires or no is yet to be seen. Just as Baxmore concluded, the rattle of a returning engine was heard. Next moment it dashed up to the door, and the firemen, leaping off, streamed into the station, where, amid much comment and some laughter at the scene they had so recently witnessed, they hung up their helmets and crowded round the fire. "So it was in Brompton after all," said Jack Williams, stirring the coals. "But it was a small affair in a baker's shop, and we soon got it out." "Is the other engine back?" inquired Moxey. "Here she comes to answer for herself," said Mason, as the second engine dashed up to the station, and the men were joined by their comrades. "We've got it out," said Dale, sitting down before the desk to enter the particulars in his diary. "It was a private house, and well alight when we got there, but the Paddington engine was playing on it, and we soon got it under." "Faix, it's well them stutterers didn't kape us longer, else the whole house would have been burnt out entirely," observed Joe Corney, binding up a slight wound in his thumb which he had received from a splinter. Most of the men were more or less begrimed with charcoal and smoke, and otherwise bore marks of their recent sharp though short skirmish, but none of them deemed it necessary to remove these evidences of devotion to duty until they had refreshed themselves with a pipe. "Were there people in the house?" inquired Frank. Pickford was there with the escape got 'em all out before we came up," said one. Pickford said he couldn't help laughing after he got 'em out, at the remembrance of their faces. When he first went in, they was all sound asleep on the top floor, for the smoke was only beginning to show there, and the surprise they got when he jumped in among 'em and shouted was wonderful to behold. "Not so wonderful," observed Bill Moxey, "as the surprise I see'd a whole man o' war's crew get by the consequence o' the shout o' one o' their own men." "When was that? Let's hear about it, Bill," said Corney, stuffing down the tobacco in his pipe, and firing a battery of cloudlets into the air. "We was in the Red Sea at the time," said Moxey, clearing his throat, "laying at anchor, and a precious hot time we had of it. There was never a cloud a'most in the sky, and the sun was nigh hot enough to fry the decks off the ship. Cook said he'd half a mind to try to roast a junk o' beef at it, but I never heard that he managed that. We slep' on decks o' nights, 'cause you might as well have tried to sleep in a baker's oven as sleep below. The thing that troubled us most at that time was a tiger we had on board. It did kick up such a shindy sometimes, we thought it would break its cage and make a quid of some of us. I forget who sent it to us. P'raps it was the Pasha of Egypt. Anyhow, we weren't sorry when the order was given to put the tiger ashore. Well, that same day that we got rid of the tiger, we was sent aboard a Malay ship to flog one of the men. He'd been up to some mischief, and his comrades were afraid, I s'pose, to flog him, and as the offence he had committed was against us somehow, I never rightly understood it myself, some of us went aboard the Malay ship, tied him up, and gave him 2 dozen. That night the whole ship's company slept on deck as usual, officers as well, all but the cap'n, who had gone ashore. It was a tremendous hot night, and a good deal darker than usual. There was one man in the ship named Wilson, but we called him Bob Roarer because of a habit he had of speaking and sometimes roaring in his sleep. Bob lay between me and the purser that night, and we slept on all right until it was getting pretty late, though there was 2 or 3 snorers that got their noses close to the deck and kept up a pretty fair imitation of a brass band. Suddenly Bob began to dream, or took a nightmare or something, for he hit straight out with both fists, giving the purser a tap on the knob with his left, and digging his right into my bread basket with such good will that he nearly knocked all the wind out of me. At the same time he uttered a most appalling yell. The confusion that followed is past description. Some of us thought it was the tiger had broke loose, forgetting that it had been sent ashore. Bob sneaked off the moment he found what he'd done, and the purser, thinking it was pirates, grabbed the first he could lay a hold of by the throat, and that was me. So to it we went, tooth and nail, for I had no notion who was pitching into me, it was so dark. 2 of the men, in their fright, sprang up the main shrouds. 2 others, who were asleep in the maintop, were awoke by the row, looked down on the starboard side, and saw the 2 coming up. Thinking it was the friends of the Malay who had been flogged coming to be revenged, they ran down the port shrouds like mad, and one of them rushed along the port deck, sticking his feet into the bread baskets of all the sleepers that hadn't been woke by the yell, rousing them up and causing them to roar like bo'suns. The row woke the cook, who was a nigger. He, thinking it was a sudden jollification, seized one of the coppers and began to beat it with an iron spoon. This set up the quartermaster, who rushed along the starboard deck, tramping upon the breasts and faces of all and sundry. The gunner thought it was the tiger, and took to the top of the awning, while the doctor and boatswain's mate, they jumped over the side and hung on by ropes up to their waists in water. At the worst of the confusion, the captain came aboard. We didn't see him, but he ordered silence, and after a while we discovered there was no reason whatever for the shindy. It wasn't till a long time afterwards that we found out the real cause of the false alarm. But the only man that got no fright that night, and kept quite cool, was the man who set it all a-going, Bob Roarer. "What a feller you are, Bill, to talk blarney," said Corney, rising and knocking the ashes out of his pipe. "Sure, either your father or your mother Must have been an Irishman." "Blarney or no blarney, them's the facts," said Moxey, yawning, "and I'm off to bed." "Ditto," said Frank, stretching himself. The 2 trestles, which were always removed from the room during the day, had been brought in, and were by this time occupied by Mason and Williams, whose duty it was to keep watch that night. Baxmore, the sub engineer of the station, sat down at the desk to read over the events of the day, and the others rose to leave. "By the way, Baxmore," said Dale, "what was that false alarm at 2 p.m. when I was down at Watling Street?" "Only a chemist in Kensington who, it seems, is mad after making experiments, and all but blew the roof off his house with one of 'em." "Ah, only smoke, I suppose," said Dale. "That was all," said Baxmore, "but there was sich a lot of it that some fellows thought it was a fire, and came tearing down here with the news, so we had a ride for nothing." "If I'm not mistaken, you'll have a ride for something ere long," observed Dale, turning his head aside, while he listened attentively. "Hold on, lads, a minute." There was a sound of wheels in the distance, as if some vehicle were approaching at a furious pace. On it came, louder and louder, until it turned the corner of the street, and the horses' feet rattled on the stones as they were pulled up sharp at the station. Instantly the bell was rung violently, and a severe kicking was bestowed on the door. It is needless to say that the summons was answered promptly. Some of the men quietly resumed the helmets they had just hung up, well knowing that work lay before them. A cabman darted through the door the instant it was opened, shouting, "Fire!" "Where?" asked Dale. "Fourth Street, Holborn, sir," cried the cabman. Again, for the 3rd time that night, the order was given to "get her out." While this was being done, Baxmore took a leathern purse from the cupboard, and gave the cabman a shilling for being first to give the call. As the men were already accoutred, the engine left the station on this occasion in less than 5 minutes. The distance was short, so the pace was full speed, and in an incredibly short space of time they drew up in front of a large, handsome shop, from the first-floor windows of which thick smoke and a few forked flames were issuing. End of Chapter 12. Recording by Zena Blue. Chapter 13 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zena Blue. Fighting the Flames, Chapter 13. Quick though they were, however, in reaching the scene of the fire, the escape was there before them. It had a shorter way to travel, and was already pitched, with its head resting against a window of the 2nd floor, and the fly ladder raised to the 3rd. The people who had crowded round the building at the first alarm of fire were looking on as if in suspense, and the fireman knew that Conductor Forrest, or one of his lion-hearted comrades, was inside, doing his noble and dangerous work. But they had no time to pay attention to what was going on. While some of the firemen got the engine into play, the others ran in a body to the front door of the burning house, the lower part of which was a coach builder's warehouse. It was a heavy double door, locked and barred, and the owner had not yet arrived with the key. It was evident that the fire had originated in one of the upper floors, for there was no light in the wareroom. "Get the pole-axe," said Dale, as soon as he found the door was fast. Frank Willders sprang off at the word, and returned with an axe of the largest size, attached to a handle nearly 4 feet long. "Drive it in, Willders," said Dale. Frank's powerful blows at once thundered on the massive door, but they fell on it in vain, for it was unusually strong. Seeing this, Dale ran back to the engine and got out the pole. "Come lay hold, some of you," said he. Immediately 8 firemen, Frank and Dale being at the front, charged the door like a thunderbolt with this extemporized battering ram. It gave way with a prodigious crash, and the whole party fell over each other into the warehouse. There was a burst of laughter from themselves, as well as from the crowd, but in another moment they were up and swarming through the premises among the smoke, searching for a point of attack. "Send the branch up here!" cried Mason, coughing violently. "Sure, my peepers is out entirely!" gasped Corny, rushing to the window for air, while showers of water fell on his head, for the engine was already in full play. Just then there was a noise outside, as if men were disputing violently. Dale guessed at once what it was, and ran down the staircase, calling out as he passed, "Here, Willders, Corny, Baxmore, lend a hand, will you?" On reaching the engine, they found about a dozen roughs of the lowest character, disputing fiercely as to which of them was to pump the engine. As each man received 1 shilling an hour for this work, it became a desirable means of earning a good night's wages to these broad-shouldered rascals, who, in their anger, and in spite of the police and the solitary fireman who superintended the engine, had actually caused the men already at work to cease pumping. We may remark in passing that this would not have been the case but for the police force, from some unknown cause, being not very strong at that fire, and having an excited and somewhat turbulent crowd to keep in order. As a general rule, the police of London are the most essential service at fires, and not a few of them have obtained the medals of the Society for the protection of life from fire, and other rewards for gallantry displayed in saving life at the risk of their own lives. On the present occasion, however, the few policemen present could barely hold their ground against such a band of stalwart desperadoes, so the firemen came to the rescue. In the front of the roughs stood a man who was stronger made and better dressed than the others. He had not been pugnacious at first, but having got involved in the riot, he struck out with the rest. Dale sprang at this man, who was none other than the half-nautical individual already introduced to the reader by the name of Gorman, and launched a left-hander at his head, but Gorman stepped aside, and one of his comrades was felled instead. At this the others made a rush in a body at Dale, but Frank, Corny, and Baxmore came up at the moment, and each knocked down a man. Instantly Dale seized an instrument from the engine, named a preventer, like a large boat-hook, and raising it at the full stretch of his powerful arms, he brought it swoop down on the heads of the roughs, 6 of whom, including Gorman, measured their length on the ground. Meanwhile, Bill Moxey and Jack Williams, who had charge of the branch, which is considered the post of honour at a fire, had paid no attention whatever to this little episode, but the instant the order was given, had conveyed their branch into the building and up to the first floor, where they thought they could reach the fire more directly, for it is an axiom in fire brigades to get into a burning building without delay and attack the fire at its heart. They got the hose up a staircase, and began to play through a doorway at the head of it, but, to their surprise, did not make any impression whatever. 2 other engines, however, were at work by this time, so the fire was kept in check. "Something wrong here," said Moxey, speaking with difficulty, owing to the dense smoke. Owing to the same cause, it was impossible to see what was wrong. "I'll go in and see," said Mason, dropping on his hands and knees, and creeping into the room with his mouth as close to the ground as possible. This he did because in a room on fire there is always a current of comparatively fresh air at the floor. Presently the sound of Mason's small hatchet was heard cutting up woodwork, and in a few seconds he rushed out, almost choking. "There," he said, "stick the branch through that hole. You've been playing all this time up agin a board partition." Moxey and Williams advanced, put the branch through the partition, and the result was at once obvious in the diminution of smoke and increase of steam. While these incidents were occurring outside and inside the building, the crowd was still waiting in breathless expectation for the reappearance of Conductor Forrest of the fire escape, for the events just narrated, although taking a long time to tell, were enacted in a few minutes. Presently Forrest appeared at the window of the second floor with 2 infants in his arms. Instead of sending these down the canvas trough of the escape in the usual way, at the risk of their necks, for they were very young, he clasped them to his breast, and plunging into it himself head foremost, descended in that position, checking his speed by spreading out his knees against the sides of the canvas. Once again he sprang up the escape amid the cheers of the people, and re-entered the window. At that moment the attention of the crowd was diverted by the sudden appearance of a man at one of the windows of the first floor. He was all on fire, and had evidently been aroused to his awful position unexpectedly, for he was in such confusion that he did not observe the fire escape at the other window. After shouting wildly for a few seconds, and tossing his arms in the air, he leaped out and came to the ground with stunning violence. 2 policemen extinguished the fire that was about him, and then, procuring a horse-cloth, lifted him up tenderly and carried him away. It may perhaps surprise the reader that this man was not roused sooner by the turmoil and noise that was going on around him, but it is a fact that heavy sleepers are sometimes found by the firemen sound asleep, and in utter ignorance of what has been going on, long after a large portion of the houses in which they dwell have been in flames. When Forrest entered the window the second time, he found the smoke thicker than before, and had some difficulty in groping his way, for smoke that may be breathed with comparative ease is found to be very severe on the eyes. He succeeded, however, in finding a woman lying insensible on the floor of the room above. In carrying her to the window, he fell over a small child, which was lying on the floor in a state of insensibility. Grasping the latter with his left hand, he seized its night-dress with his teeth, and, with the woman on his shoulder, appeared on top of the fly-ladder, which he descended in safety. The cheers and shouts of the crowd were deafening as Forrest came down, but the woman, who had begun to recover, said that her brother was in a loft above the room in which she had been found. The conductor, therefore, went up again, got on the roof of the house, broke through the tiles, and, with much difficulty, pulled the man through the aperture and conveyed him safely to the ground. Note 1. It is perhaps right to state here that a deed similar to this in nearly every point was performed by Conductor Samuel Wood, a member of the London Fire Brigade, for which he received a testimonial signed by the then Lord Mayor, and a silver watch with £20 from the inhabitants of Whitechapel. Wood saved nearly 200 lives by his own personal exertions. Many of his brave comrades have also done deeds that are well worthy of record, but we have not space to do more than allude to them here. The firemen were already at Forrest's heels, and as soon as he dragged the man through the hole in the roof, Frank and Baxmore jumped into it with a branch and immediately attacked the fire. By this time all the engines of the district in which the fire had occurred, and one from each of the 2 adjoining districts, had arrived, and were in full play, and one by one the individual men from the distant stations came dropping in and reported themselves to Dale, Mr Braidwood not being present on that occasion. There was thus a strong force of fresh firemen on the ground, and these, as they came up, were sent, in military parlance, to relieve skirmishers. The others were congregated in front of the door, moving quietly about, looking on and chatting in undertones. Such of the public as arrived late at the fire no doubt formed a very erroneous impression in regard to these men, for not only did they appear to be lounging about doing nothing, but they were helped by one of their number to a glass of brandy, such of them at least as chose to take it. But those who had witnessed the fire from the beginning knew that these men had toiled, with every nerve and muscle strained, for upwards of an hour in the face of almost unbearable heat, half suffocated by smoke, and drenched by hot water. They were resting now, and they had much need of rest, for some of them had come out of the burning house almost fainting from exposure to heat and smoke. Indeed, Mason had fainted, but the fresh air soon revived him, and after a glass of brandy he recovered sufficiently to be fit for duty again in half an hour. Frank and Baxmore were the last to be relieved. When 2 fresh men came up and took the branch, they descended the stairs, and a strange descent it was. The wooden stair, or flight of open steps, which they had to descend first, was burnt to charcoal, and looked as if it would fall to pieces with a touch. "I hope it'll bear," said Frank to Baxmore, who went first. "Bear or not bear, we must go down," said Baxmore. He went unhesitatingly upon it, and although the steps bent ominously, there was enough of sound wood to sustain him. The second stair, also of wood, had not been quite so much charred, but so great was the quantity of water poured continuously into the house that it formed a regular watercourse of the staircase, down which heaps of plaster and bricks and burnt rubbish had been washed, and had stuck here and there, forming obstructions on which the water broke, and round which it roared in the form of what might have been a very respectable mountain torrent, with this striking difference, that the water which rushed down it was hot, in consequence of it having passed through such glowing materials. The lower staircase was a stone one, the worst of all stairs in a fire, owing to its liability to crack at its connection with the wall, from the combined influence of heat and cold water. Just as the two men reached the head of it, it fell, without warning, in a mass of ruins. "Never mind," said Baxmore, "the fire escape is still at the window." So saying, he ran through the smoke and reached it. Frank was about to follow, when he observed a shut door. Without having any definite intention, he laid hold of the handle, and found that it was locked on the inside. He knew that, for he saw the end of the key sticking through the keyhole. At once he threw his weight on it, and burst it open. To his amazement, he found a little old lady sitting quietly, but in great trepidation, in an easy chair, partially clothed in very scanty garments, which she had evidently thrown on in great haste. "Go away, young man!" she screamed, drawing a shawl tightly round her. "Go away, I say! How dare you, sir?" "Why, ma'am," cried Frank, striding up to her, "the house is on fire. Come, I'll carry you out." "No, no!" she cried, pushing him resolutely away. "What! Carry me out thus? I know it's on fire. Leave me, sir, I command you. I entreat you. I will rather die than appear as I am in public." The poor lady finished off with a loud shriek, for Frank, seeing how matters stood, and knowing there was not a moment to lose, plucked a blanket from the bed, overwhelmed her in it, and exclaiming, "Forgive me, ma'am," lifted her gently in his arms, bore her through the smoke, down the escape, to the street, carried her into a neighbouring house, the door of which was opportunely open, and laid her like a bundle on one of the beds, where he left her, with strict injunctions to the people of the house to take care of her. Frank then went out to rejoin his comrades, and refreshed himself with a glass of beer, while Baxmore, being a teetotaler, recruited his energies with a glass of water. By this time the fire had been pretty well subdued, but there were some parts smouldering about the roof and upper floor that rendered it necessary to keep the engines going, while the firemen hunted their foe from room to room, and corner to corner, extinguishing him everywhere, not, however, before he had completely gutted the whole house, with the exception of part of the ground floor. "Keep away from the walls, men," said Dale, coming up to the group who were resting. At that moment there was a cry raised that someone was in the cellars. At that word Baxmore ran into the house and descended to the basement. There was little smoke here, but from the roof water was running down in a thick, warm shower which drenched him in a few minutes. He ran through the whole place, but found no one until he opened the door of a closet, where he discovered two old women who had taken refuge there, one being deaf and the other lame, as her crutches testified. They were up to the knees in water, and the same element was pouring in continuous streams on their heads. Yet, like the old lady upstairs, they refused to move or be moved. Finding that persuasion was useless, Baxmore ran up for a horsecloth, and returning, threw it over the head of the deaf old woman, whom he bore kicking violently into the street. The other was carried out in the same fashion, only that she screamed violently, being unable to kick. Soon after that, the fire was completely extinguished, and the engines and men returned to their several stations, leaving London once again in comparative repose. End of chapter 13. Recording by Zena Blue. Chapter 14 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zena Blue. Fighting the Flames, Chapter 14. When we said that the firemen returned to their respective stations, it must not be supposed that the house which had been burnt was left in forlorn wretchedness. No, one of the firemen remained to watch over it, and guard against the upstarting of any sneaking spark that might have managed to conceal itself. The man selected for this duty was Joe Corney. Unfortunately for Joe, this was the only part of a fireman's duty that he did not relish. Joe Corney was, both by nature and education, very superstitious. He believed implicitly in ghosts, and knew that an innumerable host of persons, male and female, who had seen people who said they had seen ghosts. He was too honest to say he had ever seen a ghost himself, but he had been very near seeing one 2 or 3 times, and he lived in perpetual expectation and dread of meeting one face to face before he died. Joe was as brave as a lion, and faced danger, and sometimes even what appeared to be certain death, with as much unflinching courage as the bravest of his comrades. Once, in particular, he had walked with a branch in his hands along the burning roof of a tottering warehouse near the docks, in order to gain a point from which he could play the flames so as to prevent them from spreading to the next warehouse, and so check a fire which might have easily become one of the great fires of London. Joe was therefore a man who could not be easily frightened, yet Joe trembled in his shoes when he had the most distant prospect of meeting with a ghost. There was no help for it, however. He had been appointed to watch the ruin, and being a man who cherished a strong sense of duty, he set himself doggedly to make the most of his circumstances. It was past 1 o'clock when the fire was finally extinguished. A few night birds and late revellers still hung about it, as if in the hope that it would burst forth again, and afford them fresh excitement. But before 2 o'clock everyone had gone away, and Joe was left alone with his preventer and lantern. Even the policeman on the beat appeared to avoid him, for, although he passed the ruin at regular intervals on his rounds, he did not stop at it beyond a few moments to see that the fireman's lantern was burning and all right. "Corney, me lad," Joe said to himself, "it's bad luck has befallen ye this night, but face your luck like a man now, and shame it." Encouraging himself thus, he grasped his preventer and pulled about the debris in various places of which he had some suspicion, but the engines had done their work so effectually that not a spark remained. Then Joe walked up and down and in and out for an hour, studied the half-consumed pictures that still hung on the walls of one of the lower rooms which had not been completely destroyed, moralized on the dire confusion and ruin that could be accomplished in so short a space of time, reflected on the probable condition of the unfortunates who had been burnt out, on the mutability of human affairs in general, and wondered what his old mother would think of him if she saw him in his forlorn situation. This latter thought caused his mind to revert to ghosts, but he was comforted by hearing the slow, distant footfall of the policeman. On it came, not unlike the supposed step of an unearthly visitant, until the guardian of the night stood revealed before him on the other side of the road. "It's a cold night entirely," cried Corney. "It is," responded the policeman. "How goes the inimy?" inquired the fireman. "Just gone 3," replied the other. The policeman's voice, although gruff, was good-humoured and hearty, but he was evidently a strict disciplinarian, for he uttered no other word, and passed on. "Faix, I'm getting slipey," remarked Joe to himself with a loud yawn. "I'll go and rest a bit." So saying, he re-entered the ruin, and with the aid of his lantern sought about for the least uncomfortable apartment on the ground floor. He selected one which was comparatively weather-tight. That is to say, only one of the windows had been dashed out, and the ceiling was entire, with the exception of a hole about 4 feet wide, through which the charred beams above could be seen, depicted against the black sky. There was about an inch of water on the floor, but this was a small matter, for Joe's boots were thick and strong. The door, too, had been burst off its hinges, and lay on the floor, but Joe could raise this and place it in its original position. The room had been a parlour, and there were several damaged prints hanging on the walls, besides a quantity of detached paper hanging from them. Most of the furniture had been removed at the commencement of the fire, but a few broken articles remained, and one big, old easy-chair, which had either been forgotten, or deemed unworthy of removal, by the men of the Salvage Corps. Note 1. The Salvage Corps is a body of men appointed by the insurance offices to save and protect goods at fires, and otherwise to watch over their interests. They wear a uniform and helmets, something like those of the firemen, and generally follow close in their wake, in their own vans, when fires break out. Joe wheeled the chair to the fireplace. Not that there was any fire in it. On the contrary, it was choked up with fallen bricks and mortar, and the hearth was flooded with water. But, as Joe remarked to himself, it felt more homelike and sociable to sit with one's feet on the fender. Having erected the door in front of its own doorway, Joe leaned his preventer against the wall, placed his lantern on the chimney-piece, and sat down to meditate. He had not meditated long, when the steady draught of air from the window at his back began to tell upon him. "Och, but it's a cold wind," he said. "I'll try the other side. There's nothing like facing one's enemies." Acting on this idea, he changed his position, turning his face to the window and his back to the door. "Well," he remarked on sitting down again, "there's about as much draught from the door. But you've improved your sitivation, Corney, for haven't ye the illigant prospect of over the way through the windy?" Not long after this, Joe's mind became much affected with ghostly memories. This condition was aggravated by an intense desire to sleep, for the poor man had been worked hard that day, and stood much in need of repose. He frequently fell asleep and frequently awoke. On falling asleep, his helmet performed extremely undignified gyrations. On awaking, he always started, opened his eyes very wide, looked round inquiringly, then smiled, and resumed a more easy position. But, awake or asleep, his thoughts always ran in the same channel. During one of those waking moments, Joe heard a sound which rooted him to his seat with horror, and would doubtless have caused his hair to stand on end, if the helmet would have allowed it. The sound was simple enough in itself, however, being slight, slow, and regular. It was only horrible in Joe's mind, because of his being utterly unable to account for it, or to conceive what it could be. Whatever the sound was, it banished sleep from his eyes for at least a quarter of an hour. At last, unable to stand the strain of uncertainty, he arose, drew his hatchet, took down his lantern, and coughing loudly and sternly, as though to say, "Have a care, I'm coming," removed the door and went cautiously into the passage, where the sound appeared to come from. It did not cease on his appearing, but went on slowly and steadily, and louder than before. It appeared to be at his very elbow, yet Joe could see nothing, and a cold perspiration broke out on him. "Och, if I could only see it!" he gasped. Just as he said this he did see it, for a turn of his lantern revealed the fact that a drop of water fell regularly from one of the burnt beams upon a large sheet of paper which had been torn from the passage wall. This, resting on the irregular rubbish, formed a sort of drum, which gave forth a hollow sound. "And then, but ye are a goose, Joe Corney, me boy," said the fireman, as he turned away with an amiable smile and resumed his seat after replacing the door. About this time the wind began to rise, and came in irregular gusts. At each gust the door was blown from the wall an inch or so, and fell back with a noise that invariably awoke Joe with a start. He looked around each time quickly, but as the door remained quiet he did not discover the cause of his alarm. After it had done this several times, Joe became, so to speak, desperately courageous. "Get out wid ye!" he cried angrily on being startled again. "Wasn't the last one all sham, and sure you're the same? Go along in pace, and good night." As he said this, the overtaxed man fell asleep. At the same moment a heavy gust of wind drove the door in altogether, and dashed it down on his head. Fortunately, being somewhat charred, the panel that struck his helmet was driven out, so that Joe came by no greater damage than the fright, which caused his heart to bound into his throat, for he really believed that the ghost had got him at last. Relieving himself on the door, which he laid on the floor lest it should play him the same prank over again, Joe Corney once more settled himself in the easy chair, and resolved to give his mind to meditation. Just then the city clocks pealed forth the hour of 4 o'clock. This is perhaps the quietest hour of the 24 in London. Before this most of the latest revellers have gone home, and a few of the early risers are moving. There was one active mind at work at that hour, however, namely that of Gorman, who, after recovering from the blow given him by Dale, went to his own home on the banks of the Thames, in the unaristocratic locality of London Bridge. Gorman owned a small boat, and did various kinds of businesses with it, but Gorman's occupations were numerous and not definite. He was everything by turns, and nothing long. When visible to the outward eye, and that wasn't often, his chief occupations were loafing about and drinking. On the present occasion he drank a great deal more than usual, and lay down to sleep, vowing vengeance against firemen in general, and Dale in particular. 2 or 3 hours later he awoke, and leaving his house, crossed London Bridge, and wended his way back to the scene of the fire without any definite intention, but with savage desires in his breast. He reached it just at that point where Joe Corney had seated himself to meditate as above described. Joe's powers of meditation were not great at any time. At that particular time they were exerted in vain, for his head began to sway backward and forward, and to either side, despite his best efforts to the contrary. Waiting in the shadow of a doorway until the policeman should pass out of sight and hearing, and cautiously stepping over the debris that encumbered the threshold of the burnt house, Gorman peeped into the room, where the light told him that someone kept watch. Great was his satisfaction, and grim his smile, when he saw that a stalwart fireman sat there, apparently asleep. Being only able to see his back, he could not make certain who it was, but from the bulk of the man and the breadth of the shoulders he concluded that it was Dale. Anyhow, it was one of his enemies, and that was sufficient, for Gorman's nature was of that brutal kind that he would risk his life any day in order to gratify his vengeance, and it signified little to him which of his enemies fell in his way, so long as it was one of them. Taking up a brick from the floor, he raised himself to his full height, and dashed it down on the head of the sleeping man. Just at that moment Corney's nodding head chanced to fall forward, and the brick only hit the comb of his helmet, knocking it over his eyes. Next moment he was grappling with Gorman. As on previous occasions, Joe's heart had leaped to his throat, and that the ghost was upon him at last he had no manner of doubt. But no sooner did he feel the human arm of Gorman, and behold his face, than his native courage returned with a bound. He gave his antagonist a squeeze that nearly crushed his ribs together, and at the same time hurled him against the opposite wall. But Gorman was powerful and savage. He recovered himself and sprang like a tiger on Joe, who received him in a warm embrace with an Irish yell. The struggle of the two strong men was for a few moments terrible, but not doubtful, for Joe's muscles had been brought into splendid training at the gymnastics. He soon forced Gorman down on one knee, but at the same moment a mass of brickwork which had been in a toppling condition, and was probably shaken down by the violence of their movements, fell on the floor above, broke through it, and struck both men to the ground. Joe lay stunned and motionless for a few seconds, for a beam had hit him on the head, but Gorman leaped up and made off a moment or two before the entrance of the policeman, who had run back to the house on hearing Joe's war whoop. It is needless to add that Joe spent the remainder of his vigil that night in an extremely wakeful condition, and that he gave a most graphic account of his adventure with the ghosts on his return to the station. End of Chapter 14. Recording by Zena Blue. Chapter 15 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zena Blue. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 15. "Mother," said Master William Willders one night to his parent, as he sat at supper, which meal consisted of bread and milk, "he's the jolliest old feller, that Mr. Tippet, I ever come across." "I'm glad you like him, Willie," said Mrs. Willders, who was busy patching the knees of a pair of small unmentionables. "But I wish, dear, that you would not use slang in your speech, and remember that fellow is not spelled with an E-R at the end of it." "Come now, mother, don't you go and get sarcastic. It don't suit you. Besides, there's no occasion for it, for I do my best to keep it down, but I'm so choke full of it that a word or two will spurt up now and then in spite of me." Mrs. Willders smiled and continued her patching. Willie grinned and continued his supper. "Mother," said Willie, after an interval of silence. "Well, my son, what do ye think of the old fellow is up to just now?" "I don't know, Willie." "He's inventin' a calc'latin' machine, as it is to do anything from simple addition to fractions, and he says if it works, well, he'll carry it on to algebra and mathematics, up to the physimal calculus or something of that sort. Oh, you've no notion how he strains himself at it. He sits down in his shirt sleeves at a writin' table he's got in the corner, and tears away at the little hair he has on the sides of his head. I do believe he tore it all off the top with them inventions. Then he bangs up and he seizes his tools and shouts, 'Look here, Willie, hold on!' and goes sawin' and chiselin' and hammerin' away like a steam engine. He's all but busts himself over that calculatin' machine, and I'm much afraid that he'll clap chips into the sausage machine some day, just to see how it works. I hope he won't, for Chips and I are great friends, though we only been a month together." "I hope he's a good man," said Mrs. Willders thoughtfully. "Well, I'm sure he must be," cried Willie with enthusiasm, "for he is very kind to me, and also to many poor folk that come about him regularly. I'm getting to know their faces now, and when to 'spect them. He always takes 'em in his back room, all sorts, old men and old women and children, most of 'em seedy enough, but some of 'em well off to look at. What he says to 'em I don't know, but they usually come out very grave and go away thanking him and saying they won't forget his advice. If the advice is to come back soon, they certainly don't forget it. And he's a great philosopher too, mother, for he often talks to me about my intellects. He says just the other day, 'Willie,' said he, 'get into a habit o' usin' your brains, my boy. The Almighty put us in this world well-made machines, intended to be used in all our parts. Now you'll find thousands of people who use their muscles and neglect their brains, and thousands of others who use their brains and neglect their muscles. Both are wrong, boy. We're machines, lad, wonderful machines, and the machines won't work well if they're not used all over. Don't that sound grand, mother?" Willie might have received an answer if he had waited for one, but he was too impatient, and went rattling on. "And who do you think, mother, came to see old Tippet the other day but little Cattley, the clown's boy? You remember my telling you about little Cattley in the auction, don't you?" "Yes, Willie." Well, he came, and just as he was going away, I ran out and asked him how the fairy was. She's very ill, he said, shaking his head and looking so mournful that I had not the heart to ask more. But I'm going to see them, mother." "That's right, my boy," said Mrs. Willders, with a pleased look. "I like to hear you talk of going to see people in distress. Blessed are they that consider the poor, Willie." "Oh, as to that, you know, I don't know that they are poor, only I feel sort of sorry for 'em somehow, and I'm awful anxious to see a real live fairy, even though she is ill." "When are you going?" inquired Mrs. Willders. "Tomorrow night, on my way home." "Did you look in at Frank's lodging in passing tonight?" "Yes, I did, and found that he was in the station on duty again. It wasn't a bad sprain, you see, and it'll teach him not to go jumping out of a first floor window again." "He couldn't help it," said the widow. "You know his escape by the stair had been cut off, and there's no other way left." "No other way!" cried Willie. "Why didn't he drop? He's so proud of his strength, is Blazes, that he jumped off hand a purpose to show it. Ha! He'd be the better of some of my caution. Now, mother, I'm off to bed." "Get the Bible, then," said Mrs. Willders. Willie got up and fetched a large old family Bible from a shelf, and laid it on the table before his mother, who read a chapter and prayed with her son, after which Willie gave her one of his roystering kisses and went to bed. The lamps had been lighted for some time next night, and the shop windows were pouring forth their bright rays, making the streets appear as light as day, when Willie found himself in the small disreputable street near London Bridge in which Cattley the clown dwelt. Remembering the directions given to him by little Jim Cattley, he soon found the underground abode near the burnt house, the ruins of which had already been cleared away, and a considerable portion of a new tenement erected. If the stair leading to the clown's dwelling was dark, the passage at the foot of it was darker, and as Willie groped his way carefully along, he might have imagined it to be a place inhabited only by rats or cats, had not gleams of light and the sound of voices from sundry closed doors betokened the presence of human beings. Of the compound smells peculiar to the place, those of beer and tobacco predominated. At the farther end of this passage there was an abrupt turn to the left, which brought the boy unexpectedly to a partially open door, where a scene so strange met his eyes that he involuntarily stood still and gazed. In a corner of the room, which was almost destitute of furniture, a little girl, wan, weary, and thin, lay on a miserable pallet, with scanty covering over her. Beside her stood Cattley, not, as when first introduced, in a seedy coat and hat, but in full stage costume, with 3 balls on his head, white face, triangular roses on his cheeks, and his mouth extended outward and upward at the corners by means of red paint. Little Jim sat on the bed beside his sister, clad in pink skin tights, with cheeks and face similar to his father, and a red crest or comb worsted on his head. "Ziza, darling, are you feeling better, my lamb?" said the elder clown, with a gravity of expression in his real mouth that contrasted strangely with the expression conveyed by the painted corners. "No, father, not much, but perhaps I'm getting better, though I don't feel it," said the sweet, faint voice of the child, as she opened her large hollow eyes and looked upward. "So that's the fairy," thought Willie sadly, as he gazed on the child's beautiful though wasted features. "We'll have done directly, darling," said the clown tenderly. "Only one more turn, and then we'll leave you to rest quietly for some hours. Now, then, here we are again," he added, bounding into the middle of the room with a wild laugh. "Come along, Jim, try that jump once more." Jim did not speak, but pressing his lips to his sister's brow, leaped after his sire, who was standing in a remarkably vigorous attitude, with his legs wide apart and his arms akimbo, looking back over his shoulder. "Here we go!" cried Jim in a tiny voice, running up his father's leg inside, stepping lightly on his shoulder, and planting one foot on his head. "Jump down," the clown said gravely. Jim obeyed. "That won't do, Jim. You must do it all in one run. No pausing on the way, but whoop, up you go, and both feet on my head at once. Don't be afeared. You can't tumble, you know." "I'm not afeared, father," said Jim, "but I ain't quite springy in my heart to-night. Stand again, and see if I don't do it right off." Catley the elder threw himself into the required attitude, and Catley junior rushed at him, ran up him as a cat runs up a tree, and in a moment was standing on his father's head with his arms extended. Whoop! Next moment he was turning round in the air, and whoop! In another moment he was standing on the ground, bowing respectfully to a supposed audience. To Jim's immense amazement, the supposed audience applauded him heartily, and said, "Bravo, young'un," as it stepped into the room in the person of William Willders. "Why, who may you be?" inquired the clown senior, stepping up to the intruder. Before Willie could answer, the clown junior sprang on his father's shoulders and whispered in his ear. Whatever he said, the result was an expression of benignity and condescension on the clown's face, as far as paint would allow of such an expression. "Glad to meet you, Master Willders," he said. "Proud to know anyone connected with T. Tippet, Esquire, who's a trump. Give us your flipper. What may be the object of your unexpected though welcome visit to this subterraneous grotto, which may be said to be next door to the coral caves where mermaids dwell?" "Yes, and there's one of the mermaids singing," remarked the clown junior, with a comical leer, as a woman's voice was heard in violent altercation with someone. "She's a sayin' of her prayers now, beseechin' of her husband to let her have her own way." Willie explained that, having had the pleasure of meeting with Jim at an auction sale some weeks ago, he had called to renew his acquaintance, and Jim said he remembered the incident, and that, if he was not mistaken, a desire to see a live fairy in plain clothes with her wings off had something to do with his visit. "Here she is. By the way, what's your name?" "Bill Willders." "Here she is, Bill. This is the fairy," he said in quite an altered tone, as he went to the bed and took one of his sister's thin hands in both of his. "Ziza, this is the feller I told you of, and wanted to see you, dear. Belongs to Mr Tippet." Ziza smiled faintly, and she extended her hand to Willie, who took it and pressed it gently. Willie felt a wonderfully strong sensation within his heart as he looked into the sufferer's large liquid eyes, and for a few seconds he could not speak. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Well, you ain't one bit like what I expected to see. You're more like an angel than a fairy." Ziza smiled again, and said she didn't feel like either one or the other. "My poor lamb," said the clown, sitting down on the bed and parting the dark hair on Ziza's forehead with a hand as gentle as that of a mother. "We're going now. Time's up. Shall I ask Mrs Smith to stay with you again till we come back?" "Oh, no, no!" cried the child hurriedly, and squeezing her fingers into her eyes as if to shut out some disagreeable object. "Not Mrs Smith. I'd rather be alone." "I wish I could stay with you, Ziza," said Jim earnestly. "It's of no use wishin', Jim," said his father. "You can't get off a single night. If you was to fail 'em you'd lose your engagement, and we can't afford that just at this time, you know. But I'll try to get Mrs James to come. She's a good woman, I know, and—" "Mr Catley," interrupted Willie, "if you'll allow a particularly humble individual to make an observation, I would say there's nothin' in life to prevent me from keeping this 'ere fairy company till you come back. I've nothin' particular to do as I knows on, and I'm rather fond of lonely meditation, so if the fairy wants to go to sleep, it don't make no odds to me, so long as it pleases her." "Thank 'ee, lad," said the clown, "but you'll get wearied, I fear, for we won't be home till morning." "Ah!" interrupted Willie, "till daylight does appear. But that's no odds neither, 'cause I'm not married yet, so there's nobody a waitin' for me, and," he winked to Jim at this point, "my mother knows I'm out." The clown grinned at this. "You'd make one of us, youngster," said he, "if you can jump. Hows'ever, I'm obliged by your offer, so you can stay if Ziza would like it." Ziza said she would like it with such good will that Willie adored her from that moment, and vowed in his heart he would nurse her till he did not like to finish the sentence, yet, somehow, the little that he had heard and seen of the child led him irresistibly to the conclusion that she was dying. This having been satisfactorily arranged, the Catleys, senior and junior, threw cloaks round them, exchanged their wigs for caps, and, regardless of the absurd appearance of their faces, hurried out to one of the minor theatres, with heavy hearts because of the little fairy left so ill and comfortless at home. In a few minutes they were tumbling on the stage, cracking their jokes and convulsing the house with laughter. End of Chapter 15. Recording by Zena Blue. 16 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 16. Willie in a New Light. Left alone with the fairy, Willie Willders began his duties as sick nurse, a sphere of action into which he had never thought of being introduced even in his wildest dreams. He began by asking the fairy if she was all right and comfortable, to which she replied that she was not, upon which he explained that he meant was she as right and comfortable as could be expected in the circumstances. Could he do anything for her, in fact, or get her anything that would make her more comfortable than she was? But the fairy shook her poor head and said no. "Come now, won't you have something to eat? What had you for dinner?" said Willie in a cheery voice, looking round the room, but not discovering any symptoms of food beyond a few empty plates and cups, the latter without handles, and a teapot with half a spout. "I had a little bread and butter," said the fairy. "No tipple?" inquired the nurse. "No, except water." "Ain't there none in the house?" "No." "D'you get nothing better at other times?" inquired Willie in surprise. "Not often. Father is very poor. He was ill for a long time, too, and if it hadn't been for your kind master I think we should all have starved. He's better now, but he needs pretty good living to keep him up to his work, for there's a deal of training to be done, and it wears him out if he don't get meat. But the pantomimes began, and we were getting on better, when the fire came and burnt everything we had, almost, so we can't afford much meat or beer, and I don't like beer, so I've got them persuaded to let me live on bread and butter and water. I would like tea better, because it's hot, but we can't afford that." Here was a revelation. The fairy lived upon bread and butter and water. Willie thought that, but for the interpolation of the butter, it would have borne marvellous resemblance to prison fare. "When had you dinner?" inquired Willie suddenly. "I think about 4 o'clock." "And can't you eat nothing now?" Again the fairy shook her head. "Nor drink?" "Look if there's anything in the teapot," said the fairy. Willie looked, shook his head, and said, "Not a drop." "Any leaves?" "Why, yes, he brought the pot nearer to the candle. There are a few used up ones." "Oh, do pour some hot water into it, but I fear the water is cold, and the fire's too low to boil it, and I know the coals are done, but father gets paid his salary to morrow, and he'll give me some tea then. He's very kind to me, father is, and so is Jim." She sighed as she spoke, and shut her eyes. "Ziza," said Willie in a careless tone, "you won't object to my leaving you for a few minutes, only a few. I want to get a little fresh air, and see what sort of a night it is. I won't be gone long." Ziza, so far from objecting, said that she was used to being left alone for long, long hours at a time, and wouldn't mind it. So Willie put the candle nearer to her bedside, placed a teacup of water within reach, went out, shut the door softly behind him, groped his way through the passage and up the stair, and got into the street. That day his eccentric employer had paid him his first month's wage, a sovereign, with many complimentary remarks as to his usefulness. The golden coin lay in his pocket. It was the first he had ever earned. He had intended to go straight home and lay the shining piece in his mother's lap, for Willie was a peculiar boy, and had some strange notions in regard to the destination of first fruits. Where he had got them nobody could tell. Perhaps his mother knew, but nobody ever questioned her upon the point. Taking this gold piece from his pocket, he ran into the nearest respectable street, and selected there the most respectable grocer's shop, into which he entered, and demanded a pound of the shopman's best tea, a pound of his best sugar, a pound of his best butter, a cut of his best bacon, and one of his best wax candles. Willie knew nothing about relative proportion in regard to such things. He only knew that they were usually bought and consumed together. The shopman looked at the little purchaser in surprise, but as Willie emphatically repeated his demands, he gave him the required articles. On receiving the sovereign, he looked twice at Willie, rung the piece of money 3 times on the counter, and then returned the change. Gathering the packages in his arms, and putting the candle between his vest and bosom, he went into a baker's shop, purchased a loaf, and returned to the subterraneous grotto, laden like a bee. To say that the fairy was surprised when he displayed these things would be a feeble use of language. She opened her large eyes until Willie begged her in alarm not to open them wider, for fear they should come out, at which sally she laughed, and then, being weak, she cried. After that she fell in with her nurse's humour, and the two proceeded to have a night of it. Ziza said she'd be a real fairy and tell him what to do, and Willie said he'd be a gnome or a he-fairy and do it. At the outset Willie discovered that he had forgotten coals, but this was rectified by another 5 minutes' airing, and a rousing fire was quickly roaring in the chimney, while the kettle sang and spluttered on it like a sympathetic thing, as no doubt it was. Willie cleared the small table that stood at the invalid's bedside, and arranged upon it the loaf, the teapot, 2 cracked teacups, the butter and sugar, and the wax candle, which latter was stuck into a quart bottle in default of a better candlestick. "Now, ain't that jolly?" said the nurse, sitting down and rubbing his hands. "Very," replied the patient, her eyes sparkling with delight. "It's so like a scene in a play," continued Willie. "Only much more real," suggested the fairy. "Now then, Ziza, have a cup o' tea, fresh from the market o' Chiny, as your dad would say, if he was sellin' it by auction. He's a knowin' codger, your dad is, Ziza. There, I knowed I forgot somethin' else, the cream." "I don't mind it, indeed I don't," said Ziza earnestly. Willie had started up to run out and rectify this omission, but on being assured that the fairy liked tea almost as well without cream, and that there was no cream to be got near at hand, he sat down again and continued to do the honours of the table. First he made the fairy sit up in bed, and commented sadly on her poor thin neck as she did it, observing that she was nothing better than a skeleton in a skin. Then he took off his own jacket and put it on her shoulders, tying the arms around her neck. Next he placed a piece of board in front of her, saying that it was a capital tray, and on this he arranged the viands neatly. "Now then, go at it, Ziza," he said, when all was arranged. Ziza, who received his attentions with looks that were wonderfully gleeful for one in her weak state of health, went at it with such vigour that the bread was eaten and the tea drunk in a few minutes, and the supply had to be renewed. When she was in the middle of her second round of buttered toast, for Willie had toasted the bread, she stopped suddenly. "Why don't you go on?" asked Willie. "Because you have not eaten or drunk one mouthful yet." "But I'm looking at you, and ain't that better? Hows'ever, if you won't go on, I'll not keep you back." And with that Willie set to work, and being uncommonly hungry, did what he styled terrible execution among the widows. For some time the nurse and patient ate in comparative silence, but by degrees they began to talk, and as they became more confidential, their talk became more personal. "Do you like being a fairy?" said Willie, after a lull in the conversation. "No, I don't," replied Ziza. "Why not?" Because I don't like the things we have to do. And in short, I don't like it at all, and I often pray God to deliver me from it." "That's strange now," said Willie. "I would have thought it great fun to be a fairy. I'd rather be a little clown, or a he fairy myself, now, than anything else I know of, except a fireman." "A fireman, Willie?" "Yes, a fireman. My brother Frank, I mean, is one, and he saved the lives of some people not long since." Of course, Willie here diverged into a graphic account of the fire in Beverly Square, and seeing that Ziza listened with intense earnestness, he dilated upon every point, and went with special minuteness into the doings of Frank. When he concluded, Ziza heaved a very deep sigh and closed her eyes. "I tired you, Ziza!" exclaimed Willie, jumping up with a look of anxiety, and removing the tea-board and jacket. As the child slipped down under the clothes, he asked if she wanted to go to sleep. "Yes, for I am very tired," she sighed languidly, then added, "but please read to me a little first." What book am I to read you?" said Willie, looking around the room, where no book of any kind was to be seen. "Here, it's under the pillow." Willie put his hand under the pillow and pulled out a small pocket Bible. "Read the 3rd chapter of St. John's Gospel," said the child, closing her eyes. Willie read in the monotonous tones of a schoolboy's voice until he came to the 16th verse. "For God so loved the world, that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life." "Stop at that verse," whispered Ziza. "I'll go to sleep now." Her breathing soon proclaimed that she was in the land of dreams, so Willie removed the candle a little farther away from her, and then, resting his elbows on the table and his head in his hands, began to read the Bible. He turned over a few pages without much intention of finding any particular place, for he was beginning to feel sleepy. The first words his eyes fell upon were, "Blessed are they that consider the poor." He roused up a little at this, and read the verse again, for he connected it with the fact that the fairy was poor. Then he pondered it for some time, and falling asleep, dropped his head on the Bible with such force that he woke up for a little and tried to read again. But do what he would, he could not get beyond that verse. Finally he gave up the attempt, and, laying his forehead down upon it, quickly fell sound asleep. In this state the couple were discovered, an hour or two later, by Messrs. Cattley, Senior and Junior, on their return from the theatre. "Inscrutable mysteries! Say, what is this?" exclaimed the elder clown, advancing into the room on tiptoe. Apostrophizing his eye and one Betty Martin, the younger clown said that it was a rare go and no mistake, whereupon his father laid his hand on Willie's shoulder and gently shook him. Another cup, Ziza?" exclaimed the self-accused nurse, as he put out his hand to seize the teapot. "Hallo, I thought it was the fairy," he added, looking up with a sleepy smile. "I do believe I have gone and fell asleep." "Why, lad, where got ye all those things?" inquired the senior Cattley, laying aside his cloak and cap, and speaking in a low tone, for Ziza was still sleeping soundly. "Well, I got 'em," replied Willie, in a meditative tone, "from a friend of mine, a very particular friend of mine, as declines to let me mention his name. So you'll have to be satisfied with the wittles, and without the name of the wirtuous giver. P'raps it was a dork, or a squire, or an archbishop as did it. Anyway, his name warn't Walker, See now, you've been and woke up the fairy." The sick child moved as he spoke, but it was only to turn, without awaking, on her side. "Well, lad," said the clown, sitting down and looking wistfully in the face of his daughter, "you got your own reasons for not telling me. Mayhap I've a pretty good guess. Anyhow, I say God bless him, for I do believe he's saved the child's life. I've not seen her sleep like that for weeks. Look at her, Jim. Ain't she like her old self?" "Yes, father. She don't need no paint and flour to make a fairy on her just now. She's just like what she was the last time I seed her go up in a gauze cloud to heaven, with red and blue fire blazing all around her." "I'll bid ye good night now," said Willie, buttoning up his jacket to the chin, and pulling his cap down on his brows with the air of a man who has a long walk before him. "You're off, are you, eh?" said the elder clown, rising and taking Willie by the hand. "Well, you're a good lad. Thank'ee for comin' and takin' care of Ziza. My subterranean grotto ain't much to boast of, but such as it is, you're welcome to it at all times. Good night." "Good night," said Willie. "Good night, Jim." Jim replied good night heartily, and then Willie stepped into the dark passage. He glanced back at the fairy before shutting the door, but her eyes were closed, so he said good night to her in his heart, and went home. End of chapter 16. Chapter number 17 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zena Blue. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 17. "My dear Miss Tippet, I shall never, no never get over it." So said, and so undoubtedly thought, a thin little old lady with remarkably bright eyes and a sweet old face, as she sat sipping tea at Miss Tippet's elbow. It was in the drawing room of Miss Deemas that she sat, and the Eagle sat opposite to her. "It was dreadful," responded Miss Tippet with a sigh. "Very." "It was awful. I know I shall never get over it, never," repeated the little old lady, finishing her tea, and asking for another cup in the calmest possible voice, with the sweetest possible smile. "Oh, yes, you will, Mrs Denman," said Miss Deemas snappishly. "No, indeed, I won't," repeated Mrs Denman. "How can I? Just think of the situation, sitting in my chair and dishabille, when a man, Miss D—" "Well, I know what a man is," said the Eagle bitterly. "Why don't you go on?" "Burst himself through my bedroom door," continued Mrs Denman, "with lime and charcoal and brick dust and water streaming down his face, folded me in his arms, bore me out into the street. The street! Oh, I shall never, never get over it, and so little, so very little clothing on me." "How much had you on?" asked Miss Deemas in a deep voice, the calmness of which contrasted forcibly with Mrs Denman's excited tones. "Really, Miss Deemas, I see no necessity for going into particulars. It is sufficient to know that I was carried by a man into the street in the face of some thousands of people, for I heard them cheering though I saw them not. I know I shall never get over it. Another cup, my love. Not quite so much sugar? No, not if I were to live to the age of Methuselah." "I don't wonder, indeed I don't," murmured the sympathetic Miss Tippet. "I think, Julia dear, you are a little too hard on Mrs Denman. How would you like to have been carried out of a burning house in such a way by a big rough man?" "Oh, my dear," interposed Mrs Denman, "I did not say he was rough. Big he certainly was, and strong, but I must do him the justice to say that the man, lifted me up very tenderly, and carried me as though I had been an infant, and he my mother, through smoke and fire and water, into the street, before the eyes of the whole. Oh, it's too awful to think of." "Stuff!" ejaculated Miss Deemas, pecking a piece of cake out of her fingers as she would, metaphorically of course, have pecked the eyes out of the head of Frank Willders or any other man. "Didn't you say he put a blanket round you?" "Of course, Miss Deemas, I should have died otherwise, of pure shame." "No, you wouldn't," retorted the Eagle. "You would probably have been half suffocated and a good deal dirtied, and you might have been singed, but you wouldn't have died. And what need you care now, for the people saw nothing but a bundle. You might have been a bundle of old clothes for all they knew or cared. All they wanted to see was the bravery, as they call it, of the man, as if there were not hundreds upon hundreds of women who would do the same thing if their muscles were strong enough and occasion served." "But it was a brave act, you know," said Miss Tippet timidly. "I don't know that," retorted Miss Deemas, helping herself to more cake with as much decision of manner as if she had been carrying it off by force of arms from before the very muzzles of a masculine battery. "I don't know that. He had to escape, you know, for his own life, and he might as well bring a bundle along with him as not." "Yes, but then," said Miss Tippet, "he first went up the thingamy, you know." "No, he didn't," retorted Miss Deemas smartly. "He was in the house at the time, and only came down the thingamy, as you call it." It was a peculiarity of Miss Deemas's character that she claimed the right to be as rude as she chose to people in her own house, and rather prided herself on this evidence of independence. "In my opinion," said Mrs Denman, "his being in the burning house at all of his own accord was of itself evidence of courage. I think the fireman is a brave young man." Thus much Mrs Denman said with dignity to Miss Deemas. The remainder of her speech she addressed to Miss Tippet. "But, my dear, I feel that although I owe this young man a debt of gratitude which I can never repay, I shall never be able to look my preserver in the face. I know that his mind will always revert, when he sees me, to the figure that he lifted out of that easy chair. But there is one thing I have resolved on," continued the little old lady in more cheerful tones, as she asked for another cup of tea, "and that is to get a fireman to instruct me as to the best method of saving my own life should fire again break out in my dwelling." The Eagle gave a hysterical chuckle at this. "I have already written to one who has been recommended to me as a shrewd man, and he is coming to call on me this very evening at 7 o'clock." Mrs Denman started, as if her own remark had recalled something, and pulled out her watch. "Why, it is almost 6:30," she exclaimed, rising hastily. "Excuse a hurried departure, Miss Deemas. Your society and sympathy," she looked pointedly at Miss Tippet here, "have been so agreeable that I did not observe how time was flying. Good bye, Miss Deemas. Good evening, dear Miss Tippet." Miss Deemas bowed. "Good bye, my love," said Miss Tippet, bustling round her friend. "I'm so glad to have met you, and I hope you'll come and see me soon. 6 Poorthing Lane, remember. Come whenever you please, Miss Denman. Yes, time does indeed fly, as you say, or as my friend, Sir Archibald what's his name used to remark, tempet fugis, something what's his name. Good bye, dear Mrs Denman." While the ladies were thus engaged, one whom the Eagle would have tossed her beak at with supreme contempt was enjoying himself in the bosom of his family. This was none other than Joe Corney himself, who, having received a stop for a distant fire, had looked in on his wife to tell her of the note he had received from Mrs Denman. The family bosom resided in a small portion of a small house in the small street where the fire engine dwelt. Joe had laid his helmet on the table, and having flung himself into a chair, seized his youngest child, a little girl, in his arms, raised her high above his head, and laughed in her face, at which the child chuckled and crowed to the best of its ability. Meanwhile, his oldest son, Joe Jr., immediately donned the helmet, seized the poker, thrust the head of it into a bucket of water, and pointing the other end at a supposed fire, began to work an imaginary hand pump with all his might. "It's going out, Daddy!" cried the urchin. "Sure, he's a true chip of the old block," observed his mother, who was preparing the evening meal of the family. "He's uncommon fond of fire and wather." "Molly, my dear," said the fireman, "I have ye kape a sharp eye on that same chip, else his fondness for fire may lead to more wather than ye'd wish for." "I've been thinking that same myself, honey," replied Mrs. Corney, placing a pile of buttered toast on the table. "Sure, didn't I kitch him puttin' a match to the straw bed the other day? Me only consolation is that ivery one in the house knows how to use the hand pump. Ah, then ye won't believe it, Joe, but I catched the baby at it this mornin', no later, and she'd have got it to work, I do believe, av she hadn't tumbled right over into the bucket, and all but drownded herself. But you know the station's not far off if the house did git alight. Sure ye might run the hose from the ingin to here without so much as drawin' her out o' the shed. Now then, Joe, tay's ready, so fall to." Joe did fall to with the appetite of a man who knows what it is to toil hard, late, and early. Joe Jr. laid aside the helmet and poker, and did his duty at the viands like the true son of a fireman, not to say an Irishman, and for 5 minutes or so the family enjoyed themselves in silence. After that Joe Senior heaved a sigh, and said that it would be about time for him to go and see the old lady. "What can it be she wants?" asked Mrs. Corney. "Don't know," replied her husband. "All I know is that she's the old lady as was bundled neck and crop out o' the first floor windy o' the house in Holborn by Frank Willders. She's a quare old woman that. She's got 2 houses, no less, one over the coachmaker's shop, the shop bein' her property, and one in Russell Square. They say she's rich enough to line her coffin with goold an inch thick. Spakin' o' that, Molly, my dear, a quare thing happened to me the other night. It's what ye call a coincidence." "What's that, Joe?" "Well, 'tain't easy to explain, but it means 2 things happenin' together in most unlikely way. D'ye see?" "No, I don't, Joe," replied Mrs. Corney, helping herself to another slice of toast. "Well, it don't matter much," resumed Joe, "but this is what it was. Mr. Dale and me was sittin' about 2 in the morning at the station fire smokin' our pipes, for it was my turn on duty, and chattin' away about one thing and another, when somehow we got upon tellin' our experiences, and Dale he tells me a story o' how he was once called to a fire in a cemetery, and had to go down among the coffins, for they was afire, and what a fright some o' his men got when, just as he had finished, and all my flesh was creepin' at what I'd heard, there comes a ring at the bell and a call to a fire in Portland Street. I runs and gets out the ingin, and Frank, he was my mate that night, he rings up the boys, and away we went in 10 minutes. It wasn't far, and when we got there in we went into the house, which was full o' smoke, but no fire to be seen. We went coughin' and sneezin' and rubbin' our eyes down into the cellar, where the lads of another ingin was at work before us with the hand pumps, and would ye belave it, the walls o' that cellar was lined with coffins. True for ye, there they was, all sizes, as thick as they could stand. I thought I was dhramin', but it was no dhrame, for it was an undertaker's shop, and when I wint upstairs after we'd diskivered the fire and put it out, I sees 2 coffins on trestles lying ready for use. One was black with painted wood, no doubt for a poor man, and nothin' inside o't. The other alongside was covered wid superfine black cloth and silver mounted handles and name plate, and it was all padded and signed, and lined with white satin." "White satin, Joe! You're jokin'." "As sure as your name's Molly, it was white satin," repeated Joe. "I wouldn't have belaved it if I hadn't seen it, but that's the way quality goes to their graves. I looks at the 2 coffins, and I was comin' away, and thinks I to myself, I wonder whether the poor man or the rich man'll be most comfortable when they're laid there. Now, Molly, I'll bid ye good night, and be off to see this old lady. This Mrs. Denman. Look after that boy, now, and kape the matches out of his way, whativer you do." With this very needful warning, Joe Corney kissed his wife and the baby, and went off to the station to obtain leave of absence for a couple of hours. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zena Blue. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 18. Wending his way through the crowded streets, Joe soon reached the door of the house in Russell Square which belonged to Mrs. Denman. The good lady had made use of a cab after quitting Miss Deemas, so that she was at home and seated in a luxuriously easy chair in her splendidly furnished drawing-room when the fireman applied the knocker. "Does Mrs. Denman stop here, my dear?" said Joe to the smart servant girl who opened the door. "Yes," replied the girl, "and she told me to show you up to the drawing-room whenever you came. Step this way." Joe pulled off his cap and followed the maid, who ushered him into the presence of the little old lady. "Pray take a chair," said Mrs. Denman, pointing to one which had evidently been placed close to hers on purpose. "You are a fireman, I understand?" "Yes, ma'am. I've been more nor 10 years at the business now." "You must find it a very warm business, I should imagine," said Mrs. Denman with a smile. "True for ye, ma'am. My body's been a'most burnt off my soul over and over again, but it's cold enough too sometimes, specially when ye've got to watch the premises after the fire's been put out the cold winter night, as I had to do at your house, ma'am." Mrs. Denman started and turned pale. "What! Do you mean to say that you were at the fire in Holborn that night?" "Indeed I do, ma'am. Och! But ye must be ill, ma'am, for your face is white as a ghost. Sure but it's red now. Let me shout for some wather for ye, ma'am." "No, no, my good man," said Mrs. Denman, recovering herself a little. The fact is, it did not occur to me that you had been at that fire, else I would never. But no matter. You didn't see anyone saved, did you?" "See anyone saved, is it? Sure I did, and yourself among the lot. Och, but it's Frank Willders as knows how to do a thing nately. He brought ye out o' the windy, ma'am, on his shoulder, as handy as if ye'd been a carpet bag, or a porkmanty, ma'am." "Hush, man!" exclaimed poor Mrs. Denman, flushing scarlet, for she was a very sensitive old lady. "I cannot bear to think of it. But how could you know it was me? It might have been anything, a bundle, you know." "Not by no manes," replied candid Joe. "We seed your shape quite plain, ma'am, for the blanket was tight round ye." Mrs. Denman covered her face with her hand at this point, and resting her elbow on the arm of her chair, reflected that the thing was beyond remedy, and that, as the man had come and was now looking at her, matters could not be worse, so she resolved to carry out her original intention and question him as to the best course of action in the event of a fire. "My good man," she said, "I have taken the liberty of asking you to come here to tell me what I should do to guard against fire in the future." Joe rubbed his nose and looked at the ground. Then he stroked his chin and looked at the old lady. Then a look of intelligence lighted up his expressive countenance, and he said abruptly, "Is your house and furniture insured, ma'am?" "No, it is not," replied Mrs. Denman. "I have never insured in my life, because although I hear of fires every day in London, it has never occurred to me until lately that there was any probability of my house being burned. I know it was very foolish of me, but I shall see to having it done directly." "That's right, ma'am," said Joe, with an approving nod. "If you seed the heaps and heaps o' splendid furniture and goods and buildin' as is burnt every day a'most in London, and lost to the owners 'cause they grudged a few shillin's of insurance, or 'cause they was careless and didn't believe a fire would ever come to them, no matter how many might come to other folk. You'd insure your house and furniture first thing i' the morning, ma'am." "I have no doubt what you say is quite correct, Mr Corney, and I will certainly attend to this matter in the future. But I am more particularly anxious to know how I should act if the house in which I live were to take fire." "Get out of it as fast as possible," said Joe promptly, "and screech out `Fire!' till your sides is sore." "But suppose," Mrs Denman said with a faint smile, "that the fire is burning in the stair, and the house is full of smoke. What am I to do?" "Och, I see your drift now, ma'am," said Joe with a knowing look. "Av is that what ye wants to know, I'll just, with your lave, ma'am, give ye a small discourse on the subject." Joe cleared his throat, and began with the air of a man who knows what he is talking about. "It's as well, ma'am, to begin tryin' to prevent your house catchin' fire, prevention bein' better nor cure. If ye'd kape clear o' that, there's two or three small matters to remimber. First of all, take oncommon good care o' your matches, and don't let the childer get at 'em, if you've any in the house. Would you believe it, ma'am, there was above 50 fires in London last year that was known to ha' been set alight by childers playin' wi' the matches, or by careless servants lettin' 'em drop and treadin' on them." "How many?" asked Mrs Denman in surprise. "50, ma'am." "Dear me, you amaze me, fireman. I had supposed there were not so many fires in London in a year." "A year!" exclaimed Joe. "Why, there's nearly 3 fires, on average, every 24 hours in London, and that's about 1,000 fires in the year, ma'am." "Are you sure of what you say, fireman?" "Quite sure, ma'am, and ye can ax Mr Braidwood if ye don't believe me." Mrs Denman, still in a state of blank amazement, said that she did not doubt him, and bade him go on. "Weel, then," resumed Joe, "look well arter yer matches, and niver read in bed. That's the way hundreds o' houses gets alight. When you light a candle with a bit o' paper, ma'am, don't throw it on the floor and tramp on it and think it's out, for many a times there's a small spark left, and the wind as always blows along the floor sets it up, and it ketches somethin', and there you are, blazes and hollerin' and ingins goin' full swing in no time. Then, ma'am, never go for to blow out your gas, and if there's an escape don't rest till you get a gas fitter and find it out. But more particularly don't try to find it yourself with a candle. Och! if you'd only see the blows up I've seen from gas, you'd look better arter it. No more ter 2 weeks gone by, ma'am, we was called to attend a fire which was caused by an escape o' gas. When we got there the fire was out, but sich a mess you niver did see. 'Twas a house, ma'am, in the West End, with the most illigant painted walls and cornices, and gimcracks idged all with goold. The family had just got into it, no done up for 'em, only by good luck there wasn't much o' the furniture in. They had smelled a horrid smell o' gas for a good while, but couldn't find it. At last the missus she goes to a workman and a candle to look for it, and sure enough they found it in a bathroom. It had been escapin' in a small closet at the end o' the bath, and not bein' able to get out, for the door was a tight fit, it had gone away and filled all the space between the ceilings and floors, and between the lath and the plaster and the walls. The moment the door in the bathroom was opened, all this gas took light and blowed up like gunpowder. The whole inner skin o' the beautiful drawing room, ma'am, was blowed into the middle o' the room. The cook, who was in the drawing room passage, she was blowed downstairs. The workman as opened the little door, he was blowed flat on his back, and the missus, as was standing with her back to a door, she was lifted off her legs and blowed right through the doorway into a bedroom." "Gracious!" exclaimed the horrified Mrs Denman. "Was she killed?" "No, ma'am, she warn't killed. Be good luck she was only stunned and dreadful skeered, but no bones was broken." Mrs Denman found relief in a sigh. "Well, ma'am," continued Joe, "let me advise you to keep your chimneys once a month. When your chimney gets afire, the sparks they get out, and when sparks get out of a windy night there's no tellin' what they won't light up. It's my opinion, ma'am, that them as makes the laws should be no more double the fines for chimneys goin' afire. But suppose, ma'am, your house gets alight in spite of you. Well, then, the question is, what's best to do?" Mrs Denman nodded her old head 6 or 7 times, as though to say, "That is precisely the question." I'll tell you, ma'am." Here Joe held up the forefinger of his right hand impressively. "In the first place, every one in a house ought to know all the outs and ins of it, 'cause if you got to look for things for the first time when the cry of fire is raised, it's not likely that you'll find them. Now, do you know, or do the servants know, or does anybody in the house know, where the trap in the roof is?" Mrs Denman appeared to meditate for a moment, and then she said she was not sure. She herself did not know, and she thought the servants might be ignorant on the point, but she rather thought there was an old one in the pantry, but they had long kept a cat, and so didn't require it. "Ugh!" exclaimed Joe, with a broad grin. "Sure, it's a trapdoor I'm spaking of." Mrs Denman professed utter ignorance on this point, and when told that it ought to be known to every one in the house as a mode of escape in the event of a fire, she mildly requested to know what she would have to do if there were such a trap. "Why, get out on the roof, to be sure." Mrs Denman shivered. "And get along the tiles to the next house." Mrs Denman shut her eyes and shuddered. "And so make your escape. Then you should have a ladder fixed to this trap door so as it couldn't be took away, and you should have some dozens fathoms of half-inch rope always handy, 'cause if you was cut off from the staircase by fire and from the roof by smoke, you might have to let yourself down from a windy. It's as well, too, to know how to knot sheets and blankets together so that the ties won't slip, for if you have no rope they'd be better than nothing. You should also have a hand pump, ma'am, and a bucket of water always handy, 'cause if you take a fire at the beginning it's easy put out. And it's as well to know that you should go into a room on fire on your hands and knees, with your nose close to the ground, just as a pinter dog does, 'cause there's more air there than overhead, and it's better to go in with the hand pump the first thing. Don't wait to dress, ma'am." "Stop, stop, Mr Corney!" cried Mrs Denman, holding up her hand. The little lady was stunned with the rapid utterance of the enthusiastic fireman, and with a dreadful suggestion that she, Mrs Denman, should, in the dead of night, get upon the roof of her dwelling, and scramble over the tiles, or let herself down by a rope from a window into the public street, or creep into a burning room on her hands and knees, with her nose to the ground like a pointer, and all this, too, in her nightdress. So she begged of him to stop, and said, "But you forget, fireman, it is impossible for me to do any of these dreadful things." "Weel, ma'am," returned Joe coolly, "'twouldn't be easy, though, for the matter o' that. It's wonderful what people will do for their lives. But I was tellin' ye, ma'am, what ought to be done, so somebody else in the house might do it, if you couldn't." "But suppose, ma'am," continued Joe, without waiting for a reply, "suppose that the house is alight. Well, the first thing you've got to do not to get into a fluster. That can't do no good, you know, and it's sure to do mischief. Keep cool, that's the first thing, ma'am, and be deliberate in all you do. The second thing is to wrap a blanket round ye and get out of the house as fast as ye can without stopping to dress. It's of no use looking put out, ma'am, for it's better to escape without your clothes than to be burnt alive in 'em. Then be careful to shut all doors after ye as ye go. This keeps the air from gettin' at the fire, so smothers it down till the ingines come up. Also, keep all windows shut. If the smoke is like to choke ye, get your nose as near to the ground as possible, and go along on your hands and knees. A bit of flannel or a worsted sock held over your mouth and nose will help you to bear it better. If you can't escape by the street door, or the trap in the roof, then get into a front room, where you will be more easy to be got at with ladders or fire escapes, and see that every mimber of the household is there. Many a one has been forgotten in the hurry scurry of a fire, and left asleep in bed, ignorant o' the danger till too late, when a cool head might have missed 'em and wakened 'em in time. Whatever ye do, ma'am, keep cool." The probability of poor Mrs Denman keeping cool in such circumstances was uncommonly small, for she was at that moment hot all over, and her face flushed at the mere recital of such horrors. Joe then went on to state that the very last thing she should do was to jump from a window, a somewhat unnecessary piece of advice, poor Miss Denman thought, and that, when she was compelled to take such a step, she should first of all pitch over all the blankets and bedding she could lay hold of to make her fall easy. he wound up with an emphatic reiteration of the assurance that her only chance lay in keeping cool. That night poor Mrs. Denman, in a condition of mind that is utterly indescribable, because inconceivable, went through the whole of the dreadful processes which Joe had described, and did it, too, with miraculous presence of mind and energy, in her dreams. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19 of Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Gorman was one of those peculiar characters who, in personal appearance, are totally devoid of peculiarity. He was a middle-sized, thick-set, commonplace, grave, quiet man, very powerful, but not apparently so, one whom it was impossible to find out unless he chose to let himself be found out. Above all, he was a reserved man. Everybody knew, well enough, at least among his intimates, that he was named Gorman, but not one of the number knew what his Christian name was. A few were aware that he signed himself D. Gorman, but whether the D represented David, dastard, drunkard, or demon was a matter of pure speculation to all, a few of his female acquaintance excepted, for he had no friends, who asserted roundly that it represented them all, and some were even willing to go the length of saying that it represented more, and stood for dirty, drivelling, desperate, and a few other choice words which it is quite unnecessary to mention. Only a few, and these were among the knowing and peculiarly observant ones of Gorman's intimates, said that the D stood for deep. But then many of those who thus pronounced their opinion were comparatively worthless characters, given to scandal and slander, so the reader must not allow himself to be biased too much by their report. Certain it is, however, that when Gorman was asked on one occasion what his Christian name was, he replied that he had no Christian name, because he didn't believe in Christianity, and that he signed himself D, to be distinguished from the other Gormans who might chance to exist in the universe. People were not at all shocked at his bold statement of unbelief, because in the circle in which he moved the same disbelief was pretty general. Besides many other traits and qualities, definable and indefinable, Gorman had the power of assuming the appearance either of a burglar of the lowest type, or a well-to-do contractor or tradesman. A slight change in dress and manner were sufficient to metamorphose him beyond recognition. Everybody knew, also, that Gorman was the landlord of a small public house at the corner of a dirty street not far from London Bridge, and that he kept a stout, middle-aged man on the premises to do the duty of host, while he himself went out about other business, which nobody knew of, and which no one could find out, although many had tried to do so with all their might. Every day in the year Gorman might have been seen at the Golden Swan, but never for longer than a few minutes at a time, when he inspected the books, received the cash drawn the day before, and made an impression on all in the premises that tended to convince them that they were well looked after. "Humph!" ejaculated Gorman, as he finished counting the dirty coppers and pieces of silver which his agent had delivered to him, and dropped them from his dirty fingers into a dirty leather bag. "Business is dull, I think." "It ain't brisk just now, sir," replied the deputy landlord of the Golden Swan. Gorman received this reply with another humph, and then, putting the bag in his coat pocket, prepared to leave. "No one been asking for me?" inquired Gorman. "No, sir, no one. I'll be back tomorrow about this time." The deputy knew that this was false, for his employer invariably came at a different hour each day in order to take the house by surprise, but he said, "Very well, sir," as usual. "And mind," continued Gorman, "that you put the lights out. You're uncommon careful about that, I hope." It is worthy of remark, in reference to Gorman's anxiety about putting out lights, that he had been burned out of several sets of premises in the course of a few years. He was quite a martyr, as it were, to fire. Unaccountably worried, pursued, and damaged by it. No, not damaged by the way, because Gorman was a prudent man, and always insured to the full amount. His enemies sometimes said above it, but neither they nor we have any means of proving or disproving that. The deputy protested that he always exercised the utmost precaution in putting everything out every night, from the last beery lingerer to the gas, and that he felt quite put out himself at being asked the question, as it implied a doubt of his care and attention to business. Hereupon Gorman said, "Good night," and the deputy returned to the counter, where besotted men and drunken women awaited his attendance. 3/4 of an hour sufficed to convey Gorman from the east to the west end of London. Here he sought the well-known precincts of Poorthing Lane, and entered the shop of Mr. David Boone. That worthy received him with a look of glad surprise, but with a feeling of the deepest misery. "Anyone inside?" asked Gorman. "No," said Boone, "'cept the boy. I'll call him to mind the shop, and then we can be alone." As Gorman did not vouchsafe a reply, but walked straight into the little room behind the shop, Boone called the boy and bade him mind the shop while he held private consultation with his friend. The shop boy enjoyed the name of Robert Roddy. He was a soft-faced, washed-out youth, with a disposition to wink both eyes in meek manner. Rough-spoken people called him an idiot, but Roddy was not quite such an idiot as they took him for. He obeyed his master's mandate by sitting down on a tall stool near the window, and occupied himself in attempting to carve a human face on the head of a walking-stick. "Glad to see you, Mr. Gorman," said Boone, seating his tall body on a low stool at the side of his friend, who, with his hat on, had thrown himself into an armchair, and spread out both legs before the fire. "Very glad to see you, indeed, in my little sanctum, my withdrawing room, if I may venture to use the name, to which I retire during the intervals of business." Boone said this with an air of pleasantry, and smiled, but his visitor did not encourage him. "Pretty long intervals, I should suppose," he growled, pulling out his pipe and lighting it. Boone admitted, with a sigh, that they were, and observed that trade was extremely dull, astonishingly dull. "Why, would you believe it, sir, I have not sold 20 shillings worth of goods all last week, and only 1 wax doll within the month, although it's getting well on for Christmas time. One would a'most fancy the children was about to give up such vanities and devote themselves to serious business. It's a serious business for the like of us, anyhow." Again Mr. Boone smiled, and again failed to make an agreeable impression on his visitor, who demanded in a surly tone if he had been thinking over it, and made up his mind to do it. Boone's face changed at this indefinite question, and became a shade paler than it was by nature, as he replied hesitatingly that he had been thinking it over, and that he had made up his mind not to do it. "Oh, you have you?" said Gorman in a tone of irony. "Very good. Then I'll trouble you to pay me the £300 you owe me by this day next week, and the rent of this here tenement for last half." Boone's face became still paler. "You're a hard landlord," said he. "You're a soft tenant," retorted Gorman. "You know what the punishment is by law," continued Boone. "Yes, death," said the other dryly. "But you know as well as I do that it's never carried out nowadays. But penal servitude for 10 or 20 years ain't much better." "Some men think it's worse," replied Gorman, with a savage grin. "But you've no need to fear. If you only take the right precautions, it's impossible to find it out, and I'll engage to put ye up to doing it in such a way that there won't be a scrap the size of a sixpence left to convict you. Only put a bold face on it, and the thing's done, and your fortune well made as mine." The man's voice and manner softened a little as he said this, for he thought he perceived symptoms of wavering in his tenant, who covered his face with large thin hands and sighed deeply. "Come, don't be hard on me," he said at length. "I really haven't got courage to go through with this. Only give me a little more time, and I'll—" "Very good," interrupted Gorman with an oath, as he rose and dashed his pipe into fragments on the hearth. "If you won't burn yourself out of this scrape—" "Hush, hush, man," said Boone in a hoarse whisper. "Not so loud, my lad will hear you. Come, I'll think of it." "Will you do it?" demanded the other fiercely. "You know the alternative if you don't." Ruination. Exactly so, and that without delay. Ruination either way, murmured Boone sadly to himself, as though he were counting the cost. Tut, man, said his landlord, becoming more gentle. It's nothing of the sort. If you only take my advice, it'll be a jolly blaze, which instead of ending in smoke will end in some thousands of pounds and commencing business again on fresh capital. Come, I've got no time to waste with you. There's no escape for you, so you'd better say yes. Else I'll go and have a talk with a legal friend of mine who's used to screwing gold out of the most unpromising mines. David Boone's face had by this time become so pale that it could not become paler, so it turned somewhat green instead. His teeth, too, had a tendency to chatter when he spoke, but by a strong mental effort he prevented this, and said in a subdued voice that he was willing to do whatever his landlord pleased to command. "That's all right," said Gorman, resuming his seat in front of the fire. "Now you speak like a man. Sit down and I'll go over the matter with you, and make your mind easy by showing you it ain't either a difficult or risky piece of work. Bless you, it ain't the first time I've been up to that sort of thing." It did not require the diabolical leer that accompanied this remark to convince his hearer of the truth. "Now then," said Gorman, with a business air, "first of all, how stands the stock in the shop?" "Rather low," answered Boone, who had reseated himself on the stool. "In fact, I've got a little or nothing more than what is visible. I've been so hard up of late that I've had to crowd everything into view and make the most of appearances. All the dressed dolls has got their frocks spread out, and the undressed ones their arms and legs throwed about to make 'em take up as much room as possible. The lids of all the work boxes is open, the slates and puzzle boxes stuck up in single rows with their broadsides to the front, and the claps and worlds is all inflated. Everything in the front is real, but all behind is a sham of dummies and empty boxes." Gorman opened his eyes a little on hearing this. "Good," he said after a pause. "You're a cleverer fellow than I took you for. I thought you was well off, and I'm sure the neighbours think the same, for the place looks pretty full and thriving. I suppose, now, if it was all sold off, you wouldn't have enough to pay up my loans." "Nothink like it," said Boone earnestly. "I've slaved night and day, and done my best, but luck's agin me." "Ah, that's 'cause you've been faint-hearted in time past. You're going to be bold in time to come, my good fellow. You'll have to be bold, you will. Come, I'll explain how, but first let me ask you how much you think the stock is worth." "Not much above £50. Looks like more." "That's true, and the people about think it's worth 200 or 300, for you see I have a lot of cheap jewellery, and some of the inquisitive ones have been trying to pump me of late. They all think I'm thriving," said Boone, shaking his head sorrowfully. So you are, man," said Gorman jocosely, "and you're going to make your fortune soon, and so am I, though at present I'm poor enough. However, that don't matter. Here's your course for the future, which you're to steer by. You'll go and begin chatting with your neighbours at odd times, and your conversation, curiously enough, will always be about the times being better than usual, and about the approach of Christmas, and the stock you mean to lay in against that festive season. After that you'll lay in the stock, £50 worth, and it won't be a sham, it'll be real." "But where is the money to come from?" asked Boone. "Oh, don't you trouble about the money. I'll provide that. I've got a curious power of raising the wind on easy terms. £50 worth of real goods will be bought by you, my thriving shopman, and you'll let some of the neighbours, particularly these same inquisitive ones, see the goods and some of the invoices. And you'll tell 'em you've laid in £150 worth of stock, and that you think of laying in more. On the strength of the press of business you'll get another shop lad, and you'll keep 'em employed a good deal going messages, so that they won't get to know much about the state of things. And I'll take care to send you a rare lot of customers who'll come pretty often for small purchases, and give the shop an uncommon thriving look. Oh, we'll make a splendid appearance of doing business, and we'll have lots of witnesses ready to bother these sharp lawyers if need be. Won't we, Boone?" Poor Boone, whose colour had not yet improved much, smiled in a ghastly way, but said nothing. "Well, then," resumed Gorman, after a few minutes' meditation, "when this thriving trade is in full swing we'll get insured. You know it would never do to risk the loss of such valuable stock by fire, eh, Boone? Common prudence points that out. You say that what you have is worth 50, and what you'll lay in is 50 more, making 100. So we'll insure for 500. There's a clear gain of 400 per cent. Only think of that! Well, the house I have already insured for $500. That makes $900, and we'll insure the furniture and fixings for $50. That'll look business-like, you know. Then the goods laid in will be carefully removed in the night at various times before the fire, so you'd better see they are small and portable objects. That'll make another £50, if not more. So I see my way to £1,000. That's a neat sum, ain't it, Boone?" Still Boone made no reply, but favoured his visitor with another ghastly smile. "Well, then," pursued Gorman, "all you've got to do is, on a certain night that I will fix, to set the shop alight, and the thing's done quite easy. But that's not all. You got an old mother, I believe. Well, it would be very unnatural in you to run the risk of being burned to death and leaving her penniless. So you'll insure your life for £500, and I'll pay the first premium on it, and then you'll die." "Die!" exclaimed Boone with a start. "Eh, why not, if you're to get a small fortune by it?" "But how's that to be managed?" inquired Boone with a look of doubt. "Managed? Nothing easier. You'll be so desperately upset by the fire, perhaps signed a little too, that you'll be taken ill and won't get better. I'll look carefully after you as your loving friend, and when you're about dead you'll get up and clear off in a quiet way. I'll make arrangements to have a corpse as like you as possible put into your bed. Then you'll be buried comfortably, and we'll share the insurance. Of course you'll have to leave this part of the town and disguise yourself, but that won't be difficult. Why, man, if you're only fond of a joke, you might even attend your own funeral. It's not the first time that sort of thing has been done. So then you have your life insured, but not yet. Your first business is to set about the purchase of the stock, and let me tell you there's no time to lose. So I advise you to write out the orders this very night. I'll fetch you £50 in a day or two, and you'll pay up at once. It'll look well, you know, and after it's all settled we'll divide the plunder. Now then, good night. I congratulate you on your thriving business." Gorman opened the door of the inner room as he said the last words, so that the lad in the shop might hear them. As he passed through the shop he whispered in his friend's ear, "Mind the consequences if you fail," and then left him with another hearty "Good night." Poor David Boone, having sold himself to the tempter, went about his duties like an abject slave. He began by ordering goods from various wholesale dealers in the city, after which he took occasion to stand a good deal at his shop door, and accost such of his neighbours as chanced to pass. The conversation at such times invariably began with the interesting topic on the weather, on which abstruse subject Boone and his friends displayed a surprising profundity of knowledge, by stating not only what the weather was at the time being, and what it had been in time past, but it was likely to be in time to come. It soon diverged, however, to business, and usually ended in a display of fresh goods and invoices, and in references, on the part of Boone, to the felicitous state of trade at the time. Do what he would, however, the thriving tradesman could not act his part well. In the midst of his prosperity his smiles were ghastly and his laughter was sardonic. Even when commenting on the prosperity of trade, his sighs were frequent and deep. One of his friends thought and said that prosperity was turning the poor man's brain. Others thought that he was becoming quite unnatural and unaccountable in his deportment, and a few, acting on the principle of the sailor's parrot, which could not speak much, but was a tremendous thinker, gave no outward indication of their thoughts beyond wise looks and grave shakes of the head, by which most people understood them to signify that they feared there was a screw loose somewhere. This latter sentiment, it will be observed, is a very common one among the unusually wise ones of the earth, and is conveniently safe, inasmuch as it is more or less true of every person, place, and thing in the sad world of loose screws. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zena Blue. Chapter 20 of Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. One night, Edward Hooper, having consulted his watch frequently, and compared it with a clock of slow notoriety in the warehouse in Tooley Street, until his patience was almost gone, at last received the warning hiss, and had his book shut and put away before the minute gun began to boom. He was out at the door and halfway up the lane, with his hat a good deal on one side of his head and very much over one eye, before the last shot was fired. "It's a jolly time of day, this, the jolliest hour of the 24, muttered Ned to himself with a smile. His speech was thick, and his smile was rather idiotic, by reason of having drunk more than his usual allowance at dinner that day. By way of mending matters, Ned resolved to renew his potations immediately, and announced his intentions to himself in the following words: "Come, my boy, you go have an fashion sort." At a certain point in the drunkard's downward career, he ceases to have any control over himself, and increases his speed from the usual staggering jog-trot to a brisk zigzag gallop that generally terminates abruptly in the grave. Ned Hooper, a kind-hearted fellow enough, and thinking himself not so bad as he seemed because of that same kind-heartedness, had reached the galloping point, and was travelling unusually fast along the high road to ruin. Being of a generous nature, Ned was in the habit of extending his patronage to various beer shops, among others to that one near London Bridge, which has been described as the property of Gorman. Business, pleasure, or fancy led him to that shop on the evening in question. He was standing at the counter steadying himself with his left hand and holding a pewter pot in his right, when the door of the inner room opened and Gorman crossed the floor. He was in a thoughtful mood, and was about to pass out without raising his eyes, when Ned arrested him with, "Good evening, Mr. Gorman." Gorman glanced back, and then turned away as if in contempt, but, suddenly checking himself, returned, and going up to Hooper with as affable a smile as his countenance would admit of, said that he was delighted to shake hands with him, and that he was the very man he wanted to see, as he wished to have a word of conversation with him. "Conversations with me?" said Ned, swaying himself to and fro, as he endeavoured to look steadily in the face of his friend. "Fire away, Shin. I'm shman for conversation, grave or gay, comic or sublime, all shame me." He finished the pot, and laid it, with an immense assumption of care, on the counter. "Come out, we'll talk as we walk," said Gorman. "Ha! To be sure, that's poetical. Very good, very good. We'll walk as we talk. Ha ha! Very good. Didn't you know you was a poet, eh? Don't look like un." "Come along, then," said Gorman, taking him by the arm. "Stop!" said Ned, drawing himself up with an air of drivelling dignity, and thrusting his hand into his trouser pocket. "What for?" asked the other. "I haven't paid for my beer." "Never mind the beer, I'll stand that," said Gorman, dragging his friend away. Ned consented to being dragged, and said something to the effect that he hoped to have the pleasure of standing treat on some future occasion. "Now then," said Gorman, somewhat firmly, though not sternly, for he knew that Ned Hooper was not to be browbeat, "are you sober enough to attend to what I've got to say?" "Sober as a dudge," answered Ned. Gorman looked earnestly in his face for a few moments, and then began to talk to him in a continuous strain by way of testing him. "Confound these cabs and busses! A feller can't hear a word," said Ned. "Your lodgin's ain't far off, are they?" "Close t' end," answered Ned. "Let's go to 'em," said Gorman. In silence Ned Hooper led the way, and conducting his friend into his chamber, as he styled his poor abode, begged him to be seated, and threw himself into an armchair beside the little fire. There was a pipe on the chimney-piece, which Ned began to fill, while Gorman opened the conversation. "You're hard up rather just now," said the latter. "'Zactly so. That's my condition to a T." Ned smiled as he said this, as though it were the most satisfactory state of things possible, and lighted his pipe. "Of course you've no objection to make £50 note or so?" asked Gorman. None in sh world. Always. He became very earnest here. Always s'posin' that I make it honestly. Of course, rejoined the other. I would never propose anything that would lead you into a scrape. You don't suppose I would do that, I hope? Certainly not, replied Ned with a smile. Fire away. Well, then, I'm anxious just now to procure a dead corpse. Ned Hooper, drunk as he was, felt somewhat startled by this, but, being a man of wandering and lively imagination, turned from the point in question to an idea suggested by it. I s'pose a living corpse wouldn't do, would it? Must be a dead one, eh? Be serious if you can, said Gorman angrily. I want a corpse. Ned Hooper, who, like many good-humoured men, was easily roused when in a state of intoxication, fired at the tone of Gorman's voice, and looked at him sternly as he could while he replied, What have I got to do with your wants and your corpses, eh? You don't suppose I keep a stock of 'em on hand ready-made, do you? Relapsing into a placid frame, he smiled and added, Fire away, old feller. I'm your man for conversation, especially when it's in a comic line. That's right, said Gorman, clapping Ned on the shoulder and endeavouring to conciliate him. Now then, the question is, how am I to get in? Ah, that's the question. As Shakespeare's to be believed. Well, but couldn't you think? Said Gorman. Think! Exclaimed the other. What am I paid a salary for? What are my brains doing night and day, eh? Of course I could think. That's my profession, is thinking. Gorman cast a scornful look at his friend, but he deemed it prudent to admit the truth of what he said, and suggested that he might perhaps remember a certain medical student with whom he had once had pleasant converse in his, Gorman's, house of entertainment. Remember him? Of course, hiccuped Ned. Well, then, he could get us a corpse, you know, couldn't he? Ned looked uncommonly knowing at this point, and admitted that he rather thought he could, a dozen of them, if necessary. Well, I want one, and I'll pay well for it if it's the right sort. It must be at least 6'2", thin about the jaws, with lanky black hair and a yellow complexion. Ned smiled facetiously, but at the same time shook his head. 6'2", said he. Ain't a common height. Won't be easy to get in tall. But, he pondered here with a grave expression of countenance. But it might be stretched a bit, you know, eh? As to thin jaws, most of 'em is thin about jaws, and black hair ain't uncommon. Ned yawned at this point, and looked very sleepy. Well, you'll speak to him, won't you? And I'll make it worth while for both of you. Oh, yes, I'll speak to him, said Ned, and his head fell on the table and his senses utterly forsook him. Pah, you beast, muttered Gorman, casting a glance of scorn on his friend as he rose to leave. He had the sense, before going, to extinguish the candle, lest Ned should overturn it and set the house on fire. Not that he cared either for Ned or the house, but as the former happened to be necessary to him just then, he did not wish him to be burned so soon. Then he went out, closing the door softly after him. Half an hour afterwards, Ned's friend and fellow lodger, John Barrett, entered the room, accompanied by Fred Auberly. "Come, Fred," said the former, "we can chat here without Hello!" "What's wrong?" inquired Fred, endeavouring to make out objects by the feeble flicker of the fire, while his friend struck a light. Barrett did not reply, but the light soon revealed Ned's disreputable figure half sprawling on and half clinging to the table. "Surely this is not your chum, John?" asked Fred in surprise. "Yes, that's him," answered Barrett in a low, sad voice. "Help me get him into bed like a good fellow." Without a word the young men raised the drunken figure in their arms, and laid it like some loathsome object on one of the beds in the adjoining room. "How can you stay with him?" asked Auberly, after they had returned to the other room and seated themselves at the fire. "He's an old schoolfellow of mine," said Barrett in a low voice. "I'm sorry you've seen him in this state. He was a very different fellow once, I assure you, and if it were not for that accursed drink he would be as pleasant a companion as exists. You know I have no friends in London save yourself, Fred, and this young fellow. I came to stay with him at first, not knowing his character, and now I remain to try to save him, but I fear his case is hopeless. Come, Fred, we won't talk of it. You were saying, as we came along, that your father is sterner than ever, were you not?" "Eh," said Fred, with a sigh. "He won't even let me call to see my sister, too. That's the worst part of it. For the rest, I care not. My brush has sustained me hitherto, and my love for my profession increases every hour. I feel towards it, John, as a man may be supposed to feel towards the sweet young girl whom wicked guardians had for a long time refused to let him wed. Nothing but death shall separate us now." Barrett smiled and was about to make some rejoinder, but he checked himself and changed the subject. "How is your sister?" said he. "I've not heard of her in a long time." "Not well," answered Fred. "The doctors shake their heads and speak of the shock having been too much for her. Dear Lou! She never was strong, and I'm afraid that she has received fatal injury on the night of the fire. I'm told that my poor father is sadly cut up about her, attends on her day and night, and humours her every whim. This is so unlike him that it fills me with an anxiety on account of dear Lou, whom I have not seen since I went to live at Kensington." "Kensington, Fred! I did not know you had gone to live there." "I was just going to mention that when we came in. I've got a very comfortable lodging with, who do you think? You'll never guess. Mrs Willders, the mother of our young friend Willie, who works with old Tom Tippet upstairs. You may well look surprised. I came upon the lodging quite accidentally, and finding that it suited my inclinations and my purse, I took it at once for a few weeks. It's in a very poor locality, no doubt, but you know a man must cut his coat according to his cloth, and my cloth is not broad at present. But then," continued Fred, with sudden animation, "it's a splendid place for a painter. There are such picturesque regions and bits near it. Why, Kensington Gardens are sufficient to make the fortune of a landscape painter, at least in the way of trees. Then an hour's walk takes you to rural scenery, or canal scenery, with barges, bridges, boats, old stores, cottages, etc. Oh, it's a magnificent spot, and I am hard at work on a picturesque old pump near Shepherd's Bush Common, with a bit of old brick wall behind it, half covered with ivy, and a gipsy-like beggar girl drinking at it out of her hand. That'll make an impression, I think, on the Royal Academy, if they take it in." "Ah, if they take it in," said John Barrett, smiling. "Well," retorted Fred Auberly, "I know that is a point of uncertainty, and I'm not very sanguine, because there is a great lack of room. Nevertheless, I mean to send it, and you know, John, faint heart never won fair lady, so—" At this point the conversation was interrupted by a shrill whistle at the top of the house, which, as it drew nearer, became identified with the air of Rule Britannia. "That's Willie Willders," said Barrett, laughing. "I guessed as much, and with your leave I'll call him in. He knows of my having become an inmate of his mother's house, and as he is probably going home, I would like to send a message to his mother. Hallo, Willie!" "Aye, aye, sir," answered the youth, in the tones of a thoroughbred seaman. Not that Willie had ever been at sea, but he was so fond of seamen that he mingled with them so much at the docks, as well as those of them who had become firemen, that he tried to imitate their gait and tones. "Come here, you scamp, and stop your noise." "Certainly, sir," said Willie with a grin, as he entered the room, cap in hand. "Going home, lad?" asked Fred. "Yes, sir, at least in a promiscuous sort of way, entertainin' myself as I go with agreeable talk and improvin' observation of the shop winders, etc." "Will you take a message to your mother?" "Surely," answered Willie. "Well, say to her that I have several calls to make to-night, and may be late in getting home, but she need not sit up for me, as I have the door key. Tell her not to forget to leave the door on the latch." "Very good, sir," said Willie. "May I make so bold as to ask how Miss Loo was when you seed her last?" "Not well, I regret to say," replied Fred. "Indeed! I'm surprised to hear that, for she's a-goin' out to tea to-morrow night, sir." "My surprise is greater than yours, lad. How d'you know that? And where's she going to?" asked Auberly. Here Willie explained in a very elaborate manner that a note had arrived that forenoon from Miss Tippet, inviting Mr. Tippet to tea the following evening, and expressing a hope that he would bring with him his clerk, Mr. Willders, the brother of the brave fireman who had saved Lou's life, and that Miss Louisa Auberly was to be there, and that Mr. Tippet had written a note accepting the same. "Then you'll have to take another message from me, Willie. Tell Miss Tippet when you go to-morrow that I will give myself the pleasure of looking in on her in the course of the evening," said Fred. "Mr. Auberly is not to be there, is he?" "No, not as I knows of." "Well, good night, Willie." Willie took his departure, marching to the usual national air, and soon after Fred Auberly bade his friend good night and left him. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zena Blue. Chapter 21 of Fighting the Flames. Miss Tippet's tea party began by the arrival of Willie Willders, who, being fond of society, and regardless of fashion, understood his hostess literally when she named her tea hour. For full half an hour, therefore, he had the field to himself, and improved the occasion by entertaining Miss Tippet and Emma Ward with an account of the wonderful inventions that emanated from the fertile brain of Mr. Thomas Tippet. Strange to say, a deep and lasting friendship had sprung up between the eccentric old gentleman and his volatile assistant. Willie sympathized so fully with his master in his wild schemes, and displayed withal such an aptitude for mechanical contrivance, and such a ready appreciation of complex theories, that Mr. Tippet soon came to forget his extreme youth, and to converse with him, propound schemes and new ideas to him, and even ask his advice, with as much seriousness as though he had been a full-grown man. This was, of course, very gratifying to Willie, who repaid his master's condescension and kindness by devoting himself heart and soul to the duties of what he styled his profession. He was a good deal put out when his brother Frank asked him one day what his profession was, and resolving never again to be placed in such an awkward position of ignorance, asked his employer what was the name of his business, to which the employer replied that it had no particular name, but on being urged by his assistant to give it a name, he suggested that he might, if so disposed, style himself a polyartist, which, he explained, meant an artist of many occupations. Willie felt that this might be translated Jack of all trades, but on mature consideration he resolved to adopt it, in the belief that few people would understand what it meant, and that thereby he would be invested with a halo of mystery, which was, upon the whole, a gratifying reflection. Gradually, however, Willie was led to diverge from his employer to his brother Frank, in regard to whom Miss Tippet entertained the strongest feelings of admiration, because of his courageous conduct in saving Louisa Auberly. Willie pursued this theme all the more willingly that Emma appeared to be deeply interested in it. Emma Ward was very romantic in her nature, yet she had a keen appreciation of the ludicrous, which caused her to appear somewhat light-headed and giddy in the eyes of superficial observers. But she possessed an underlying earnestness of soul, which displayed itself in 1,000 ways to those who had much intercourse with her. She was an ardent hero worshipper, and while Miss Tippet was her heroine, Frank Willders was, at that time, her beau ideal of a hero, although she only knew him from description. Willie was still in the middle of a glowing account of a fire, in which Frank and his friends Dale and Baxmore were the chief actors, and Emma was listening with heightened colour, parted lips, and sparkling eyes, when Matty Marion opened the door and announced Mr. Tippet. That gentleman was still in the act of shaking his sister's hands with both of his, and kissing her on both cheeks heartily, when Matty announced Miss Deemas. Matty, being Irish, allowed her soul to gush out too obviously in her tones, so that her feelings towards the Eagle, though unexpressed, were discernible. Miss Deemas strode up to Miss Tippet and pecked her on the right cheek, much as an eagle might peck a tender rabbit, which it could slay and devour if it chose, but which it preferred to spare for a time. She was immediately introduced to Mr Tippet, whom she favoured with a stiff bow, intended to express armed neutrality in the meantime, with a possibility, if not a probability, of war in the future. The eccentric gentleman felt chilled, but ventured to express an opinion in regard to the weather, glancing for confirmation of the same towards the window, through which he naturally enough expected to see the sky, but was baffled by only seeing the green Venetian blinds, which ruled off the opposite houses in narrow stripes. Before he had recovered himself to make any further observation, Miss Deemas had attempted, in a condescending way, to peck the cheek of Emma Ward, but that young lady, feeling disinclined, so managed that she received the peck on her forehead. On Willie, Miss Deemas bestowed a glance of utter indifference, which Willie replied to with a gaze of desperate defiance. Then Miss Deemas seated herself on the sofa and asked her dear friend how she did, and how she felt, and whether things in general were much as usual, from which elevated region of generalities she gradually descended into the more particular sphere of gossip and scandal. It is only just to Miss Tippet to say that the Eagle did not find her a congenial bird of prey in this region. On the contrary, she had to drag her unwilling friend down into it, and as Miss Tippet was too conscientious and kind-hearted to agree with her in sweeping censures and caustic observations and wilful misconstructions, it is difficult to conceive wherein she, the Eagle, found pleasure in her society. Probably it was because she found in her one who would submit weakly to any amount of contradiction, and listen patiently to any amount of vituperative declamation. "So it seems Mr Auberly has disinherited and dismissed my son, my dear," said Miss Deemas, smoothing her dress with both hands, as though she were about to lay Mr Auberly in her lap and analyse him. "I'm sorry to say that is too true, Julia," answered Miss Tippet with a sigh. "Ha! It's so like one of those creatures," said Miss Deemas, pursing her thin lips, "so domineering, so towering in their pride of mere physical power." Mr Tippet glanced at the Eagle in surprise, not being able to understand to what sort of creatures she made reference. "Poor Frederick," sighed Miss Tippet, "I don't know what he'll do. Ring the bell, Emma darling. He's such a bold, high-spirited young man, and it's all owing to his determination to take to what's his name as a profession. Bring the tea, Matty. It's very sad." "That must be a new sort of profession," observed Miss Deemas pointedly. "Oh, I mean painting, you know. It's impossible to arrange one's things in such a very correct language, you know, dear Julia. You're really too... Oh, did you hear of Joe Corney and what's his fireman's visit to Mrs Denman? To be sure you did. I forgot it was in your house. It was such a funny account. You heard of it. Brother, ring the bell again, dear. Didn't you?" Mr Tippet, who wanted vivacity, was quite subdued by the freezing influence of the Eagle, said that he had not heard of it, whereupon Miss Tippet said that she had heard of it, and so had Willie Willders, who had heard of it from his brother Frank, who had heard of it from Joe Corney himself. And then she attempted to relate the matter, but failed, and finally asked Willie to tell the story, which Willie did with much gusto, looking at Miss Deemas all the time, and speaking in a very positive tone, as if he thought she was doubting every word he said, and was resolved to hurl it in her teeth, whether she chose to believe it or not. "Capital!" exclaimed Mr Tippet, laughing heartily, when Willie had concluded. "What an energetic old lady she must be! Really, I must get introduced to her, and show her the self-acting fire extinguisher I've just invented. You remember it, Willie?" Willie nodded. "I've laid it aside for some time, but it is very nearly complete now. A little more work on it will finish it. My only difficulty in regard to this is, madam," he addressed himself to Miss Deemas here, "that is apt to burst, and I am uncertain whether or not to add a safety valve to prevent such a catastrophe, or to make the metal so very strong that nothing short of gunpowder would burst it. but then, you see, that would make the whole affair too heavy. However, these are only minor difficulties of detail, which a little thought will overcome." Miss Deemas received all this with a sinister smile, and replied with a single word, "Oh!" After which she turned immediately to Miss Tippet, and remarked that the weather had been unusually warm of late for the season of the year, which remark so exasperated Willie Willders that he turned with a face of crimson to Emma, and asked her if she didn't feel a draught of cold air coming over her from somewhere, and whether she would not sit nearer the fire, and further away from the window. Willie meant this for an uncommonly severe cut, for Miss Deemas sat at the end of the sofa, near the window. Fortunately, at this point, Matty Merryon ushered in Lou Auberly, who was instantly enfolded in Miss Tippet's arms, and thence transferred to Emma's, in which she was led to the sofa, and gently deposited in the softest corner. "Darling Lou!" exclaimed Miss Tippet, with tears in her eyes, "you look so thin and pale." There could be no doubt on that point. Little Lou, as Emma styled her, was worn to a shadow by sickness, which had hitherto baffled the doctor's skill. But she was a beautiful shadow, such a sweet, gentle shadow, that one might feel thankful, rather than otherwise, to be haunted by it. "Pray, don't mind me. I'm too tired to speak to you yet. Just go on talking. I like to listen," said Lou softly. With ready kindness, Miss Tippet at once sought to draw attention from the child by reverting to Mrs. Denman, and Matty created a little opportune confusion by stumbling into the room with the tea. Matty usually tripped over the carpet at the door, and never seemed to become wiser from experience. "Poor Mrs. Denman," said Mrs. Tippet, pouring out the tea. "It must have been an awful shock. Think of a sugar, brother? I always forget. What was I? Oh, yes. Think of a fireman seizing one round the cream, Willie. I know you have a sweet tooth, so I don't need to ask you if you take sugar. Yes, he carried her down that dreadful, what d'ye call it, and into the next house with nothing. A little more sugar, Julia? No? Nothing on her, but what's his name? Oh, it was sad to lose all her fine things, too. Her furniture and thingamies. Do try a piece of cake, brother." "I know a worse case than hers," said Willie, with a knowing look. "Do you?" exclaimed Miss Tippet. "Oh, do tell it!" cried Emma earnestly. "He's just been telling it to me, and it is so sad and interesting." "Come, let's hear about it, lad," said Mr. Tippet. Thus encouraged, Willie related his adventure with the clown's family, and told his tale with such genuine feeling that Miss Tippet, Lou, and Emma found their eyes moist when he had concluded. There was a good deal of comment upon this subject, and Miss Deemas animadverted very strongly upon actors in general, and clowns in particular. As to ballet girls, she could not find words to express her contempt for them, but in reference to this Miss Tippet ventured to rebuke her friend, and to say that although she could not and would not defend the position of these unfortunates, yet she felt that they were very much to be pitied, seeing that they were in many cases trained to their peculiarity in delicate life by their parents. He had been taught to regard ballet dancing as quite a proper and legitimate what's-its-name. No doubt this was only a palliation of the life they led, but she thought that if anyone was to be severely blamed in the matter, it was the people who went to witness and encourage such wicked displays. Miss Deemas dissented generally from all her friend's observations, and, wishing to change the subject, asked Lou if her father was coming to fetch her home. "No," said Lou. "Dear papa is not well to-night, but he is to send the carriage for me. Oh, I wish," she continued, reverting to the previous subject, "I wish I could do something for these poor people. I'm so very, very sorry for the fairy." "So you can, if you choose," said Miss Deemas sharply. "No, indeed I cannot," replied Lou in an earnest voice. "I'm too ill and weak now to be of any use to anyone. Once I was useful to dear papa, but ever since the fire I have not been of use to anybody, only a hindrance to them. Since I have been ill I have thought much more about what I read in the Bible, and I've had a great desire to do good in some way or other. But how can I, so weak and helpless?" Lou almost sobbed, for her sympathies had been awakened by Willie, and a chord had been touched which had been vibrating in her chest for some weeks past. "Your father is rich, is he not?" asked the Eagle. "Yes, I believe so." "Well, a word to him may be the cause of much good, in the shape of money at least, to people in distress. But rich people don't always like to spend their money in that way." Lou hung down her head and made no reply, for she knew that her father did not like to part with money. She had often heard him refuse to do so in days gone by, even when the very pathetic appeals, as she thought, were made to him, and experience told her that it was in vain to look for help in that quarter. The party was now increased by the arrival of Frederick Auberly, who at once infused life into everyone, except Miss Deemas, who had life enough of her own, and would by no means accept a loan of any from anyone else. Fred therefore ignored her altogether, and told stories and cracked jokes and sang songs as if no such female iceberg were present. Poor Lou was overjoyed to see him, and laying her head on his breast, bade him speak away and not ask questions, only speak and allow her to listen and rest. Fred obeyed, and at once began an earnest discussion with Willie as to the best method of getting a stout gentleman out of a third-floor window in case of fire, when Matty Merryon entered with a flushed face and said that a fireman who would not give his name wished to see Willie Willders for a minute, and she was inclined to think it was his brother. "What, Frank!" exclaimed Willie, rising to go downstairs. "Stay, Willie," cried Miss Tippet eagerly. "Don't go down. Pray let me have him up. I should so like to see him, and I'm sure so would Lou. The man, you know, who went up the what's-its-name and brought you. Yes, send him up, Matty." "Plaise, ma'am, he won't come," replied the girl. "I knowed you would like to see him, and ax him in." "Tell him," said Miss Tippet, "that I request it as a favour." While Matty was delivering this message, the Eagle took occasion to sniff once or twice in a contemptuous manner, and wondered why people worshipped men just because they happened to be big, and what they called handsome. For her part, she hated all men, but if she were to be obliged to choose between any class, which she was thankful to say was not necessary in her case, she would certainly give the preference to ugly men and small. Willie Willders nodded his head approvingly, and being exasperated into a savage serio-comic condition, as well as by the Eagle's voice and aspect as by her sentiments, he said that she was quite right, and that if he were a lady like her, he would hold the same opinions, because then, said he, being stout, I could wallop my husband and keep him down, and the contrast of his ugly face with mine would not be so obvious. Frank's step on the stair fortunately prevented this open and desperate attack being noticed. Next moment all turned their eyes in breathless expectation towards the door. Being on duty, Frank appeared in a fireman's costume, with a sailor-like undress cap in his hand. He bowed to the company and apologized to Miss Tippet for intruding, but he had wished to ask his brother Willie to call at the fire station on his way home to convey a letter to his mother, and merely meant to see him at the door. "I am very glad you came, Mr. Willders," said Miss Tippet, "for I assure you we all regard you as the preserver of our dear Miss Auberly's life when you went up the thing. Here she is. You must shake. That's it. So nice." The last part of Miss Tippet's remark referred to Lou stretching out her hand to Frank, who advanced promptly and shook it with great tenderness. He then shook hands with Fred, who expressed his regard for him in warm terms, also with Mr. Tippet, who paid him some enthusiastic compliments, and said something to the effect that the parent stem from which two such branches as he and Willie had grown must be a prime plant. As he turned from Mr. Tippet, who, being very short, appeared to be looking up at a steeple while he delivered this opinion, Frank's eyes encountered those of Emma Ward, who was gazing at him in such undisguised admiration that, being a somewhat bashful man, he felt a little confused, and dropped his eyes, figuratively, on the floor. Emma blushed scarlet with the shame at being caught in this way, and therefore became rigidly grave and indifferent. When Frank again raised his eyes, which, by the way, he did immediately, they encountered the eagle glance of Miss Deemas frowning defiance on him, as being a sort of type or pattern specimen of his highly objectionable race. Had Miss Deemas been a man, which would have gratified her more than she could have expressed, Frank could have met the frown with a smile of pity. As it was, he turned to the little eager countenance of Miss Tippet, and felt deeper respect than ever for the sex, thus showing that just as an exception proves a rule, so an unfavourable contrast strengthens a cause. "Pray sit down, Mr. Willders," entreated Miss Tippet earnestly. "I should like so much to hear how you did it from your own lips, and how you can possibly venture up such dreadful things, just like going up the outside of the monument. Dear Loo, and you came down it too, but to be sure your eyes were shut, which was all as well, for you were only in your night. Ah, well, yes, do sit down, Mr. Fireman Willders, I mean." Frank thanked her, but declined on the ground that he was on duty, and that he feared he was doing wrong in even looking in on them for the few minutes he had stayed. "Good night, ma'am," he continued. "Good night. You call at the station on your way home, Willie?" Willie said he would, and then all the company, excepting the Eagle, shook hands with the stalwart fireman, looking up at him as if he were a hero just returned from the proverbial 100 fights. Even Emma Ward condescended to shake hands with him at parting. "Perhaps you'll be in the middle of a fire this very night," cried Tom Tippet, following him to the door. "It's quite possible," said Frank with a smile. Miss Deemas was heard to snort contemptuously at this. "Perhaps you may even save more lives," cried Miss Tippet. "It may be so," answered Frank, again smiling, but evidently feeling anxious to make his escape, for he was not one of those men who like to be lionized. "Only think!" exclaimed Miss Tippet, as Frank quitted the room. "Ha!" ejaculated the Eagle, in a tone which was meant to convey her well-known opinion that women would do such things quite as well as men if their muscles were a little stronger. It is but justice to Miss Deemas to explain that she did not champion and exalt women out of love to her sex. Love was not one of her strong points. Rampant indignation against those who she bitterly termed lords of creation was her strong tower of refuge, in which she habitually dwelt, and from the giddy summit of which she hurled would-be destruction on the doomed males below. Among her various missiles she counted the wrongs of her sex the most telling shaft, and was in consequence always busy sharpening and polishing and flourishing this dread weapon in the eyes of her friends as well as her enemies, although, of course, she only launched it at the latter. Perched on her self-exalted eyrie, Miss Deemas did not know that there was a pretty large number of her own sex in the comparatively humble multitude below, who, while they clearly recognised the wrongs of women, and preferred to call them misfortunes, did not attribute them solely, or even largely, to the wickedness of men, but to the combined wickedness and folly of social society in general, and who were of opinion that such matters were to be put right by patient, persevering, laborious, and persistent efforts on the part of men and women acting in concert, and not by the unwomanly acts and declamation of ladies of the Deemas stamp, whom they counted the worst enemies of the good cause, some wittingly, others unwittingly so. These people, among the comparatively humble multitude below, also had the penetration to perceive that the so-called wrongs did not lie all on one side, but that there was a pretty large class of the so-called lords who went about the world habitually in a sad and disgraceful state of moral semi-nakedness, in consequence of their trousers having been appropriated and put on by their better halves, and that therefore it was only meet that men and women should be united, as indeed they were from the first intended to be, in their efforts to put each other's wrongs to rights. In addition to all this, these weak-minded, shall we call them, people, moving in the comparatively humble multitude below, entertained the belief that rising in an antagonism to the male sex in this matter was not only unnecessary and unjust and impolitic, but also ungenerous, for they reflected with much calm satisfaction that the lords are, after all, under woman's control. But Miss Demas and all the ladies of the Eagle stamp did not think so. They did not believe that a strong mind means a strong enough to exercise its own powers to the ascertainment and reception of truth, and the rejection of falsehood and fallacy. Strong enough, under the influence of God's love, to perceive the paths of duty and all their ramifications, and to resolve to follow them. They did not believe that a high spirit, in the true sense of the word, meant a spirit broken down altogether and brought into subjection to its owner's, not another's, will. By no means. A strong mind, with the Demas eagles, meant unutterable and unalterable obstinacy, blind as a bat, with the great guns blazing all round, and the colours nailed to the mast. High spirit with them meant the inclination, ever present, always strong, and often asserted, to seize all the rest of the world, male and female, and lead it by the nose. The Demas eagles, as a class, receive ready-made opinions, fabricated by someone else, and call them their own, receiving them originally and holding them subsequently, not because they are true, but because they are pleasant to their eyes and sweet to their taste. They hold them stoutly, too, probably because, having no foundation, they would be apt to fall and get broken if not upheld. Having said thus much in behalf of the Demas eagles, we now dismiss them, with an apology to the reader. End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zena Blue. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine, Chapter 22. A Fireman's Life. The clocks were striking 9 when Frank issued from Miss Tippet's dwelling and walked briskly away. On turning a corner he came upon one of the numerous fire escapes that nightly rear their tall heads against the houses all over London, in a somewhat rampant way, as though they knew of the fires that were about to take place, and, like mettlesome war horses, were anxious to rush into action without delay. On the pavement, close by the escape, stood a small sentry box, and the moment Frank came in sight of it he remembered that it was the nocturnal habitation of his friend, Conductor Samuel Forrest. Sam himself was leaning his arms on the lower half of his divided door, and gazing contemplatively along the street. "Well, Sam, what news?" inquired Frank as he came up. "That you, Willders?" said Sam, a quiet smile of recognition playing on his good-humoured features. "I thought it must be the giant they're exhibiting in James's Hall just now, taking a stroll at night to escape the boys. Why, when do you mean to stop growing?" "I don't mean to interfere with nature at all," replied Frank, "and I believe the world will be big enough to hold me, whatever size I grow to." "Well, what's the news?" inquired Sam, emerging from his narrow residence, and proving in the act that, though not quite so tall as his friend, he was one who required a pretty fair share of room in the world for himself. "Nothing particular," said Frank, leaning against the escape. "Only a chimney and cutaway affair last night, and a false alarm and a first floor burnt out the day before." "How's Thompson?" asked Forrest. "Poorly, I fear," said Frank, with a shake of his head. "The sprained ankle he got when he fell off the folding board is getting well, but the injury to his spine from the engine is more serious." "Ah, poor fellow," said Forrest. "He's just a little too reckless. How came he by the sprain?" "It was in the basement of a bookbinder's in Littleton Street," said Frank, lighting a cigar. "We got the call about 11 p.m., and on getting there found 3 engines at work. Mr. Braidwood ordered our fellows to go down into the basement. It was very dark, and so thick of smoke that I couldn't see half an inch before my nose. We broke through the windows and found ourselves ankle-deep in water. The engines had been at work flooding the place for some time, and there was more water than we expected, but we had got on the folding boards without knowing it, and before we knew where we were, down went Thompson into water 4 feet deep. I think myself some of the water pipes had burst. He rose gasping, and I caught him by the collar and hauled him out. It was in trying to recover himself when he fell that he got the sprain. You heard how he came by the other mishap. Yes, it was galloping down Ludgate Hill, wasn't it? Aye, the engine went over a barrel, and the jolt threw him off, and before he got up it was on him. By good fortune it did not go over him, it only bruised his back, but it's worse than we thought it would be, I fear. Huh, one never knows, said Forrest gravely. There's one man Jackson now. Only 2 weeks ago he was up in the 3rd floor in Lambeth, and had brought down 2 women and a child, was in the back rooms groping for more when the floor above gave way, and came down on him. We all thought he was done for, but some of the beams had got jammed, and not 5 minutes after he steps out of a window all right. Only a scratch or 2, not worth mentioning. Yet that same man fell down a flight of stairs at the same fire, with a boy on his shoulder, and sprained his ankle so bad that he had been laid up for 3 weeks. But he saved the boy. Ah, it was worth the sprain, said Frank. It was, responded Forrest. Well, good night, said Frank, resuming his walk. Samuel Forrest responded, good night, and then, getting into his box, sat down in his little seat, which was warranted not to hold 2, trimmed the lamp that hung at his side, and pulling out a book from a corner, began to peruse it. Sam was of a literary turn of mind. He read a great deal during his lonely watches, and used often to say that some of his happiest hours were those spent in the dead of night in his sentry box. His helmet hung on a peg beside him, his hatchet was in his girdle, and a small cap covered his head. Looking at him in his snug and brightly illuminated little apartment, he appeared, by contrast with the surrounding darkness, inexpressibly comfortable. Nevertheless, Sam Forrest could have told you that appearances are often deceptive, and that no matter how it looked, his box was but a cold habitation on a biting December night. While deeply immersed in his book, Sam heard the sound of approaching footsteps and pricked up his ears. He was a good judge of sounds. As they drew near, he quietly took off his cap, put on his helmet, and stepped from his box. The street was very silent, and perhaps not one of the hundreds of sleepers there thought of the solitary man who held vigil, and was so alert to do them service, if the hour of their extremity should come. But a cry arose that startled them. "Fire! Fire!" Another moment, and 2 men dashed round the corner, yelling at the top of their voices. Gasping for breath, they named the locality. Almost before they had done so, 2 policemen were on the spot. In another moment the fire escape was in motion. Instructed by the conductor, the 2 strangers and the policemen lent their willing aid. Before 10 minutes had passed, the tall machine was run up to a burning house, the lower part of which was blazing, while, from the upper windows, frantic cries were heard for help, and sundry figures in dishabille were waving their arms. The escape was run up, and one after another the inmates were rescued from their perilous position. While this scene was enacting, Frank was pursuing his way to the Regent Street fire station, but news of the fire got there before him. He arrived just in time to don his helmet and take his place on the engine. Away they went, and in 10 minutes after the arrival of the fire escape, they dashed up, almost running into an engine which appeared from an opposite direction. The fire was blazing brightly by this time, and the whole neighborhood was in a state of commotion and excitement. The 2 engines were got to work with as little delay as possible. A body of police kept the gathering crowd back, and soon volumes of steam began to mingle with the black smoke of the burning building. The superintendent was early on the scene, and he directed Frank and another fireman to try to persuade the people in the adjoining houses to remain quiet, and not throw their furniture over the window. But this some of them would not consent to do. It was plain that 1 or 2 were mad with fear and excitement, and as the ruling passion is strong in death, so it would seem to be by no means weak in the midst of danger from a fire. For many of them bent their whole energies to the saving of their goods and chattels, regardless of their lives. One stout old gentleman, in particular, was seen at a 3rd-floor window heaving out chairs and stools and books and small tables and clocks, and even quantities of crockery, with desperate energy, to the great danger of the onlookers, at whose feet the various articles fell and were dashed to atoms. Frank darted up the stairs that led to this man's apartments and burst upon him. "Oh, come along, fireman, help me to save my things!" he exclaimed, as he struggled with superhuman efforts to thrust a table through the window, which was too small to permit its passage. "Stop, sir! Are you mad?" cried Frank sternly. "Help me! Help me! Oh, fireman, it will all be burned! Fire! Fire! Fire!" His voice rose into a fierce yell as he strove in vain with the table. "You're quite safe," cried Frank, holding him. "Your house ain't alight, and the engines have got it almost under." But Frank spoke to deaf ears, so he coolly lifted the man in his arms, carried him kicking downstairs, and placed him in charge of a policeman. Just then a cry was raised that there were 2 kegs of gunpowder in one of the shops on the ground floor. The owner of the shop came up in a frantic state and corroborated this statement. "It'll blow the house to bits, sir," he said to Mr. Braidwood. "Of course it will," remarked the latter in a quiet voice. "Come here, my man," he added, taking the shopkeeper apart from the crowd and questioning him closely. Immediately after, he ordered the engines to play on a particular part of the building. Just then Frank came up to the superintendent. "There's gunpowder in the back shop somewhere, I'm told, sir. Shall I go in for it?" "No, Willders, you couldn't find it in the smoke. Take the branch, lad, and get up into that window above the door." Frank sprang to obey. At the same time Mr. Braidwood suddenly seized a horsecloth and dashed in through the smoke. In a few seconds he returned with one of the kegs of powder in his arms. Giving it to one of his men, he darted in again, and speedily reissued with a second keg of powder, amid the frank cheering of the crowd. Having done this, he continued to superintend the men until the fire was got under, which was soon accomplished, having been attacked promptly and with great vigour soon after it broke out. "You needn't wait, Mr. Dale," said Braidwood, going up to his foreman. "It's all safe now. I'll keep one engine, but you and your lads get off to your beds as fast as you can." Dale obeyed, and a few minutes after the engine was galloping homewards. Willie Willders was in the station when it arrived, and so was Fred Auberly, who, having accompanied Willie, had gotten into such an interesting talk with the sub-engineer in charge that he forgot time, and was still in animated conversation when the wheels were heard in the distance. The 3 were out at the door in an instant. On came the engine, the horses' feet and wheels crashing harshly in the silent night. They came round the corner with a sharp swing. Either the driver had become careless, or he was very sleepy that night, for he dashed against an iron post that stood at the corner, and carried off 2 wheels. The engine went full 30 yards on the 2 off wheels before it came to the ground, which it did at last with a terrific crash, throwing the fireman violently to the ground. The sub-engineer and Fred and Willie sprang forward in great alarm, but the most of the men leaped up at once, and 1 or 2 of them laughed, as if to show that they had got no damage. But one of them lay extended on the pavement. It needed not a second glance to tell it was Frank Willders. "Lift him gently, lads," said Dale, who was himself severely bruised. "Stop!" exclaimed Frank in a low voice. "I've got no harm except to my left leg. It's broken, I think. There's no use of lifting me till you get a cab. I'll go straight home if—" He fainted as he spoke. "Run for a cab, Willie," said Fred Auberly. Willie was off in a moment. In the same instant a messenger was dispatched for Dr. O'Flea, and in a short time after that Frank Willders was lying on his mother's sofa, with his left leg broken below the knee. End of chapter 22. Recording by Zena Blue.
Of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cantos Even Star. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 23. With a very stiff cravat, and a dreadfully stiff back, and a painfully stiff aspect, Mr. James Auberly sat by the side of a couch and nursed his sick child. Stiff and starched and stern though he was, Mr. Auberly had a soft point in his nature, and this point has been reached at last, for through all the stiffness and starch there shone on his countenance an expression of deep anxiety as he gazed at Lou's emaciated form. Mr. Auberly performed the duties of a nurse awkwardly enough, not being accustomed to such work, but he did them with care and with an evident effort to please, which made a deep impression on the child's heart. "Dear Papa," she said, after he had given her a drink and arranged her coverings, "I want you to do me a favor." She said this timidly, for she knew from past experience that her father was not fond of granting favors, but since her illness he had been so kind to her that she felt emboldened to make her request. "I will do it, dear," said the stiff man, bending morally as well as physically as he had never bent before, for the prospect of Lou's death had been presented to him by the physicians. "I will do it, dear, if I can, and if the request be reasonable." "Oh, then, do forgive Fred and let him be an artist," cried Lou eagerly, stretching out one of her thin hands. "Hush, darling," said Mr. Auberly with a look of distress. "You must not excite yourself so. I have forgiven Fred long ago, and he has become an artist in spite of my objections." "Yes, but let him come home, and be happy with it again, as he used to be, and go to the office with you," said Lou. Mr. Auberly replied somewhat coldly to this, that Fred was welcome to return home if he chose, but that his place in the office had been filled up. Besides, it was impossible for him to be both a painter and a man of business. He said and added that Lou had better not talk about such things, because she did not understand them. All he could say was that he was willing to receive Fred, if Fred was willing to return. He did not say, however, that he was willing to restore Fred to his former position in regard to his fortune, and as Lou knew nothing about her brother having been disinherited, she felt that she must be satisfied with this cold concession. "Can you not ask some other favor, such as I could grant?" said Mr. Auberly with a smile, which was not nearly so grim as it used to be before the fire. The family always talked of the burning of Mr. Auberly's house as the fire, to the utter repudiation of all other fires, the great one of monumental fame included. Lou meditated some time before replying. "Oh, yes," she exclaimed suddenly, "I have another favor to ask. How stupid of me to forget it. I want you so very much to go and see a fairy that lives—" "A fairy, Lou," said Mr. Auberly, while a shade of anxiety crossed his face. You are rather weak just now. I must make you be quiet, and try to sleep if you talk nonsense, dear." "It's not nonsense," said Lou again, stretching out the thin hand which her father grasped, replaced under the coverings, and held there. "It's quite true, Papa," she continued energetically. "It is a fairy I want you to go and see. She's a pantomime fairy, and lives somewhere near London Bridge, and she's been very ill, and is so poor they say she's dying for want of good food." "Who told you about her, Lou?" "Willie Willders," she replied. "He has been to see her and her father the clown a good many times." Mr. Auberly frowned, for the name of Willie Willders did not sound pleasantly in his ears. "Do go and see her, pray, dear Papa," pleaded Lou with much earnestness, "and give her some money. You know that darling mamma said, just before she was taken away, the poor child persistently refused to use the expression when she died. She wanted you to take me sometimes to see poor people when they are sick, and I've often thought of that since, especially when I have come to the verse in the Bible which tells me to consider the poor, and I have often, oh, so very often, longed to go, but you are always so busy, dear Papa, that you never had time, you know." The stiff man winced a little at this. "But you seem to have more time now, Papa, and although I'm too weak to go with you, I thought I would ask you to go see this poor fairy, and tell her I will go to see her some day, if God makes me strong again." The stiff man winced still more at this, but it was only a momentary wince, such as a man gives when he gets a sudden and severe twinge of toothache. It instantly passed away. Still, as in the case of a toothache, it left behind an uneasy impression that there might be something very sharp and difficult to bear looming in the not-distant future. Mr. Auberly had covered his face with his hand, and leant his elbow on the edge of the couch, leaning up quickly with a smile, still tinged with grimness, for evil habits and their results are not to be got rid of in a day. He said, "Well, Lou, I will go and see his fairy if it will please you, but somewhere near London Bridge is not a very definite address." "Oh, but Willie Willders knows it," said Lou. "But where is Willie Willders?" objected her father. "Perhaps at home, perhaps with Mr. Tippet's place." "Well, we shall soon find out," said Mr. Auberly, rising and ringing the bell. Hopkins answered the summons. Stiff, thin, tall, sedate, powdered, superfine Hopkins. How different from the personage we saw but lately plunging like a maniac at the fire bell. Could it have been thee, Hopkins? Is it possible that anything so spruce, dignified, almost stately, could have fallen so very low? We fear it is too true, for human nature not unfrequently furnishes instances of tremendous contrast, just as material nature sometimes furnishes the spectacle of the serene summer sky being engulfed in the black thunderstorm. "Hopkins," said Mr. Auberly, handing him a slip of paper, "go to this address and ask for the boy William Willders. If he is there, bring him here immediately. If not, find out where he is, search for him, and bring him here without delay. Take a cab." Hopkins folded the paper delicately, with both his little fingers projecting very much, as though they wished it to be distinctly understood that they had no connection whatever with the others, and would not on any account assist the low-born and hard-working forefingers and thumbs in any such menial employment. Hopkins's nose appeared to be affected with something of the same spirit. Then Hopkins bowed, that is to say, he broke across suddenly at the middle, causing his stiff upper man to form an obtuse angle with his rigid legs for one moment, recovered his perpendicular, and retired. "Oh, Hopkins, how difficult to believe that thy back was once as round as a hoop, and thy legs bent at acute angles, whilst thou didst lay violent hands on— well, let bygones be bygones, and let us all in kindness to thee learn the song which says, 'Teach, oh teach me to forget.'" Hailing a cab with the air of 6 emperors rolled into one, Hopkins drove to Mr. Tippet's residence, where he learned that Willie had gone home. So he followed him up, and soon found himself at Notting Hill, before the doors of Mrs. Wilder's humble abode. The door was opened by Willie himself, who stared in some surprise at the stately visitor. "Is William Willders at home?" said Hopkins. "I rather think he is," replied Willie with a grin. "Who shall I say calls on him, eh? You'd better send up your card." Hopkins frowned, but being a good-natured man, he immediately smiled and said he would walk in. "I think," said Willie, interposing his small person in the way, "that you'd as well stop where you are, for there's an invalid in the drawing-room, and all the other rooms is engaged, except the kitchen, which, of course, I could not show you into. Couldn't you deliver your message? I could manage to carry it if it ain't too heavy." In a state of uncertainty as to how far this was consistent with his dignity, Hopkins hesitated for a moment, but at length delivered his message, with which Willie returned to the parlour. Here on the little sofa lay the tall form of Frank Willders, arrayed in an old dressing-gown, and with one of his legs bandaged up and motionless. His face was pale, and he was suffering great pain, but a free and easy smile was on his lips, for beside him sat a lady and a young girl, the latter of whom was afflicted with a strong sympathy, but appeared afraid to show it. Mrs. Willders, with a stocking and knitting wires in her hands, sat on a chair at the head of the bed, looking anxious, but hopeful and mild. An open Bible, which lay on the small table at her side, showed how she had been engaged before the visitors entered. "My good sir," said the lady, with much earnestness of voice and manner, "I assure you it grieves me to heart to see you lying in this state, and I am quite sure it grieves Emma too, and all your friends, when I think of the risks you run, and the way you dash up these dreadful fire things. What do you call them?" "Fire escapes, ma'am," answered Frank with a smile. "Ah, fire escapes. How you ever come down them as alive is a mystery to me, I'm sure. But as I was saying, it makes one shudder to think of. And how does your leg feel now?" said Miss Tippet, forgetting what she had intended to say. "Pretty well," replied Frank. "The doctor tells me it has broken without splintering, and that I'll be all right in a few weeks, and fit for duty again." "Fit for duty, young man!" exclaimed Mrs. Tippet. "Do you mean to say that you will return to your dreadful profession when you recover? Have you not received warning enough?" "Why, madame," said Frank, "someone must look after the fires, you know, else London would be in ashes in a few months, and I like the work." "Like the work!" cried Miss Tippet in amazement. "Like to be almost smoked to death and burned alive, and tumbled off roofs, and get upset what's in names, and fall down fire things, and break all your legs and arms?" "Well, no, I don't like all that," said Frank, laughing. "But I like the vigor and energy that are called forth in the work, and I like the object of the work, which is to save life and property." "Why," exclaimed Frank enthusiastically, "it has all the danger and excitement of a soldier's life without the bloody work, and with better ends in view." "Nay, nay, Frank," said the peaceful Miss Willders, "we must not say better ends, because it is a great and glorious thing to defend one's native land." "A very just observation," said Miss Tippet, nodding approval. "Why, mother, who would have expected to hear you standing up for the redcoats in this fashion?" said Frank. "I stand for the blue jackets too," observed Mrs. Wilder meekly. "They fight for their country as well." "True, mother," rejoined Frank, "but I did not refer to ultimate ends. I only thought of the immediate results in connection with those engaged. The warrior fights, and in so doing destroys life and property. The fireman fights, and in doing so protects and preserves both." "Hear, hear," interrupted Willie. But the copybook says, comparisons are odious, don't it? Mother, here's a fathom and 2 inches or so of humanity as wants me to go with him to Mr. Auberley. I suppose Frank can get along without me for a little while, eh? Certainly, my son. Why does he want you? Don't know. Perhaps he's going to offer to make me his secretary. But you don't seem at all alarmed at the prospect of my being carried off by a flunkey. You'll come back, dearie, I doubt not. Don't you? Oh, very well. I'll just look after myself. If I don't return, I'll advertise myself in the Times. Goodbye. Willie returned to the door and announced he was ready to go. But where is William? Asked Hopkins. Master William Willders stands before you, said the boy, placing his hand at his heart and making a bow. Come now, Longlegs, he added, seizing Hopkins by the arm and pushing him downstairs into the cab. Leaping after him, he shut the door with a bang. Now then, cabby. All right, Beverly Square, full split, 6 pence extra if you do it within the half. As they went, in a few seconds they were in the mall, driving at a rattling pace. See that house? Asked Willie, so suddenly as to startle Hopkins, who was quite overwhelmed by the vigor and energy of his young companion. Eh, which? The one with the porch right before the door? No, no, stupid. The old red brick house with the limbs of a vine all over the front of it, and the skeleton of a Virginia creeper on the wall. Yes, I see it, said Hopkins, looking out. Ah, a friend of mine lives there. I'm on whistling terms here. I am. Now then, mind your eye, pump handle, cried Willie. The turn's rather sharp. Hallo. As they swung round the Bayswater Road, the cab came in contact with the butcher's cart, which, being the lighter vehicle, was nearly upset. No serious damage resulted, however, and soon they drew up before the door of the house next to Mr. Auberley's, for that gentleman still occupied the residence of his friend. Master Willders, said Hopkins, ushering him into the presence of Mr. Auberley, who sat at the head of the couch. Willie nodded to Lou, and then to her father. Boy, said the latter, beckoning Willie to approach, my daughter wishes me to go and visit a poor family near London Bridge. She tells me you know their name and address. The ferry, you know, said Lou, explaining. Ah, the Cadleys, answered Willie. Yes, resumed Mr. Auberley. Will you conduct me to their abode? In some surprise, Willie said that he would be happy to do so, and then asked Lou how she did. While Mr. Auberley was getting ready, Willie was permitted to converse with Lou and Mrs. Rose, who were summoned to attend to her young mistress. Presently Mr. Auberley returned, and bade Mrs. Rose be very careful of the invalid, and then set off with Willie. At first the boys felt somewhat awed by the remarkably upright figure that stalked in silence at his side, but as they continued to thread their way through the streets, he ventured to attempt a little conversation. Weather's improving, sir, said Willie, looking up. It is, replied Mr. Auberley, looking down in surprise at the boldness of the small guide. Good for the country, sir, observed Willie. Mr. Auberley, being utterly ignorant of rural matters, thought it best to say nothing to this. We may add that Willie knew just as little or as much, as he had only ventured this remark because he had often heard it made in every possible variety of weather, and thought it would be a safe observation, replete, for all he knew, to the contrary with hidden wisdom. There was silence after this for some time. Do you know Mr. Tippet well, sir? Inquired Willie suddenly. Yes, I know him pretty well. Ah, he's a first-rater, observed Willie, with a look of enthusiasm. You've no notion of what a trump he is. Did you hear ever of his new machine for making artificial butter? No, said Mr. Auberley, somewhat impatiently. Ah, it's a wonderful invention, that is, sir. Boy, said Mr. Auberley, will you be so good as to walk behind me? Oh, certainly, sir, said Willie, with a profound bow, as he fell to the rear. They walked on in silence until they came to the vicinity of the monument, when Mr. Auberley turned round and asked Willie which way they were to go now. Right back again, said Willie. How, boy? What do you mean? We've overshot the mark about half a mile, sir. But please, I thought you must be wishing to go somewhere else first, as you led the way. Lead the way now, boy, said Mr. Auberley with a stern look. Willie obeyed, and in a few minutes they were groping in the dark regions underground which Mr. Cadley and his family inhabited. With some difficulty they found the door and stood in the presence of the fairy. Thin though the fairy had been when Willie saw her last, she might have been called fat compared with the condition in which they now found her. She appeared like a mere shadow, with a delicate skin thrown over it. A bad transparency would have been more substantial in appearance. She lay alone on her lonely pallet, with a farthing candle beside her, which cast light sufficient only to make darkness visible. Being near the poor invalid, it caused her large dark eyes to glitter in an awful manner. Willie at once forgot his companion, and running up to the fairy, seized her hand and asked her how she did. Pretty well, Willie. It's kind of you to come and see me so often. Not a bit, Ziza. You know I like it. Besides, I've only come today to show a gentleman the way. He pointed to Mr. Auberley, who had stopped short in the doorway, but who now advanced and sat down beside the invalid, and put her several formal questions, in a very stately and stiff manner, with a great assumption of patronage. but it was evident that she was not accustomed to the duty of visiting the sick, and like little boys and girls when they sit down to write a letter, was very much at a loss of what to say. He began by asking the fairy about her complaint, and exhausted every point that entered into his imagination in reference to that. Then he questioned her as to her circumstances, after which he told her that he had been sent to see her by her daughter, Louisa, who was herself very ill, owing to the effects of a fire in his own house. At this point the child became interested, and came to his relief by asking a great many eager and earnest questions about Lou. She knew about the fire in Beverly Square and its incidents, Willie having often related them to her during his visits, and she knew Mr. Auberly by name, and was interested in him, but his frigid manner had repelled her, till he spoke of Lou having sent him to see her. "Oh, I've been so sorry about Miss Lou, sir," said Ziza, raising her large eyes and full in Mr. Auberly's face. "I've heard of her, you know, from Willie, and when I've been lying around all alone here for hours and hours together, I have wondered how she spent her time, and if there were kind people about her to keep up her spirits. It's so strange that she and I should have been both hurt by a fire, and both of us so different every way. I do hope she got better, sir." Mr. Auberly became suddenly much interested in the fairy, for just as love begets love, so does interest beget interest. His feelings had been roused, his tongue was loosed, and forthwith he enjoyed a delightful conversation with the intelligent child. Not that there was any remarkable change to his matter of what was spoken, but there was a vast change in the manner of speaking it. Willie also chimed in now and then, and volunteered his opinions in a way that would have called forth a sharp rebuke from his patron half an hour before, but he was permitted to speak, even encouraged now, for Mr. Auberly was being tickled pleasantly. He was having his feelings and affections roused in a way he had never thought of or tried before. He was gathering golden experiences that he had never stooped to touch before, although the mine had been under his feet all his life, and his path had been strewn with neglected nuggets from the cradle. Fortunately not as yet to the grave. Ziza's Bible lay on the counterpane, close to her wasted little hand, while she was talking of Lou, with deep sympathy beaming off her eyes and trembling in her tones. Mr. Auberly laid his hand inadvertently on it. She observed the action and said, "Are you going to read and pray with me, sir?" Mr. Auberly was taken very much aback indeed by this question. "Well, no," he said, "that is, if, in fact, I have not brought my prayer book with me, but I will read it to you if you wish it." Sympathy was gone now, the fairy felt that, and not clearly understanding why, wondered at it. She thanked her visitor, however, and shut her eyes, while Mr. Auberly opened the Bible and cleared his voice. His confusion was only momentary. Still, the idea that he could be confused at all by two mere children in such a wretched cellar so nettled the worthy man that he had not only recovered his self-possession, but read a chapter with all the solemn dignity of tone and manner, as he would have assumed if he had been officiating in St. Paul's or Westminster Abbey. This was such a successful essay, and overawed his little congregation so terribly, that for a moment he thought of concluding with a benediction, but being uncertain whether he could go correctly through it, he wisely refrained. Thereafter he rose, and bade the fairy good night. "Your father does not return till late, I suppose," he said when he held her hand. "No, it's morning generally before he gets away. The pantomimes are hurting him, I fear, for he's not so active as he once was. He says he feels he falls very bad. Poor man, it's very sad, but I suppose it's the usual way with that class of men. Well, good night again." "Good night, sir," responded the fairy with a bright smile, "and thank you very much for your visit. Good night, Willie." Willie said good night in such a sulky tone, and followed Mr. Auberly to the door with such a reckless swagger, that the fairy gazed after him in unutterable surprise. After shutting the door with a bang, he suddenly opened it again and said in a loud voice, "I say, I'll get my wages day arter tomorrow. I'll bring you a couple of bobs then. It's all I can afford just now, for cigars are dear. If you're hard up for whittles in the meantime, just grin and bear it. You'll not die, you know. You'll only get thinner. I have heard that bit of bone-boiled shoe-leather ain't a bad thing to keep one easy till relief comes." "Dear me!" exclaimed Mr. Auberly in the distance, as bustling as Lie spoke. "I quite forgot. How stupid of me. I was directed by my daughter to give you this." He took a £10 note from his purse and put it in the fairy's hand. "This is from Louisa," he continued, "and I may add that it is a savings from her pocket money. I did not wish the dear child to part with it, and said I would give it to you for myself, but she was so urgent and seemed so distressed when I refused my consent that I gave in. So you have to thank my daughter, not me." Mr. Auberly smiled and nodded as he turned to go, and there was really very little grimness in the smile on this occasion, very little indeed. Willie also noticed with great violence and frequency. He likewise winked with one eye, and otherwise sought to indicate that there were within him sundry deep and not easily expressed thoughts and feelings, which were upon the whole of a satisfactory nature. As for the fairy, she never once smiled or thanked Mr. Aubrey, but simply stared at him with her lustrous eyes opened to their very widest. She continued to stare at the door, as though she saw him through it, for some time after they were gone. Then she turned suddenly to the wall, thanked God, and burst into tears, glad tears, such as those can only weep who have unexpectedly found relief when their extremity was greatest. End of chapter 23.
24 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 24. A Change in Fortune. There is nothing more surprising in regard to sublunary matters than the way in which unexpected events arise out of what may be called unintentional causes. When David Boone and his friend Gorman planned the insurance and destruction of the toy shop and its contents, they no more expected that the very first steps towards that end would result in the conversion of a poor into a flourishing business, than they expected that the expression of a wish would convert Poor Thing Lane into Beverly Square. Yet so it was. Poor David was rendered so desperate by his straits, and so anxious to escape from the crime into which his friend sought to plunge him, that he meditated suicide. But lacking the courage to accomplish this, he relieved his feelings by carrying out the details of his business and the preliminary steps of his plan with the wild and reckless energy of a maniac. The more he thought of the meshes which Gorman had cast around him, the more did he regard escape impossible. He therefore sought relief in action. He not only talked to his neighbours, as per agreement, about his rapidly increasing business, but he made purchases on a scale more extensive than he had ever before contemplated, even in his dreams. Being convinced that ruin, sooner or later, was his doom, he indulged in the most extravagant excesses, with much of the feeling which prompts some seamen, when the ship is sinking, to break into the spirit-room and spend the short remnant of life in jollity. He experienced a sort of savage delight in ordering right and left from wholesale dealers in town and country, and even went so far as to write to Germany for toys, using the name of a well-known London house which had hitherto, and justly, believed him to be an honest man. The result of this was that Poor Thing Lane was besieged for some time by railway vans and waggons so huge that apparently an inch more added to their bulk would have rendered their passage impossible. Great deal boxes were constantly being unpacked in front of Mr. Boone's door, much to the annoyance of Miss Tippet, who could not imagine how it happened that her sedate and slow-going landlord had got such a sudden increase of business. Little did she think, poor lady, that this was the fuel with which it was intended to roast her alive. Some of the smaller accounts for goods thus purchased Boone paid at once with the money furnished to him by Gorman, and thus got credit for being a capitalist. Others he deferred payment of until a more convenient season. His friend Gorman, who would not have bent the joint of his little finger to have saved him from destruction, was so anxious to get up a good appearance, for the sake of getting the insurance effected advantageously, that he did his best to carry out his part of the plan, and, being a man of energy, who in the paths of virtue might have risen to a high position among men, he succeeded beyond his expectation. Crowds of purchasers were sent by him to the shop of the celebrated toyman. Some were mere decoy ducks, who came and went, for a consideration, pretty frequently, and only priced the goods. Others were genuine purchasers, and between the two they created so much traffic in the toy shop that the multitude, so difficult to move by mere suasion, but so prone to follow blindly in the wake of a senseless rush, when once the rush takes place, began to move in the direction of the toy shop, and shortly before Christmas the demand for toys was so great that Boone had to engage 2 assistants to carry on the business, and even the lane itself began to feel the benefit of the sudden increase of traffic. All this was patent to the eyes of David Boone, but he was so overwhelmed with a sense of the guilt he was about to incur, and the deception he was even then practising, that he regarded the whole affair as a hollow bubble, which would soon burst, and leave nothing behind. Even the rapid increase of the credit balance in his bank-book did not affect his opinion, for he was not much of a financier, and, knowing that his transactions were founded on deception, he looked on the balance as being deceptive also. Not so thought Gorman. That wily individual perceived to his amazement that things were taking a turn which had never been contemplated, so he silently looked on, and wondered, and chuckled, and resolved to abide his time. As property flowed in upon him, David Boone became more insane, for his condition of mind was little, if at all, short of temporary insanity, and his proceedings became more eccentric than ever. Among other things, he became suddenly smitten with a desire to advertise, and immediately in the columns of the papers appeared advertisements to the effect that the celebrated toy emporium was to be found in Poorthing Lane. Finding that this increased his business considerably, he hit upon a plan of advertising which has been practised rather extensively of late years in London. He sent out an army of boys with pots of whitewash and brushes, with directions to print in rough but large legible letters the words "Who's Boone?" on all the blank walls of the metropolis, and in the papers he answered the question by having printed under the same title, "Why, the manager of the Toy Emporium, to be sure, in Poorthing Lane." He also advertised specially that he had in stock an assortment of 500 golden-haired dolls from Germany, full-dressed, half-dressed, and naked. This last was irresistible. Thousands of young hearts beat high at the mere thought of such numbers, with golden hair too, and dozens of mammas, and papas too, visited Poorthing Lane in consequence. In course of time, David Boone's eyes began to open to the fact that he was rapidly making a fortune. It was after the bustle of the Christmas season was over that he made this discovery. One of his new assistants, a young man named Lyle, was the means of opening his employer's eyes to the truth. Lyle was a clever accountant, and had been much surprised from the first that Boone kept no regular system of books. At the end of the year he suggested that it would be well to take stock and find out the state of the business. Boone agreed. Lyle went to work, and in a short time the result of his labours showed that after all debts were paid there would remain a satisfactory credit balance at the bank. On the evening of the day on which this marvellous fact was impressed on Boone's mind, Gorman called, and found his friend rubbing his hands and smiling benignantly in the back room. "You seem jolly," said Gorman, sitting down as usual by the fire, and pulling out, as usual, the short pipe. "Business getting on well?" "It is," said Boone, standing with his back to the fire, and swaying himself gently to and fro. "Things don't look so bad. I can pay you the arrears of rent now." "Oh, can you?" said Gorman. "Ah!" "Yes, and I'm in a position to pay you £50 of the debt I owe you, besides," said Boone. "And a bill at 3 months for the balance?" inquired Gorman. No, he could not venture to do that exactly, but he hoped to pay a further instalment before the end of 3 months. How much may the profits be?" Boone could not say precisely, not having had all his accounts squared, but he believed they were considerable. "I'll be bound they are," said Gorman with a growl. "You won't want to set things alight now, I dare say." "Well, I think it'll be as well to wait a bit, and let us make hay while the sunshine goes on." "Let you make hay, you mean." "Oh, as to that, the most of it will go to your stack for some time to come, Gorman." "And what about the insurance?" "Well, you know," observed Boone, "it's of no use paying the premium for nothing, as we don't mean to set the place alight, you know." "Ay, but the life insurance, I mean," said Gorman. Boone laughed, and observed that he thought it best not to die just at that particular moment, whereupon Gorman laughed too, and said he was about right, and that it would be as well to delay both events in the meantime. After saying which, he took his leave in better humour than usual, for Gorman was what men of his own stamp termed a deep file. He saw into futurity, so he thought, a considerable way farther than most men, and in the future of his own imagination he saw such a pleasant picture that his amiable spirit was quite cheered by it. He saw David Boone making money so fast that his goods might be insured at a much larger amount. He saw him getting into fresh difficulties, of course, because such a business, on such a foundation, could not go on prosperously except under the most able management. And even though it did prosper in spite of improbabilities, he foresaw that there was an amiable gentleman, much like himself, who would induce Boone to traffic beyond his means, and when money was wanted, the same kind gentleman, he saw that quite clearly, would come forward generously with a loan, for which he would only ask Boone to make over to him in security his 2 policies of insurance, fire and life, after which, well, we need not go on revealing the future as it appeared to Gorman's mental vision. Suffice it to say that he saw upon the whole a prospect which gave him great satisfaction. There were 1 or 2 things which he did not see, however, and which might have modified his feelings considerably if he had seen them. Of these we shall say nothing at present. As for David Boone, his heart rejoiced, for he too had visions of the future which charmed him. He saw his debt to Gorman paid, and himself set free from the power of that amiable friend. He saw a toy shop change its locality and its aspect. He saw it transplanted into Regent Street, with plate-glass windows, in which were displayed objects of marvellous ingenuity and transcendent beauty. One window especially exhibiting, not a crowd, but a very nation of wax dolls with blue eyes and golden hair. He saw, moreover, a very little old woman, lying in a bed, in an elegant and comfortable apartment, with a Bible beside her, and a contented smile on her face. This old lady resembled his own mother so strongly, that all other prospects of the future faded from his view, and in the fulness of his heart and his success, he resolved then and there to go home and present her with a gift on the strength of the prosperity at that time attained to. David was sorely perplexed as to what this gift ought to be. He thought of a new silk gown at first, but the remembrance of the fact that his mother was bedridden banished this idea. Owing to the same fact, new boots and gloves were inadmissible, but caps were not. Happy thought! He started off at once, and returned home with a cap so gay, voluminous, and imposing, that the old lady, unused though she was to mirth, laughed with amusement, while she cried with joy at this, not the first, evidence of her son's affection. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 25. Changes and Mysteries. 7 years passed away. During that period, London revolved in its usual course, reproducing its annual number of events, its births, deaths, and marriages, its plans, plots, and pleasures, its business, bustle, and bungle, its successes, sentiments, and sensations, its facts, fancies, and failures, also its fires, which last had increased steadily until they reached the imposing number of about 1,200 in the year. But although that time elapsed and many changes took place, for better or for worse, in all circles of society, there had not been much change in the relative positions of the actors in our tale. At least, not much that was apparent. Great alterations, however, had taken place in the physical condition of some of them, as the sequel will show. One bright morning in the springtime of the year, a youth, with the soft down of early manhood on his lips and cheeks, paced slowly to and fro near the margin of the pond in Kensington Gardens. Being early, the spot was as complete a solitude as the backwoods of North America, and so thick was the foliage on the noble trees that no glimpse of the surrounding city could be obtained in any direction. Everything that greeted eye and ear was characteristic of the woods, even to the swans, geese, ducks, and other waterfowl which sported on the clear surface of the pond, while the noise of traffic in the mighty metropolis was so subdued by distance as to resemble the deep-toned roar of a great cataract. A stranger rambling there for the first time would have found it difficult to believe that he was surrounded on all sides by London. It was one of those soul-stirring mornings in which nature seems to smile. There was just enough of motion in the air to relieve the effect of what is called a dead calm. The ripple on the water caught the sun's rays, and breaking them up, scattered them about in a shower of fragmentary diamonds. Fleecy white clouds floated in the blue sky, suggesting dreams of fairyland, and scents of sprouting herbage filled the nostrils, reminding one of the fast approaching summer. The youth who sauntered alone by the margin of the pond was broad of shoulder and stout of limb, though not unusually tall, not much above the middle height. His gait was easy, free, almost reckless, as though he cared not a fig for anybody, high or low, rich or poor, yet his eye was bright and his smile kindly, as though he cared for everybody, high, low, rich, and poor. He sauntered with his hands in the pockets of his short coat, and whistled an operatic air in a low, melodious tone. He was evidently waiting for someone, and, judging from his impatient gestures, someone who was resolved to keep him waiting. Presently a female figure appeared in the far distance, on the broad avenue that leads direct from the Serpentine. She was young and graceful in form, but she walked with a quick step, with her eyes looking down, like one who had regarded neither youth nor grace. Cautiously enough, this downcast look gave to her fair face a modest, captivating grace, which is never seen to sit upon the lofty brow, or to circle round the elevated nose of conscious beauty. The youth at first paid no attention to her. She was not the someone for whom he waited. But as she drew near, he became suddenly interested, and threw himself in her way. Just as she was about to pass, she raised her eyes, startled, blushed, and exclaimed, "Mr. Willders!" "Good morning, Miss Ward," said the youth, advancing with a smile, and holding out his hand. "This is indeed an unexpected pleasure. I did not know that you were addicted to early walking." "I am indeed fond of early walking," replied Emma, with a smile, "but I cannot say that it is so much pleasure as duty which brings me here. I am a day governess, and pass this pond every morning on my way to Kensington, where the family in which I teach resides." "Indeed," said Willie, with that amount of emphasis which denotes moderate surprise and solicits information. He paused for a single moment, but seeing that Emma did not intend to speak of her own affairs, he added quickly, "I am waiting for my brother Frank. We arranged to meet here this morning. I hope that Miss Tippet is well." "Quite well," replied Emma, with a blush, as she took a sudden interest in a large duck, which swam up to the edge of the pond at that moment, in the hope, no doubt, of obtaining food from her hand. Its hopes were disappointed, however, for Emma only called it a beautiful creature, and then, turning somewhat abruptly to Willie, said, with a slight look of embarrassment, that she feared she should be late and must bid him good morning. Willie felt a good deal puzzled, and had he been the same Willie that we introduced at the commencement of our tale, he would have told Emma his mind candidly, and asked her what was the matter. But Willie was a man now, so he smiled, lifted his hat politely, and wished her good morning. 5 minutes later, Frank appeared in the distance and hurried forward. 7 years had added a little to the breadth of his shoulders, and the firm self-possession of his step and look, but they made no other perceptible impression on him. There was, indeed, a deep scar on his right temple, but that was the result of accident, not of time. Many a hairbreadth escape had he made during those 7 years of fighting with the flames, and often had his life been in imminent danger, but he was fortunate in having escaped, hitherto, with only a broken leg and a variety of small cuts, scalds, and bruises. The cut on his temple was the severest, and most recent of these. He had got it in a fall through a second floor, which gave way under him as he was attempting to rescue an old bedridden man, who lay in an inner chamber. Frank was carried out in a state of insensibility on the broad shoulders of his friend Baxmore, while Dale rescued the old man. "How goes it, Frank?" cried Willie, advancing and giving his brother's hand a warm shake. The cut head mending, eh? Oh, it's all right, replied Frank with a smile, as they sauntered up and down by the margin of the pond. The headaches have left me now, I'm thankful to say, and the doctor tells me it won't leave much of a mark. You don't need to care much if it does, for it's an honorable scar, and does not spoil your beauty, old boy. Well, Willie, said Frank, here I am at your request. What have you got to tell me? Nothing serious, I hope. The stalwart fireman looked earnestly into his brother's face, and exhibited more anxiety than there seemed to be any occasion for. No, nothing very serious. It may be serious enough for all I know, but as far as my knowledge goes, it's not bad enough to make you look so anxious. Why, what's the matter with you? Nothing, Willie. Perhaps my late accident has shaken my nerves a bit. Willie burst into a loud laugh, and said that it was so awfully absurd to hear a man like Frank talking of nerves at all that he could not help it. Well, but what is the news you've got to tell me, resumed Frank. You're not going to be married, are you? Frank asked this with a look and expression so peculiar that Willie again laughed, and said that really he could not understand him at all, for even suppose he had been going to be married, that was no reason why he should take it so much to heart, as the expression on his face implied he did. Perhaps not, Willie, said Frank with a quiet smile. But that is not what you want to speak about, then. No, certainly not. Frank appeared relieved, and Willie, observing the appearance, said, Come now, I really don't see why you should be so very much pleased to hear that. I'm young, it is true, but I'm old enough, and I have a good business with brilliant prospects, and there appears to me no reason on earth why I should not marry if I felt so disposed. None in the world, Willie, said Frank with some haste. But you tell me you were not thinking of that just now, so pray let's hear what you've got to say. Oh, it's all very well in you, old blazes, to change the subject in that way, but I'm nettled at your implied objection to my getting married if I choose. However, we won't quarrel over it, so here goes for the point. Willie's bantering manner instantly left him. He walked in silence for a few seconds, as if he pondered what he had to say. There are 2 points which trouble me just now, Frank, and I want your opinion in regard to them. The first is Miss Tippet. She is a small point, no doubt, whether we regard her physically or mentally, but she is by no means a small point if we regard her socially, for the good that little woman does in a quiet, unobtrusive way is almost incredible. Do you know, Frank, I have a sort of triumphant feeling in regard to the sour, cynical folk of this world, whom it is so impossible to answer in their fallacious and sophistical arguments, when I reflect that there is a day coming when the meek and lowly and unknown workers, for the sake of our Lord, shall be singled out from the multitude, and their true place and position assigned them. Miss Tippet will stand higher, I believe, in the next world than she does in this. Well, Miss Tippet has been much out of sorts of late, mentally, and Mr. Tippet, who's the kindest man alive, has been very anxious about her, and has begged of me to try and counsel and comfort her. Now it is not an easy matter to comply with this request, because, in the first place, Miss Tippet does not want me to counsel or comfort her, so far as I know, and in the second place, my motives for attempting to do so might be misunderstood. How so? Exclaimed Frank quickly. Well, you know, Miss Ward lives with her, said Willie, with a modest look. There was again something peculiar about Frank's expression and manner, as he said, Well, it would not signify much, I dare say, if people were to make remarks about you and Miss Ward, for you know it would not be misconstruction after all. What mean you? Asked Willie in surprise. You remember what you once said to me about your bosom being on fire, pursued Frank. I suppose the fire has not been got under yet, has it? Willie burst into a loud laugh. Why, blazes, do you not know? But no matter. We came here to talk of business. After that is done, we can diverge to love. Willie paused here again for a few seconds and then resumed. You must know, Frank, that the cause of Miss Tippet's disturbance just now is the strange conduct of her landlord, David Boone, who's been going on of late in a way that would justify his friends putting him in an asylum. His business affairs are, I fear, in a bad way, and he not only comes with excessive punctuality for Miss Tippet's rent, but he asks her for loans of money in a wild, incoherent fashion, and favors her with cautions and warnings of a kind that are utterly incomprehensible. Only the other night he came to her and asked if she did not intend soon to visit some of her friends, and on being informed that she did not, he went further and advised her to do so, saying that she was looking very ill, and he feared she would certainly get into bad health if she did not. In fact, he even said that he feared she would die if she did not go to the country for a few weeks. Now all this would be laughable as being the eccentricity of a half-cracked fellow, if it were not that he exhibits such a desperate anxiety that his advice should be followed, and even begged of the poor lady, with tears in her eyes, to go visit her friends. What do you think of it, Frank? I confess myself utterly nonplussed. I don't know what to think, said Frank after a pause. Either the man must be mad, or he wishes to rob Miss Tippet's house in her absence. Willie admitted that the first supposition might be true, but he held stoutly that the second was impossible, for Boone was too honest for that. They conversed for some time on this point, and both came ultimately to the conclusion that the thing was incomprehensible and mysterious, and that it ought to be watched and inquired into. Willie, moreover, said he would go and consult his friend Barrett about it. You know Barrett, Frank? No, but I've heard of him. Ah, he is a first-rate fellow, in one of the insurance offices, I forget which. I came to know him when I first went to Mr. Tippet's. He lived then in the floor below us with a drunken companion, whom he was anxious to reclaim, but he found him so hard to manage that he at last left him, and went to live in Hampstead. He and I became great friends when he lived under our workshop. He got married 2 years ago, and I have not seen much of him since, but he's a sharp fellow, and knows a good deal more of the Tippets than I was aware of. I'll go and see if he can throw any light on this subject. The next point, pursued Willie, is Catley the clown. Have you seen or heard of him lately? Frank said he had not. Well, I'm greatly troubled about him. He's become a regular drunkard, and leads his poor daughter a terrible life. He's so broken down with dissipation that he can scarcely procure employment anywhere. His son is fortunately a pretty decent fellow, though somewhat wild, and helps in a small way to support his father, having obtained a situation as clown in one of the minor theatres. The daughter, Ziza, has long ago given up the profession, and has been struggling to maintain herself and her father by painting fire screens and making artificial flowers, but the work's severe and ill paid, and I see quite well that if the poor girl is not relieved in some way, she will not be able to bear up. I grieve to hear this, Willie, said Frank, but how comes it that you take so great an interest in these people? Frank, said Willie, assuming a tone of deep seriousness, while a glow suffused his cheeks, can you keep a secret? I think so, lad. At least I promise to try. Well then, said Willie, I love Ziza Catley. I knew her first as a fairy. I know her now as a woman who is worthy of a place among the angels. For none but those who know her well and have seen her fighting the battle of life can have the least idea of the self-denial, the perseverance under difficulties, the sweetness of temper, and the deep-seated love of that devoted girl. She goes every night after the toil of each day to the door of the theatre, where she waits to conduct her father safely past the gin palaces, into which, but for her, he would infallibly stray, and she spends all she has in making him comfortable. But I see well enough that this is killing her. She can't stand it long, and I won't stand it at all. I've made up my mind to that. Now, Frank, I want your advice. To say that Frank was hearty in his assurances that he would do what he could to help his brother would be a faint way of stating the truth. Frank shook Willie by the hand and congratulated him on having gained the affections of one whom he knew to be a good girl, and then condoled with him on that girl's unfortunate circumstances. But Willie stopped him short at this point by asking him in a tone of surprise what could be the matter with him, for at first he'd been apparently annoyed at the notion of his Willie's being in love, and now he seemed quite pleased about it. In short, his conduct was unaccountable. Frank laughed, but said eagerly, Why, Willie, did you not tell me long ago that there was a fire in your bosom lit up by a certain young friend of Miss Tippet's? Oh, interrupted Willie, Emma Ward. Ah, yes, I confess that I did feel spooning once in that direction when I was a boy. but the fairy displaced her long ago. No, no, Frank, I'm not accountable for boyish fancies. By the way, I have just parted from the fair Emma. We had a tete-a-tete here not half an hour before you arrived. Here? Exclaimed Frank in surprise. Aye, here, replied Willie. She passes this pond every morning, she told me, on her way to teach a family in Kensington. By the way, I didn't think of asking whether the father, mother, and servants were included among her pupils. Why, Frank, what an absent frame of mind you are in this morning. I declare it is not worth the man's while consulting you about anything. I beg pardon, cried Frank quickly. Your words cause my mind to wander a bit. Come, what do you think of doing? What do you think I should do? That is the question. You can offer to assist them, suggested Frank. I've done so, said the other. But Ziza won't accept of assistance. Could we not manage to get her in a situation of some sort, with light work and good pay? Ah, firemen's, for instance, cried Willie with a sarcastic laugh. Did you ever hear of a situation with light work and good pay except under government? I never did. We might perhaps find steady work and good pay. It would only be required for a time. Because I mean to, well, no matter. But how and where is it to be got? Good Mr. Tippet is of no use because he is mad. Mad, Willie? Ah, mad as a March hare. For years back I have suspected it, but now I am sure of it. In fact, I feel that I have gradually come to be his keeper, but more of that anon. Meanwhile, what is to be done for the Catleys? Could nothing be done with Mr. Auberly? Willie shook his head. No, I fear not. He was in a soft state once, long ago, 6 or 7 years now. I think when the dear fairy was ill, and he seemed as if he were going to become a man, but his daughter Lou had just begun to be ill at that time. She's been so long ill now that he's got used to it, and has relapsed again into an oyster. He might be reached through Lou yet, said Frank. Perhaps, replied Willie, but I doubt it, for he's a blunt old fellow in his feelings, however sharp he may be in his business. Besides, Lou is so weak now that very few are allowed to see her except Ziza and Miss Tippet and Emma Ward. The brothers remained silent after this for some time, for neither of them could see his way out of their difficulties. At last Frank suggested that Willie should go home and consult his mother. She is wise, Willie, and has never given us bad advice yet. I know what her first advice will be, said Willie. What? Asked Frank. To go and pray about it, answered Willie. Well, she might give worse advice than that, said Frank with much earnestness. In fact, I doubt if she could give much better. True, assented Willie. And now, old fellow, I'm off. Mr. Tippet likes punctuality. I'll look in at the station in passing if anything turns up to clear my mind on these matters. Meanwhile, good-bye. It is a remarkable fact that Frank Willders took an early walk as frequently as possible in Kensington Gardens, near the pond, after this conversation with his brother. And it is a still more remarkable fact that he always felt like a guilty man on these occasions, as if he were taking some mean advantage of someone. Yet it was certain that he took advantage of no one, for nobody ever met him there by any chance whatever. A fact even more remarkable still was that never after that day did Emma Ward go to her duties through Kensington Gardens, but always by the Bayswater Road, although the latter was dusty and unpicturesque compared with the former, and it is a circumstance worthy of note as savouring a little of mystery, that Emma acted as if she, too, were a guilty creature during her morning walks, and glanced uneasily from side to side as she went along, expecting apparently that a policeman or detective would pounce upon her suddenly and bear her off to prison. Whether guilty or not guilty, it is plain that no policeman or detective had the heart to do it, for Miss Ward went on her mission daily without molestation. It is not easy to say what was the cause of these unaccountable proceedings. We might hazard an opinion, but we feel that our duty is accomplished when we have simply recorded them. Perhaps love had something to do with them, perhaps not. Who knows? End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 26. What Drink Will Do. Time passed on, as time is wont to do, and Christmas came again. The snow was deep in London streets and thick on the roofs and chimneys. It curled over the eaves of the houses in heavy white folds, ready to fall and smother the unwary passengers. It capped the railings everywhere with little white knobs, and rounded off the corners of things so that wherever the eye alighted, the same impressions were invariably conveyed to it, namely, whiteness and rotundity. Corinthian capitals were rendered, if possible, more ornate than ever by snow. Equestrian statues were laden with it so heavily that the horses appeared to stagger beneath their trappings, and the riders, having white tips to their noses, white lumps on their heads and shoulders, and white patches on their cheekbones and chins, looked inevitably ridiculous and miserably cold. Everything, in fact, was covered and blocked up with snow, and Londoners felt as if they had muffled drums in their ears. It was morning. The sky was clear, the air still, and the smoke of chimneys perpendicular. Poulterers' shops were in their holiday attire, toy shops were in the ascendant, and all other shops were gayer than usual. So were the people who thronged the streets and beat their hands and stamped their feet, for it was unusually cold. Street boys were particularly lively, and chaff was flying as thickly as snowflakes had fallen the night before. Even the roughs, who forsook their dens, and with shovels and brooms on their shoulders paraded the streets, intent on clearing doorsteps with or without the leave of inhabitants, seemed to be less gruff than usual, and some of them even went the length of cutting jokes with the cabmen and the boys. Perhaps their spirits were elevated by the proud consciousness of being for once in the way of earning an honest penny. "I say, Ned," observed one of these roughs, a lively one, who was very rough indeed to a companion, who was rougher still and gloomy. "Look at their gal cleaning of her steps with a fire shovel. Ain't that economy gone mad? Hello, young woman. What's the use of you trying to do it with a teaspoon when there's Ned and me ready to do it with our shovels for next to nothing?" The servant girl declined the assistance thus liberally offered, so the two men moved slowly on, looking from side to side as they went, in expectation of employment, while a small boy in a man's hat, who walked behind them, nodded to the girl and said she was a sensible, thrifty gal, and that she might be sure there was some feller unknown who would bless the day he was born after he'd got her. 50 yards farther on, a stout, red-faced, elderly gentleman was observed to look out the street door and frown at things in general. "Have your doorsteps cleaned, sir?" asked the lively rough, taking the shovel off his shoulder. The elderly gentleman, being angry on private and unknown grounds, perhaps bad digestion, vouchsafed no reply, but looked up at the sky and then over the way. "Do it cheap, sir," said the lively rough. "No," said the elderly gentleman, with a sort of snapping look, as he turned his gaze up the street and then down it. "Snow's werry deep on the steps, sir," said the rough. "Do you suppose I'm an ass?" exclaimed the elderly gentleman in a sudden burst. "Well, sir," said the lively rough, in the grave tone and manner of one who has had a difficult question in philosophy put to him. "Well, sir, I don't know about that." His large mouth expanded gradually from ear to ear after this reply. The elderly gentleman's face became scarlet and his nose purple, and retreating 2 paces, he slammed the door violently in the rough's face. "Ah, it comes of overfeeding, poor feller," said the lively man, shouldering his shovel and resuming his walk beside his gloomy comrade, who neither smiled nor frowned at these pleasantries. "A warm old gentleman," remarked the boy in the man's hat as he passed. The lively man nodded and winked. "Might eat his wittles raw and cook 'em inside a'most," continued the boy. "Would advise him to keep out of Yoig Park, though, for fear ye'd get too near the powder magazine." At this point the gloomy rough, who did not appear, however, to be a genuine rough, but a pretty good imitation of one, made of material that had once seen better days, stopped and said to his comrade that he was tired of that sort of work, and would bid him good day. Without waiting for an answer, he walked away, and his companion, without vouchsafing a reply, looked after him with a sneer. "A rum cove," he remarked to the small boy in the man's hat as he continued his progress. "Rather," replied the boy. With this interchange of sentiment, these casual acquaintances parted, to meet probably no more. Meanwhile, the gloomy rough, whom the lively one called Ned, walked with rapid steps along several streets, as though he had a distinct purpose in view. He turned at last into a narrow, quiet street, and going up to the door of a shabby genteel house, applied the knocker with considerable vigour. "Now then, go along with you. We don't want your services here. We clear off our own snow, we do. Imprints to knock, too, as if he was a gentleman." This was uttered by a servant girl who had thrust her head out of a second-floor window to take an observation of the visitor, before going down to open the door. "Is he at home, Betsy dear?" inquired the gloomy man, looking up with a leer which proved that he could be a reverse of gloomy when he chose. "Oh, it's you, is it? I don't think he wants to see you. Indeed, I'm sure of it," said the girl. "Yes, he does, dear. At all events, I want to see him, and Betsy, say it's pressing business, and not begging." Betsy disappeared, and soon after, reappearing at the door, admitted the man, whom she ushered into a small apartment, which was redolent of tobacco, and in which sat a young man slippered in dressing gown, taking breakfast. "How are you, doctor?" said the visitor, in a tone that did not accord with his soiled and ragged garments, as he laid down his hat and shovel and flung himself into a chair. "None the better for seeing you, Hooper," replied the doctor sternly. "Well, well," exclaimed Ned, "what a world we live in, to be sure. It was a hail fellow well met, when I was well off now." He scowled here. "My old familiars gave me the cold shoulder because I'm poor." "You know that you are unjust," said the doctor, leaning back in his chair, and speaking less sternly though not less firmly. "You know, Ned, that I've helped you with advice and with money to the utmost extent of my means, and you know that it was a long, long time before I ceased to call you one of my friends. But I do not choose to be annoyed by a man who has deliberately cast himself to the dogs, whose companions are the lowest wretches in London, and whose appearance is dirty and disgusting as well as disreputable." "I can't help it," pleaded Hooper. "I can get no work." "I don't wonder at that," replied the doctor. "Every friend you ever had has got you work of one kind or another during the last few years, and you've drunk yourself out of it every time. Do you imagine that your friends will continue to care for a man who does not care for himself?" Ned did not reply, but hung his head in moody silence. "Now," continued the doctor, "my time is a little more valuable than yours. State what you've got to say, and then be off. Stay," he added in a softened tone, "have you breakfast?" "No," answered Ned, with a hungry glance at the table. "Well, then, as you did not come to beg, you may draw in your chair and go to work." Ned at once availed himself of this permission, and his spirits revived wonderfully as he progressed with the meal, during which he stated the cause of his visit. "The fact is," said he, "that I want your assistance, doctor." "I told you already," interrupted the other, "that I have assisted you to the utmost extent of my means." "My good fellow, not so sharp, pray," said Ned, helping himself to another roll, the first having vanished like a morning cloud. "I don't want money. Ah, that is to say, I do want money, but I don't want yours. No, I came here to ask you to help me to get a body." "A body? What do you mean?" "Why, what say, surely you've cut up enough of them to know them by name. A dead body, doctor, a subject." The doctor smiled. "That's a strange request, Ned. You're not going to turn to my profession as a last resort, I hope." "No, not exactly, but a friend of mine wants a body, that's all, and offers me to pay a good round sum if I get one for him." "Is your friend a medical man?" asked the doctor. "No, he's not. In fact, he has more to do with spirits than bodies, but he wants one of the latter, and I said I'd try and get him one. So if you can help me, do so, like a good fellow. My friend is particular, however. He wants a man one, above 6 feet, thin and sallow, and with long black hair." "You don't suppose I keep a stock of assorted subjects on hand, do you?" said the doctor. "I fear it won't be easy to get what you want. Do you know what your friend intends to do with it?" "Not I, and I don't care," said Ned, pouring out another cup of coffee. "What does a body cost?" "Between £2 and £3," replied the doctor. "Dear me, so cheap," said Ned, with a look of surprise. "Then that knocks on the head a little plan I had. I thought of offering myself for sale at Guy's or one of the hospitals, and drinking myself to death with the money, leaving my address, so that they might know where to find me. But it's not worth while to do it for so little. In fact, I don't believe I could accomplish it on £3 worth of dissipation." "Don't jest about your besitting sin," said the doctor gravely. "It's bad enough without that." "Bad enough!" exclaimed Ned, with a sudden flash of ferocity. "Ah, bad enough, in all conscience, and the worst of it is, that it makes me ready to jest about anything, in heaven, earth, or hell. Oh, drink, accursed drink!" He started up and clutched the hair of his head with both hands for a moment, but the feeling passed away, and he sat down again and resumed breakfast, while he said in a graver tone than he had yet used, Excuse me, Doctor. I'm subject to these bursts now and then. Well, what you say about the body? My friend offers me £20 if I get the right kind. That would be £17 of profit on the transaction. It's worth an effort. It might put me in the way of making one more stand. Ned said this sadly, for he'd made so many stands in time past, and failed to retain his position, that hope was at dead low water of a very neap tide now. I don't like the look of the thing, said the doctor. There's too much secrecy about it for me. Why don't your friend speak out like a man, state what he wants it for, and get it in the regular way? It mayn't be a secret for all I know, said Ned Hooper as he concluded his repast. I did not take the trouble to ask him because I didn't care. You might help me in this, Doctor. Well, I'll put you in the way of getting what you want, said the doctor after a few minutes' reflection. But you must manage it yourself. I'll not act personally in such an affair, and let me advise you to make sure you're not getting into a scrape before you take any steps in the matter. Meanwhile, I must wish you good day. Call here again tonight at 6. The doctor rose as he spoke and accompanied Ned to the door. He left a coin of some sort in his palm when he shook hands. Thank ye, said Ned. If you had come to beg, you should not have got it, said the doctor. God help him, he added as he shut the door. It's an awful sight to see an old companion fall so low. End of chapter 26.
Of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Taye Abdul Olawanle, San Miguel, El Salvador. You can find me at motivatedfreelancer.com. It is evening now. The snow is still on the ground, but it looks ruddy and warm in the streets because of the blaze of light from the shop windows, and it looks colder than it did on the housetops by reason of the moon, which sails in the wintry sky. The man in the moon must have been in good spirits that night, for his residence seemed almost fuller than the usual full moon, and decidedly brighter, to many, at least, of the inhabitants of London. It looked particularly bright to Miss Tippet, as she gazed at it through the windows of her upper rooms, and awaited the arrival of a few friends to tea. Miss Tippet's heart was animated with feelings of love to God and man, and she had that day, in obedience to divine precept, attempted to accomplish a good many little things, all of which were, either directly or indirectly, calculated to make human beings happy. Emma Ward, too, thought the moon particularly bright that night. In fact, she might almost have been regarded as a lunatic. So steadily did she gaze at the moon, and smile to herself, without any apparent motive. There was reason for her joy, however, for she had come to know, in some mysterious way, that Frank Willders loved her, and she had known, for a long time past, that she loved Frank Willders. Frank had become a foreman of the fire brigade, and had been removed from his former station and comrades to his new charge in the city. But Frank had not only risen in his profession, he had also risen intellectually. His mother had secured to him a pretty good education to begin with, and his own natural taste and studious habits had led him to read extensively. His business required him to sit up and watch when other men slept. He seldom went to bed before 4 o'clock any morning, and when he did take his rest, he lay down like the soldier in an enemy country, ready to rush to arms at the first sound of the bugle. His bugle, by the way, was a speaking trumpet, one end of which was close to the head of his bed, the other being in the lobby, where the men on duty for the night reposed. During these long watches in the silent lobby, with 2 men belted and booted on their trestles, the clock ticking gently by his side, like the soft, quiet voice of a chatty but not tiresome friend, Frank read book after book with absorbing interest. History, poetry, travel, romance, all kinds were equally devoured. At the particular time of which we write, however, he read more of poetry than anything else. The consequence was that Frank, who was one of nature's gentlemen, became a well-informed man, and might have moved in any circle of society with credit to himself and profit as well as pleasure to others. Frank was by nature grave, sedate, earnest, thoughtful. Emma was equally earnest, perhaps more so, but she was light-hearted, not light-headed, observe, and volatile. The rest was mutual attraction. Let philosophers account for the mutual attraction of these qualities as they best may. We simply record the fact. History records it. Nature records it. Experience, everything records it. Who has the temerity or folly to deny it? Emma and Frank felt it, and in some mysterious way, Frank had come to know something or other about Emma's feelings, which it is not our business to inquire into particularly. So then, Frank also gazed. No, not at the moon. It would have required him to ascend 3 flights of stairs and a ladder, besides passing through a trap to the roof of the station to enable him to do that. But there was a lamp over the fireplace, with a tin reflector, which had quite a dazzling effect of its own. Not a bad imitation of the moon, in a small way. So he gazed at that, and thought it very bright indeed, brighter than usual. We may as well put the reader out of suspense at once, by saying that we do not intend to describe Miss Tippet's evening with a few friends. Our own private opinion in regard to the matter is, that if they had been fewer than they were, and more worthy of the name of friends, the evening might have been worth recording. But it is sufficient to say that they all came, acted as usual, spoke as usual, felt as usual, favored the company with songs as usual, and, yes, enjoyed themselves as usual, till about 11:30 o'clock, when they all took their leave, with the exception of Miss Demas, who, in consideration of the coldness of the weather, had agreed to spend the night with her dear friend. Miss Demas was one of those unfortunates with whom it is impossible for anyone to sleep. Besides being angular and hard, she had a habit of kicking her slumbers, and being powerful was a dangerous bedfellow. She knew this herself, and therefore wisely preferred, when visiting her friends, to sleep alone. Hence it happened that Miss Tippet and Emma went to bed in the back room with the green hangings, while Miss Demas retired to the front room with the blue paper. There is a common fallacy in naval matters, founded on poetic license, to the effect that the mariner is separated to death by a single plank, whereas the unpoetical truth is that the separation consists of many hundreds of planks and a solid bulwark of timbers more than a foot thick, besides an inner skin, the whole being held together by innumerable iron and oaken bolts and trinils, and tightened with oakum and pitch. We had almost fallen into this error, or poetical laxity of expression, by saying that, on the night of which we write, little did Miss Tippet know that she was separated from, not death exactly, but from something very awful, by a single plank, at least by the floor of her own residence and the ceiling of the house below, as the sequel will show. That same night, David Boone, gaunt, tall, and cadaverous as of old, sat in his back parlor, talking to his friend Gorman. "Now, Boone," said the latter with an oath, "I'm not going to hang off and on any longer. It's more than 7 years since we planned this business. The insurances have been effected. You've been a prosperous man, yet here you are, deeper in my debt than ever." "Quite true," replied Boone, whose face was so pale that he might have easily been mistaken for a ghost. "But you know I've paid up my premiums quite regular, and your interest too, besides clearing off some of the principal. Come, don't be so hard on me, Gorman. If it had not been that trade had got worse of late, I would have cleared off all I owe you, but indeed, I have not been so successful of late, and I am again in difficulties. If you will only wait." "No," cried Gorman, "I will not wait. I have waited long enough. How long would you have me wait, eh? Moreover, I'm not hard on you. I show you an easy way to make a good thing of it, and you're so chicken-hearted that you're afraid to do it." "It's such a mean thing to do," said Boone. "Mean? Why, what do you call the style of carrying on business that you've started with 7 years ago, and have practiced more or less ever since?" That is mean, too, said Boone. I'm ashamed of it, sorry for it. It was for a time successful, no doubt, and I have actually paid off all my creditors except yourself. But I don't think it less mean on that account, and I am thoroughly ashamed of it. There was a good deal of firmness in Boone's tone as he said this, and his companion was silent for a few minutes. I have arranged, he said at last, about your making over your policies of insurance to me as security for the debt you owe me. You won't have to pay them next half year. I'll do that for you if necessary. He laughed as he said this. I have now come to ask you to set the house alight and have the plan carried out and the whole affair comfortably settled. Gorman said this in an encouraging voice, assuming that his dupe was ready to act. But it's awful to think of it, said Boone. Suppose it's found out. How can it be found out? Well, I don't know. It's wonderful how crime is discovered, said Boone despondently. Besides, think of the risk we run of burning the people who live above, as well as my 2 clerks who sleep in the room below us. That would be murder, you know. I'm sure I've tried my very best to get Miss Tippet to go from home for a short time. I've almost let the cat out of the bag in my anxiety, but she won't take a hint. Oh, exclaimed Gorman with a laugh. Well, have you made the arrangements as I directed you last night? Yes, I've got a lot of tariokum scattered about, and there's a pile of shavings, he added, pointing to a corner of the room. The only thing I'm anxious about is that my young man, Robert Rudy, caught me pouring turpentine on the walls and floor of the shop. I pretended that it was water I had in a can, and that I was sprinkling it to lay the dust before sweeping up. Roddy is a slow, stupid youth. He always was, and I dare say didn't notice the smell. Gorman was himself filled with anxiety on hearing the first part of this, but at the conclusion he appeared relieved. It's lucky you turned it off so, said he, and Roddy is a stupid fellow. I dare say he has no suspicion. In fact, I'm sure of it. It's not of much importance now, however, said Boone, rising and confronting his friend with more firmness than he had ever before exhibited to him, because I'm resolved not to do it. Gorman lit his pipe at the fire, looking at the bowl of it with a scornful smile as he replied, Oh, you've made up your mind, have you? Yes, decidedly. Nothing will move me. You may do your worst. Very good, remarked Gorman, advancing with the lighted paper towards the heap of shavings. Boone sprang towards him and seized his arm, grasped the light, and crushed it out. What would you do, madman? He cried. You can only ruin me. But do you not know that I will have the power to denounce you as a fire-raiser? Gorman laughed and returned to the fireplace, while Boone sat down on a chair, almost overcome with terror. What? You dare defy me? Said Gorman, with an air of assumed piety. A pretty case you would have to make of it. You fill your shop with combustibles. You warn your tenants upstairs to get out of the premises for a time in a way that must be quite accountable to her, until the fire accounts for it. And your own clerk sees you spilling turpentine about the place the day before the fire occurs, and yet you have the stupidity to suppose that people will believe you when you denounce me? Poor David Boone's wits seemed to be sharpened by his despair, for he said suddenly after a short pause, If the case is so bad, it will tell against yourself, Gorman. For I shall be certainly convicted, and the insurance will not be paid to you. Aye, but the case is not so bad as it looks, said Gorman. If you only have the sense to hold your tongue and do what you're told, for nobody knows all these things but you and me, and nobody can put them together except ourselves, d'ye see? It matters not, said Boone firmly. I won't do it. There. Both men leaped up. At the same moment, there was a sound as of something falling in the shop. They looked at each other. Go see what it is, said Gorman. The other stepped to the door. It's only 2 of my wax dolls tumbled off the shelf, he said, returning. An exclamation of horror escaped him, for he saw that the heap of shavings had been set on fire during his momentary absence, and Gorman stood watching them with a demoniacal grin. Boone was struck dumb. He could not move or speak. He made a feeble attempt to stretch out his hands as if to extinguish the fire, but Gorman seized him in his powerful grasp and held him fast. In a few seconds, the flames were leaping up the wall, and the room was so full of smoke that they were driven into the front shop. "Now then," said Gorman in a fierce whisper, "your only chance is to act out your part as wisely as you can. Shout fire, now till you're black in the face. Fire! Fire! Fire!" David Boone obeyed with all his might, and when Gorman released him, ran back into the power to try to extinguish the flames. But he was driven back again, scorched and half choked, while Gorman ran off at full speed to the nearest station, gave the alarm, received the shilling reward for being first to give the call, and then went leisurely home to bed. End of chapter 27.
of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corey Page from Providence, Rhode Island. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 28. At the Post of Duty. Fire! There's something appalling in the cry to most ears, something deadly in the sound, something that tells of imminent danger and urgent haste. After Daniel Boone's first alarm was given, other voices took it up. Passers-by became suddenly wild, darted about spasmodically and shouted it. Late sitters-up flung open their windows and proclaimed it. Sleepers awoke crying, "What? Where?" and huddled on their clothes, rushed out to look at it. Little boys yelled it. Frantic females screamed it, and in a few minutes the hubbub of Poorthing Lane swelled into a steady roar. Among the sound sleepers in that region was Miss Demas. The fair head of that lady reposed on its soft pillow, all unconscious of the fact that she was even then being gently smoked before being roasted alive. Miss Tippet, on the very first note of alarm, bounced out of bed with an emphatic "There!" which was meant to announce the triumphant fulfillment of an old prophecy which she had been in the habit of making for some time past, namely, that Matty Marian would certainly set the house on fire if she did not take care. The energy with which Miss Tippet sprang to the floor and exclaimed "There!" caused Emma Willard to open her eyes to the utmost possible extent and exclaim "Where?" Without waiting for a reply, she too bounced out of bed like an india-rubber ball, and seeing, for there was always a nightlight on in the room, that Miss Tippet's face was as white as her nightdress. She attempted to shriek, but failed, owing to a lump of some kind that had somehow gotten into her throat, and which refused to be swallowed on any terms. The repetition of the cry, "Fire! Fire!" outside induced both ladies at once to become insane. Miss Tippet, with a touch of method even in her madness, seized the counterpane, wrapped it around her, and rushed out of the room and downstairs. Emma followed her example with the blanket, and also fled, just as Matty Marian, who slept in an attic room above, tumbled down her wooden staircase and burst into the room by another door, uttering a wild exclamation, and was choked in the bud, partly by terror, partly by smoke. Attempting in vain to wrap herself in a bolster, Matty followed her mistress. All three had utterly forgotten the existence of Miss Demas. That strong-minded lady being, as we have hinted, a sound sleeper, was not awakened by the commotion in the street. In fact, she was above such weaknesses. Becoming aware of a crackling sound and a sensation of smoke, she smiled sweetly in her slumbers, and, turning gently on her side, with a sigh, dreamed ardently of fried ham and eggs, her usual breakfast. While these events were occurring, the cry of "Fire!" had reached the ears of one of London's guardians, our friend Samuel Forrest. That stout-hearted man was seated at the time, rapping the sides of his sentry-box with his head, in a useless struggle with sleep. He had just succumbed, and was snoring out his allegiance to the great conqueror, when the policeman on the beat dashed open his door and shouted "Fire!" Sam was a calm, self-possessed man. He was no more flurried by this sudden, unexpected, and fierce shot of fire than he would have been if the policeman had, in a mild voice, made a statement of water. But, although self-possessed and cool, Sam was not slow. With one energetic effort he tripped up and floored the conqueror with one hand, as if it were, while he put on his black helmet with the other, and in 3 minutes more the fire escape was seen coming up the lane like a rampant monster of the antediluvian period. It was received by the crowd with frantic cheers, because they had just become aware that a lady was asleep in one of the upper rooms, which were by that time unapproachable, owing to the lower part of the staircase having caught fire. The fact was made known with a sudden look of horror by Miss Tippet, who, with Emma Ward, had been rescued from the first-floor window by a gallant policeman. This man, having procured a ladder, entered the house at considerable personal risk, and carried the ladies out in safety, one after the other, an event, we may remark in passing, which is not of a rare occurrence at London fires, where the police are noted for their efficient services and for the daring of some of the members of the force, many of whom have received medals and other rewards for acts of personal daring in attempting to save life before the firemen had arrived on the ground. Having put Miss Tippet and Emma in a place of security, the policeman was about to make a desperate attempt to reach the upper floor by rushing through the flames, when the escape came up and rendered it unnecessary. Dozens of tongues and hundreds of voices directed Sam Forrest to the right window. He pointed his escape towards it, but so vigorous was the uninvited assistance led by the crowd that the head of the machine went crashing through it and dashed the flame into the middle of the room. To say that Miss Demas was horror-struck by such an awakening would be to use a mild expression. Her strong mind was not strong enough to prevent her strong body from trembling like an aspen leaf as she lay for a few moments unable to cry or move. Suddenly she believed that she was dreaming, and that the instrument which had burst through her window was a nightmare or guillotine, and she made dreadful efforts to pinch herself awake without success. Next moment a man's head, looking very grim in the light of a bull's-eye lamp, appeared at the top of the guillotine. So far this was in keeping with her idea, but when they had leapt into the room, followed by its relative body, and made a rush at her, Miss Demas cast courage and philosophy to the dogs, gave herself over to abject fear, uttered a piercing shriek, dipped her head under the bedclothes, and, drawing her knees up to her mouth, clasped her hands over them in agony. "Come, ma'am, don't take on so, no time to lose, floor's going down," said Sam. He coughed as he said it, for the smoke was getting thicker every moment. Shriek upon shriek was the only answer vouchsafed by the terrified eagle. A wild cheer from the mob outside seemed to be a reply of encouragement to her, but it was not so. It was called forth by the sudden appearance of a fire engine's dashing around the corner of the lane. "Be quiet, my good lady," said Sam Forrest in a voice of tenderness. But if his voice was tender, his actions were the reverse, for it was now a matter of life or death. So he grasped the eagle, bedclothes and all, in his arms, and bore her to the window. It is probable that his act revived in Miss Demas some reminiscence of her childhood, for she suddenly straightened herself out and struggled violently, after the manner of those sweet little ones who won't be made to sit on a nurse's knees. Being a tall, heavy woman, she struggled out of Sam's grasp and fell to the floor, but her victory was short-lived. Another moment and that bold man had her round the waist, in a grasp from which she could not free herself. Sam was considerate, however, and polite even in this extremity. He begged pardon as he wrapped the bedclothes round his victim, and, lifting her into the head of the escape, let her go. No swoop that the eagle ever made, mentally, down upon base, unworthy, arrogant man, was at all comparable to the descent which she made, physically, on that occasion, into the arms of an expected fireman. She held her breath, also the blankets, tightly, as she went down like a lightning flash, and felt that she was about to be dashed to pieces. But, to her surprise, soft cushions received her, and she was immediately borne, by another of these desperate men in helmets, into an adjoining house, and left unhurt in the arms of her sympathetic friend, Miss Tippet. "Oh, my dear, dear Julia!" exclaimed Miss Tippet, shutting the door of the room into which they had been ushered, and assisting her friend to disentangle herself from the bedclothes. "Oh, what a mercy we have not all been roasted alive like beefsteaks! Or, oh, what a sight you are, my darling! You must have got it coming down, that dreadful thing. What's his name? You know. Shall I ring for water?" "Tut, nonsense!" exclaimed the eagle, panting as well from nervous excitement as exhaustion. "You are always so fussy, Emelina. Please assist me to tie this string, Miss Ward." "Yes, I know I'm fussy, dear Julia," exclaimed Miss Tippet, bustling nervously about the room. "But I can't help it, and I'm so thankful but it was so bold in these noble fellows to risk their lives to—" "Noble fellows!" shouted Miss Deemas, with flashing eyes. "Do you call it noble to pull me out of bed and roll me in a blanket and shoot me down I don't know what, like a sack of coals? Noble fellows, indeed! Brutes!" Here Miss Deemas clasped her hands above her head in a passion of conflicting feelings, and, being unable to find words and utterance, burst into a flood of tears, dropped into a chair, and covered her face with both hands. "Dear, dear, darling Julia," said Miss Tippet soothingly. "Don't speak to me," sobbed the eagle passionately, and stamping her foot. "I can't bear to think of it." "But you know, dear," preserved her friend, "they could not help being, what do you call it? Energetic, you know, for it was not rough. We could all have been roasted to death but for them, and I feel very, very grateful to them. I shall respect that policeman as long as I live." "Ah, sure, he is a dacent boy now," said Maddie Marian, who entered the room just then. "The way he lifted you, Miss Emma, up and flung you over his shoulder, as aisy as if you was two bolsters, was beautiful to look at, indeed it was. Sure, it remembered me o' the purty pottery he was reading just the other night, as was writ by old Dude or old Hood." "Hood," suggested Miss Tippet. "Raps it was," said Maddie. "He'd be none the worse of an O before his name, anyhow. With the pottery be good. Take her up tenderly, left her with care, if I don't misremember." "Will you hold your tongue?" cried the eagle, looking up suddenly and drying her eyes. "Surely, miss," said Maddie, with a toss of her head. "Anything to please you." It is due to Maddie to say that, while the policeman was descending the ladder with her mistress, she had faithfully remained to comfort and encourage Emma, and, after Emma was rescued, she had quietly descended the ladder without assistance, having previously found time to clothe herself in something a little more ample and appropriate than a bolster. But where was David Boone all this time? Rather say, where was he not? Everywhere by turns and nowhere long was David to be seen, in the frenzy of his excitement. Conscious smitten for what he had done, or rather intended to do, he ran wildly about, making the most desperate efforts to extinguish the fire. No one knows what he can do till he is tried. That is a proverb, at least if it is not, it ought to be, which embraces much deep truth. The way in which David Boone set personal danger at defiance, and seemed to regard suffocation by smoke or roasting by fire as terminations of life worth courting, was astounding, and rendered his friends and neighbours dumb with amazement. David was now on the staircase among the firemen, fighting his way up through fire and smoke, for the purpose of saving Miss Tippet, until he was hauled forcibly back by Dale or Boxmore, who were in the thick of it as usual. Anon, down in the basement, knee-deep in water, searching for the bodies of his two shopmen, both of whom were standing comfortably outside, looking on. Presently he was in the leads of the adjoining house, directing, commanding, exhorting, entreating the firemen there to put their branch at the blue bedroom. Soon after he was in the street, tearing his hair, shouting that it was all his fault, that he did it, and that it would kill him. Before the fire was put out, poor Boone's eyelashes and whiskers were singed off. Little hair was left on his head, and that little was short and frizzled. His clothes, of course, were completely soaked, in addition to which they were torn almost to shreds, and some of his skin was in the same condition. At last he had to be forcibly taken in charge, and kept shut up in an adjoining house, from the window of which he watched the destruction of his property and his hopes. Almost superhuman efforts had been made by the firemen to save the house. Many a house in London had they saved that year, partially or wholly, as, indeed, is the case every year, and many thousands of pounds worth of property had they rescued, but this case utterly defied them. So well had the plot been laid, so thoroughly had the combustibles been distributed and lubricated with inflammable liquids, that all the engines in the metropolis would have failed to extinguish that fire. David Boone knew this, and he groaned in spirit. The firemen knew it not, and they worked like heroes. There was a shout at last among the firemen to "Look out!" It was feared one of the partition walls was coming down, so each man beat a hasty retreat. They swarmed out the door like bees, and were all safe when the wall fell. All safe but one, Joe Corney, who, being a reckless man, took things too leisurely and was knocked down by the falling bricks. Moxey and Williams ran back and carried him out of danger. Then, seeing that he did not recover consciousness, although he breathed, they carried him at once to the hospital. The flames of the burning house sprang up just then, as if they leaped in triumph over a fallen foe, but the polished surface of poor Joe's helmet seemed to flash back defiance at the flames as they bore him away. After the partition wall fell, the fire sank, and in the course of a few hours it was extinguished altogether. But nothing whatever was saved, and the firemen had only the satisfaction of knowing that they had done their best, and had preserved the adjoining houses, which certainly would have gone but for their untiring energy. By this time, David Boone, besides being mad, was in a raging fever. The tenant of the house to which he had been taken was a friend, as well as a neighbor of his own, a greengrocer named Mrs. Craw, and she turned out to be a good Samaritan, for she insisted on keeping Boone in her house and nursing him, asserting stoutly and with a very red face (she almost always asserted things stoutly and with a red face) that Mr. Boone was one of her best and oldest friends, as she wouldn't see him go to a hospital on charity, which she despised, so she did. As long as there was a spare bed in her house, so there was, which it wasn't as long as could be wished considering Mr. Boone's height, but that could be put right by knocking out the footboard and 2 chairs, so it could. And as long as she had 1 copper to rub on another, no, though she was to be flayed alive for her hospitality, by which round statement Mrs. Craw was understood to imply a severe rebuke to Mrs. Grab, another greengrocer over the way, and a widow, who had been heard to say, during the progress of the fire, that it served Boone right, and that she wouldn't give him a helping hand in his distress or on any account whatever. Why Mrs. Grab was so bitter and Mrs. Cross so humane is a matter of uncertainty, but it was generally believed that the former, having a matrimonial eye on Boone, and that Boone, having expressed general objections to matrimony, besides having gone late of Mrs. Craw for his vegetables, had something to do with it. Next day, D. Gorman happened, quite in a casual way of course, to saunter into Poorthing Lane, and it was positively interesting to note, as many people did note, the surprise and consternation with which he received the news of the fire from the people at the end of the lane who first met him, and who knew him well. "Wery sad, ain't it, sir?" said a sympathetic barber. "He was a sich and droll dog too. He'll be quite a loss to the neighbourhood, won't he, sir?" "I hope he won't," said Gorman, loud enough to be heard by several persons who lounged about their doors. "I hope to see him start afresh, and get on better than ever, poor fellow. At least I'll do all I can do to help him." "Ah, you've helped him already, sir, more than once, I believe, at least so he told me," said the barber, with an approving nod. "Well, so I have," returned Gorman modestly, "but he may be assured that any trifle he owes me won't be called for just now. In fact, my small loan to him is an old debt, which I must have gotten any time these last 6 years, when he was flourishing, so I'm not going to press him now, poor fellow. He's ill, you say?" "Yes, so I'm told, rather serious, too." "That's very sad. Where is he?" "With Mrs. Craw, sir, the greengrocer." "Ah, I'll go and see him. Good day." Gorman passed on, with as much benignity thrown into his countenance as it could contain, and the barber observed, as he re-entered his shop, that "that man was a better fellow than he looked." But Gorman's intentions, whatever they might have been, were frustrated at that time, for he found Boone in high fever and quite delirious. He did not, however, quit the house without putting, as he expressed it, at least 1 spoke in his wheel, for he conducted himself in such a way towards Mrs. Craw, and expressed so much feeling for her friend and his, that he made quite a favourable impression on that worthy woman. He also left a sovereign, wherewith to purchase any little luxuries for the sick man that might be conducive to his health and comfort, and went away with the assurance that he would look in to inquire for him as often as he could. End of chapter 28. Of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corey Page from Providence, Rhode Island. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 29. Willie Willders in Difficulties. Mr. Thomas Tippet, beaming and perspiring as of old, was standing at his bench, chisel in hand, and Willie Willders was standing with his back to the fire and his legs pretty wide apart, not because he preferred that dégagé attitude, but because Chips and Puss were asleep side by side between his feet. It must not be supposed that although Willie had changed so much since the first day he stood there, an equal change had taken place in Mr. Tippet. By no means. He was a little stouter, perhaps, but in all other aspects he was the same man, not a hair grayer, nor a wrinkle more. The workshop, too, was in exactly the same state, only a little more crowded in consequence of numerous models having been completed and shelved during the last 7 years. There was, however, something new in the shape of a desk with some half-finished parts upon it, for Willie had gradually introduced a little genuine engineering into the business. At first, naturally enough, the boy had followed his employer's lead, and, as we have said before, being very ingenious, as well as enthusiastic, he had entered with all his heart and head into the absurd schemes of his patron, but, as he became older, he grew wiser. He applied himself to reading and study at home, in the evenings, with indomitable perseverance. The result of his application was twofold. In the first place, he discovered that he was very ignorant, and that there existed a huge, illimitable field of knowledge worth entering on seriously. His early training having been conducted, thanks to his mother, in the fear of the Lord, he regarded things that are spiritual and have God and man's duty to him for their object, as part, the chief part, of that great field of knowledge, not as a separate field, which may or may not be entered on according to the taste. In the second place, he began to discover that his kind-hearted employer was a monomaniac. In other words, that, although sane enough in all other matters, he was absolutely mad in regard to mechanical discoveries and inventions, and that most of the latter were absolutely nonsensical. The second discovery induced him to prosecute his studies with all the more energy, in order that he might be prepared for the battle of life, in case his existing connection with Mr. Tippet should be dissolved. His studies naturally took an engineering turn, and, being what is termed a thorough-going fellow, he did not rest until he had dived into mathematics so deep that we do not pretend to follow him, even in the way of description. Architecture, surveying, shipbuilding, and cognate subjects claimed and obtained his earnest attention, and year after year, on winter nights, did he sit at the side of the fire in the little house at Notting Hill, adding to his stores of knowledge on these subjects, while his meek old mother sat darning socks or patching male attire on the other side of the fire, with as much perseverance and assiduity. One consequence of this was that Willie Willders, having begun as a jack-of-all-trades, pushed on until he became a philosopher of all trades, and of many sciences too, so that it would have been difficult to find his match between Charing Cross and Primrose Hill. And Willie was not changeable. True to his first love, he clung with all the ardour of youth to fire engines, and the Fire Brigade. He would have become a member of the latter if he could, but that was in the circumstances impossible. He studied the subject, however, and knew its history and its working details from first to last. He did his best to invent new engines and improve on old ones, but in such matters he usually found that his inventions had been invented and his improvements made and improved upon long before. Such checks, however, did not abate his ardour one jot. He persevered in his varied courses until he worked himself into a species of business which could only exist in London, which it would be difficult to describe, and which its practitioners styled polyartism with as much boldness as if the word were in Johnson's dictionary. Standing on the hearth, as we have said, Willie related to his friend all he knew in regard to the Cattley family, and wound up with an anxious demand what was to be done for them. Mr. Tippet, leaning on his bench and looking into Willie's face with a benignant smile, said, "Done, my boy? Why, help 'em, of course." "Ay, but how?" asked Willie. "How?" cried Mr. Tippet. "Why, by giving 'em money. You're aware that I stopped their allowance because Cattley senior went and drank it as soon as he got it, and Cattley junior is able to support himself. And I was not until now aware that the poor daughter was killing herself to support her father. But as I do know it now, I continue the allowance and increase it, and we shall give it into the daughter's hands so that the father won't be able to misspend it." Mr. Tippet's visage glowed with ardour as he stated this arrangement, but the glow was displaced by a look of anxiety as he observed that Willie shook his head and looked as perplexed as ever. "If that plan would have availed, I would have tried it long ago," said he with a sad smile, "for my income is a pretty good one, thanks to you, sir." "Thanks to your own genius, Willie, for the remarkable and prolific offshoots for which you have caused to sprout from this dry old root," said Mr. Tippet, interrupting, as he glanced around the room with an air of affection, which showed that he loved the root dearly despite its age and dryness. "Not the less thanks to you, sir," said Willie, in the deferential tone which he had assumed involuntarily towards his patron almost from the commencement of their intercourse. "But Miss Cattley positively refuses to accept money from anyone in charity as long as she can work." "Ah!" exclaimed Mr. Tippet, shaking his head slowly. "Pride, simple pride. Not laudable pride, observe. She deceives herself, no doubt, but the belief that it is laudable, but it is not, for when a girl cannot work without working herself into a grave, it is her duty not to work, and it is the duty as well as the privilege of her friends to support her. Truth is truth, Willie, and we must not shrink from stating it because a few illogical thinkers are apt to misunderstand it, or because there are a number of mean-spirited wretches who would be too glad to say that they could not work without injuring their health if they could, by so doing, persuade their friends to support them. What! Are those whom God has visited with weakness of body to be made to toil and moil far beyond their strength in order to prove that they do not belong to the class of deceivers and sycophants? Yet public opinion in regard to this matter of what is called self-respect and proper pride compels many hundreds who urgently require assistance to refuse it, and dooms many of them to a premature grave, while it does not shut the maw of a single one of the other class. Why, sir, Miss Cattley is committing suicide, and, in regards to her father, who is dependent on her, she is committing murder. Murder, sir!" Mr. Tippet's eyes flashed with indignation as he drove the chisel deep down into the bench, as if to give point and force to his sentiment, as well as an illustration to the dreadful idea with which he concluded. Willie admitted that there was much truth in Mr. Tippet's observations, but did not quite agree with him in his sweeping condemnation of Ziza. "However," continued Mr. Tippet, resuming his quiet tone and benignant aspect, "I'll consider the matter. Yes, I'll consider the matter and see what's to be done for him." He leaped from the bench with a quiet chuckle as he said this, and began to saw vigorously, while Willie went back to his desk in the corner and applied himself to an abstruse calculation, considerably relieved in mind, for he had unbounded belief in the fertility of Mr. Tippet's imagination, and he knew well that whatever that old gentleman promised he would certainly fulfill. End of chapter 29.
Of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cantos Evenstar. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 30. There were other men besides Mr. Tippet who could be true to their promises when it suited them. D. Gorman was true to his, in so far as it concerned David Boone. He visited that unfortunate invalid so frequently, and brought him so many little nice things for the alleviation of his sufferings, and exhibited altogether such nervous anxiety about his recovery, that the worthy Mrs. Craw was quite overwhelmed, and said in the fullness of her heart that she never did see a kinder friend, or one who more flatly gave the lie direct to his looks, which she was bound to admit were not prepossessing. But despite his friend's solicitude, and his doctor's prescriptions, and his nurse's kindness, David Boone continued steadily to sink, until at last the doctor gave it as his opinion that he would not recover. One afternoon, soon after the expression of this opinion, Gorman called on his friend, and was shown as usual into his chamber. It was a wet, cold, stormy afternoon, and the window rattled violently in his frame. Boone was much better that afternoon. It seemed as if he had just waited for the doctor to pronounce his unfavorable opinion, in order to have the satisfaction of contradicting it. "He's better today, sir," said Mrs. Craw in a whisper. "Better!" exclaimed Gorman with a look of surprise. "I'm glad to hear that, very glad." He looked as if he were very sorry, but then, as Mrs. Craw said, his looks belied him. "He's asleep now, sir," the doctor said. "If he slept, he was on no account to be waked up. So I'll leave you to sit by him, sir, till he wakes, and please be as quiet as you can." Mrs. Craw left the room on tiptoe, and Gorman went to the bedside and looked at the sick man's wasted features with a frown. "Ha, you're asleep, are you, and not to be waked up, eh? Come, I'll rouse you." He shook him violently by the shoulder, and Boone awoke with a start and a groan. "Hope I didn't disturb you, Boone," said his friend in a quiet voice. "I came to inquire for you." Boone started up in his bed, and stared wildly at some object, which appeared to be at the foot of the bed. Gorman stared too, and turned pale as his eyes followed those of the invalid. "What is it you see, Boone?" "There, there!" he whispered hoarsely, clutching Gorman's arm as if for protection. "Look, I heard his voice just now. Oh, save me from that man. He wants to kill me." "Come, David," said Gorman soothingly. "It's only a fancy. There's nobody there, nobody in the room but me." "And who are you?" inquired the sick man, falling back exhausted, while he gazed vacantly at his friend. "Don't you know me, David?" "Never mind. Shut your eyes and try to sleep. It'll be time for you to take your physic soon." "Physic!" cried Boone, starting up in alarm, and again clutching Gorman's arm. "You won't let him give it me, will you? Oh, say you won't. Promise to give it me yourself." Gorman promised, and a very slight but peculiar smile turned up the corners of his mouth as he did so. Boone again sank back on the pillow, and Gorman sat down on a chair beside him. His villainous features worked convulsively, for in his heart he was meditating a terrible deed. That moment he had been visited by a Ned Hooper, who in the most drunken of voices told him, "If that was impossible to get a body for love of money, so if he wanted one he'd better cut his own throat." His plans having miscarried in this matter, Gorman now meditated taking another and more decided step. He looked at the sick man, and seeing how feeble he was, his fingers twitched as if with a desire to strangle him. So strong was the feeling upon him that he passed his fingers nervously about his own throat, as if to ascertain the formation of it, and the precise locality of the windpipe. Then his hand had dropped to his side, and he sat still again, while Boone rolled his poor head from side to side and moaned softly. Evening drew on apace, and the shadows in the sick room gradually became deeper and deeper, until nothing could be seen as distinctly. Still Gorman sat there with his features pale as death, and his fingers moving nervously, and still the sick man lay and rolled his head from side to side on the pillow. Once or twice Gorman rose abruptly, but he as often sat down again without doing anything. Suddenly a ray of bright light shot through the window. Gorman started and drew back in alarm. It was only a lamplighter who had lighted one of the street lamps, and the ray which he had thus sent into the sick chamber passed over the bed. It did not disturb Boone, for the curtains were between him and it, but it disturbed Gorman, for it fell on the chimney-piece and illuminated a group of vials, one of which was half full of a black liquid, was labelled poison. Gorman started up, and this time did not sit down, but with a trembling step moved toward the fireplace. He stretched out his hand to grasp the bottle, and almost overturned it, for just at the moment his own figure intercepted the ray of light, and threw the spot where it stood into deep shadow. "What's that?" asked Boone. "It's only me," said Gorman, "getting you your physic. I almost upset it in the dark. Here now, drink it off. I can't find the cup, but you can take it out of the bottle." "You won't let him come near me when you give it, will you?" asked Boone anxiously. "No, no, come, open your mouth." Boone hesitated to do so, but Gorman used a little force. His hands were steady now, his heart was steeled to the deed, and the cry which Boone was about to utter was choked by the liquid flowing down his throat. Gorman had flung him back with such violence that he lay stunned. while the murderer placed the bottle on the chimney-piece and hurried to the door. A gentle knock at it arrested him, but his indecision was momentary. He opened the door softly, and going out, said to Mrs. Craw in a whisper, "He's sleeping now. I found it hard to get him to give up talking, for he waked up soon after I went in. But he's all right now. I suppose the medicine is beginning to operate. He told me he took it himself just before I came in." "Took it himself!" exclaimed Mrs. Craw. "Impossible." "Well, I don't know, but he's better now. I would let him rest a while if I were you." "Stay, sir, I'll go fetch the light," said Mrs. Craw. "Never mind, I know the stairwell," said Gorman hurriedly. "Don't mind a light, I shan't want it." He was right. If any man ever wanted darkness rather than light, thick, heavy, impenetrable darkness, it was D. Gorman at that time. "Took it himself," repeated Mrs. Craw, in unabated surprise, as she closed the street door. "It's impossible. He's in no more strength than an unborn infant. I must go and see to this." Lighting a candle, she went softly to the sick chamber and looked at the invalid, who was apparently asleep, but breathing heavily. She then went to the chimney-piece and began to examine the vials there. "My!" she exclaimed suddenly with a look of alarm. "If he hadn't been and drunk up all the tincture of rhubarb, and the laudanum bottle standing close beside it too, what a mercy he didn't drink that. Well, lucky for him there wasn't much in it, for an overdose of anything in his state would be serious." Full of her discovery, Mrs. Craw set the candle on the table, and sat down by the chair by the bedside to think about it. But the more she thought about it, the more puzzled she was. "Took it himself," she said, reverting to Gorman's words. "Impossible." She continued to shake her head and mutter "impossible" for some time, while she stared at the candle, as if she expected that would solve the mystery. Then she got up and examined the bedclothes, and found that a great deal of the rhubarb had been spilt on the sheets, and that a good deal more of it had been spilt on Boone's chin and his chest. After which her aspect changed considerably, as, setting down the candle, she resumed her seat and said, "Took it himself. Impossible." Darkness. If ever man saw darkness in vain, and found light, bright, blazing light, everywhere, it was Gorman. At first, in a burst of frenzy, he rushed away at full speed. It was well for him that the wind had increased to a hurricane, and the wind was blinding, else he had been stopped on suspicion. So fierce was his mane, so haggard his looks, so wild his face. Gradually his pace slackened, and gradually as well as naturally he gravitated to his old familiar haunts. But go where he would, there was light everywhere, except within his own breast. It was all darkness there. It is true the sky was dark enough, for the war of the elements was so great that it seemed to have been blotted out with ink. The shops appeared to have been lit up more brilliantly than usual. Every lamp poured out a flood of light around it. The lanterns of the cabs and omnibuses sent rich beams of light through the air, and the air itself, laden as it was with moisture, absorbed a portion of light, and invested everything with a halo. Light, light, all around, and the light of conscience within, rendering the darkness there visible, and shining on the letters of a word written in dark red, "Murderer." Gorman tried to extinguish the light, but it was a fire that would not be put out. He cursed the shop windows and the lamps for shining so brightly on him. He cursed the few people whose curiosity induced them to pause and look back at him, and he cursed himself for being such a fool. On reaching the Cheapside, he began to recover his self-possession, and to walk in the storm as other men did, but in proportion as his composure returned, the enormity of his crime became more apparent to him, and the word written in red letters became so bright that he felt as if every passer-by might read it, unless he dropped his eyes to prevent their seeing through them into his soul. At London Bridge he became nervously apprehensive. Each unusually quick footstep startled him. Every policeman was carefully avoided, and any one approaching it to a shout behind him caused him to start into an involuntary run. Despite his utmost efforts to control himself, the strong man was unmanned. A child could have made him fly. He was about to cross London Bridge, when he observed a policeman taking shelter under the parapet, and apparently watching those who passed him. Gorman could not make up his mind to go on, so he turned aside and descended the nearest stairs. The policeman had doubtless been waiting for someone, or suspected Gorman, because of his undecided movements, for he followed him. The latter observed this and quickened his pace. The instant he was hidden from his pursuer, he darted away at full speed, and did not halt until he stood at the foot of one of the stairs, where wherries were usually to be found. The sight that met his gaze there might have overawed the most reckless of men. A hurricane was raging, such as is not often experienced in our favourite island. The wind blew not in gusts and squalls, but in a continuous roar, lashing the Thames into crested waves, tearing ships from their moorings, and dashing them against other ships, which likewise were carried away, and swept downward with the tide. Dozens of barges were sunk, and the shrieks of their crews were heard sometimes rising above the storm. The gale was at its height when Gorman came into full view of the Thames. A waterman, who was crouching for shelter in the angle of a warehouse, observed him and came forward. "An awful night, sir," he said. "Yes," answered Gorman curtly. He started as he spoke, for he heard, or he fancied he heard, a shout behind him. "Isn't that your boat?" said he. "It is," replied the waterman in surprise. "You don't want to go in the water on such a night, do you?" "Yes, I do," said Gorman, trembling in every limb. "Come, jump in and shove off." At that moment a policeman came running down toward them. "Are you mad?" exclaimed the man, grasping Gorman by the arm as he sprang toward the boat. In a moment Gorman struck him to the ground, and leaping to the boat pushed off. Just as the policeman came up, he was whirled instantly away. Grasping one of the oars, he was just in time to prevent the boat being dashed against one of the wooden piers of the wharf. He was desperate now. Shipping both oars, he pulled madly out into the stream. But in a few moments he was swept against the port bow of a large vessel, against the stem of which the water was curling, as if the ship had been breasting the Atlantic waves before a stiff breeze. One effort Gorman made to avoid the collision. Then he leaped up, and just as the boat struck, sprang at the forechains. He caught them and held on, but his hold was not firm. The next moment he was rolling along the vessel's side, tearing it with his nails, in a vain attempt to grasp the smooth hull. He struck against the bow of the vessel immediately behind, and was swept under it. Rising to the surface, he uttered a wild shriek, and attempted to stem the current. He was a powerful swimmer, and despair lent him energy to buffet the waves for a short time. But he was again swept away by the irresistible tide, and had almost given up hope of being saved, when his forehead was grazed by a rope which hung from a vessel's side. Seizing this, he held on, and with much difficulty succeeded in gaining the vessel's deck. With his safety, Gorman's fear of being captured returned. He hid himself behind some lumber, and while in this position wrung out some water of his clothes. In a few minutes he summoned courage to look about him, and discovered that the vessel was connected with one that was laid next to it by a plank. No one appeared to be moving, and it was so dark that he could not see more than 5 yards in front of him. To pass from one vessel to the other was the work of a few seconds. Finding that the second vessel lay moored to the quay, he sprang from it with all his might, and alighted safely on the shore. From the position of the shipping, he knew that he stood on the south bank of the river, having been swept right across the Thames, so he had now no further difficulty in hiding his guilty head in his own home. End of chapter 30. Recording by Cantos Evenstar.
Of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. Fighting the Flames by R.M. BALLANTYNE. Chapter 31. New Lights of Various Kinds. Time sped on apace, and in its train came many changes. To the confusion of the doctor, and despite the would-be murderer, David Boone recovered. But that brought no relief to Gorman, whose remorse increased daily, insomuch that he became, if not quite, very nearly insane, and his fear of being caught was so great that he never ventured near the quarter of London in which Boone dwelt. He therefore remained in ignorance of the failure of his murderous attempt. What would he not have given to have known the truth, to have had the dreadful word removed from the light which shone upon it brighter and brighter every day until it was made red hot, as it were, and became within him as a consuming fire. Preferring darkness to light more than ever, Gorman kept in secret places during the day, and only ventured out with other human vultures at night. The wretched man feared the darkness too, although he sought it, and what between the darkness that he feared yet courted, and the light that he feared and fled from, and the light within that he feared but could not fly from, he became one of the most miserable of all the outcasts in London. As for his deep-laid plans, they were all scattered to the winds. In the presumption of ignorance he had fancied that he knew his own power, so in one sense he did, but he was not aware of his own want of power. He knew, indeed, that he had the brute courage to dare and do anything desperate or dastardly, but he did not know that he lacked the moral courage to bear the consequences of his deeds. The insurance policies therefore lay unclaimed, even uncared for. Another change for the worse effected by time was the death of Lou Auberly. Gradually and gently her end approached. Death was so slow in coming that it was long expected, yet it was so very slow that when it came at last it took her friends by surprise. James Auberly continued stiff and stately to the last. He refused to believe that his child was dying, and spared no expense to provide everything that money could procure to restore her to health. He also refused to be reconciled to his son Fred, who had succeeded in his loved profession beyond his expectations, and who had sought again and again to propitiate his father. At last Fred resolved to go abroad and study the works of the ancient masters. He corresponded regularly with Lou for some time, but his letters suddenly ceased to make their appearance, and nothing was heard of him for many months. During the long and weary illness Lou had 3 friends whose visits were to her soul like gleams of sunshine on a cloudy day: Miss Tippet, Emma Ward, and a poor artificial flower maker named Ziza Catley. Those 3, so different yet so like, were almost equally agreeable to the poor invalid. Miss Tippet was so funny, but so good, and Emma's sprightly nature seemed to charm away her pain for a time, while grave, gentle, earnest Ziza made her happy during her visits, and left a sensation of happiness after she went away. All 3 were equally untiring in talking with her about the old story, the love of Jesus Christ. Yes, it comes to this at last, if not at first, with all of us. Even the professed infidel, laugh as he may in the spring-tide of life, usually listens to that old story when life's tide is very low, if not with faith, at least with seriousness, and with a hope that it may be true. May be true! Why, if the infidel would only give 1/10 of the time and trouble and serious inquiry to the investigation of that same old story and its credentials that he gives so freely to the study of the subtleties of his art or profession, he would find that there is no historical fact whatever within his ken which can boast of anything like the amount of strength or evidence in favor of its truth that exists in favor of the truth of the story of the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ our Lord. When Lou died, the stateliness and stiffness of James Auberly gave way, and the stern man, leaning his head upon the coffin as he sat alone in the darkened room, wept as if he had been a little child. There was yet another change brought about by that great overturn of time, but as the change to which we refer affects those who have yet to take a prominent part in our tale, we will suffer them to speak for themselves. One afternoon, long after the occurrence of those changes to which reference has just been made, Mrs. Willders, while seated quietly at her own fireside, although there was no fire there, the month being June, was interrupted in her not unusual, though innocent, occupation of darning socks by the abrupt entrance of her son Frank, who flung his cap on his table, kissed his mother on the forehead, and then flung himself on the sofa, which piece of furniture, being old and decrepit, groaned under his weight. "Mother!" he exclaimed with animation, "I've got strange news to tell you. Is Willie at home?" "No, but I expect him every minute. He promised to come home earlier to-day, and won't be long, for he's a boy of his word." Mrs. Willders persisted in calling her strapping sons boys, despite the evidence to the contrary on their cheeks and chins. "Here he comes!" cried Frank, as a rapid step was heard. Next moment the door burst open, and Willie, performing much the same ceremony that Frank had done, and in a wonderfully similar way, said he had come home with something strange to tell, though not altogether strange either, as his mother, he said, knew something about it already. Mrs. Willders smiled and glanced at Frank. "Which is to begin first?" she asked. "What, do you know about it too?" cried Willie, turning to his brother. "Know about what?" said Frank. "You have not told me what it is. How can I answer you?" "About Mr. Auberly," said Willie. Frank said that he knew nothing new or peculiar about him, except that he was— No, he wouldn't say anything bad of him, for he must be a miserable man at that time. "But out with your news, Willie," he added. "Mine will keep, and as yours is, according to yourself, partly known already to my mother, it's as well to finish off one subject before we begin to another." "Oh, then you have news too, have you?" said Willie. Frank nodded. "Strange coincidence!" exclaimed Willie. "Did you ever hear of a coincidence that was not strange, lad? Go on with your news, else I'll begin for you." Thus admonished, Willie began. "Oh, mother, you're a nice deceiver. You're a sly old lady, ain't you? And you sit there with a face as meek and sweet and smilin', as if you'd never deceived anybody in all your life, not to speak of your 2 sons. Oh, fie!" As Mrs. Willders still smiled and went on with her knitting serenely, without vouchsafing a reply, Willie continued with an offhand air. "Well, then, I may as well tell you that I've just had an interview with Uncle Auberly. Hello, you seem surprised." Mrs. Willders was indeed surprised. Her serenity of aspect fled in an instant. "Oh, Willie, how comes it that you know? I'm sure I did not mean to tell you. I promised I never would. I must have let it out inadvertently, or when I was asleep." "Make yourself quite easy, mother," said Willie. "I'll explain it all presently. Just go on with your knitting, and don't put yourself into a state." The widow, recovering herself a little, resumed her work, and Frank, who had listened with an amused smile up to this point, supposing that his brother was jesting, elongated his face and opened his eyes wider and wider as he listened. "You must know," resumed Willie, "that I received a note from Mr Auberly last night, asking me to call on him some time this afternoon. So I went, and found him seated in his library. Poor man, he has a different look now than what he had when I last went to see him. You know, I've hardly ever seen him since that day when I bamboozled him so about another boy that he expected to call. But his spirit is not much improved, I fear. Sit down, Mr Willders, he said. I asked you to call in reference to a matter which I think it well that the parties concerned should understand thoroughly. Your brother Frank, I am told, has had the presumption to pay his addresses to Miss Ward, the young lady who lives with my relative, Miss Tippet. Yes, Mr Auberly, I replied, and Miss Ward has had the presumption to accept him. It was wrong of you to answer so, interrupted Mrs Willders, shaking her head. Wrong, mother? How could I help it? Was I going to sit there and hear him talk of Frank's presumption as if he were a chimney-sweep? Mr Auberly thinks Miss Ward above him in station, and so deems his aspiring to her hand presumption, replied the widow gently. Besides, you should have remembered the respect due to age. Well, but mother, said Willie, defending himself, it was very impudent of him, and I did speak very respectfully to him in tone, if not in words. The fact is, I felt nettled, for after all, what is Miss Ward? The society she mingles in is Miss Tippet's society, and that's not much to boast of, and her father, I believe, was a confectioner, no doubt a rich one, but kept his carriage before he failed, and left his daughter almost a beggar. But riches don't make a gentleman or a lady either, mother. I'm sure you've often told me that, and explained that education, and good training, and good feelings, and polite manners, and consideration for others, were the true foundations of a gentility. If that be so, mother, there are many gentlemen born who are not gentlemen bred, and many lowly born who— Come, lad, don't bamboozle your mother with sophistries, interrupted Frank, but go on to the point, and don't be so long about it. Well, mother, resumed Willie, Mr Auberly gave me a harder rebuke than you have done, for he made no reply to my speech at all, but went on as quietly and coolly as if I had not opened my lips. Now, said he, I happen to have a particular regard for Miss Ward. I intend to make her my heir, and I cannot consent to her union with a man who has nothing. Mr Auberly, said I, and I assure you, mother, I said this quite respectfully. My brother is a man who has little money, no doubt, but he has a good heart and a good head and a strong arm, an arm, too, which has saved life before now. I stopped at that, for I saw it went home. Quite true, he replied. I do not forget that he saved my lost child's life, but the thing is outrageous that a penniless man should wed the lady who is to be my heir. No, sir, I sent for you to ask you to say to your brother from me that however much I may respect him, I will not consent to this union, and if it goes on despite my wishes, I shall not leave Miss Ward a shilling. He had worked himself into a rage by this time, and as I felt I would only make matters worse if I spoke, I held my tongue, except that I said I would deliver his message at once, as I expected to meet my brother at home. He seemed sorry for having been so sharp, however, and when I was about to leave him he tried to smile, and said, I regret to have to speak thus to you, sir, but I felt it to be my duty. You talk of meeting your brother tonight at home. Do you not live together? No, sir, I replied. My brother lodges close to his station, and I live with my mother in Notting Hill. Notting Hill, he cried, falling back in his chair as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. Your mother, he gasped, Mrs Willders, my sister-in-law, the waterman's widow. A sailor's widow, sir, said I, who is proud of the husband who rose to the top of his profession. Why did you deceive me, sir? Cried Mr Auberly with a sudden frown. I would have undeceived you, said I, when we first met, but you dismissed me abruptly at that time, and would not hear me out. Since then I have not thought it worth while to intrude on you in reference to so small a matter, for I did not know till this day that we were related. He frowned harder than ever at this, and bit his lip, and then said, Well, young man, this will make no difference, I assure you. I desire you to convey my message to your brother. Leave me now. I was just on the point of saying good-bye, uncle, but he covered his face with his hands, and looked so miserable that I went out without a word more. There, you've got the whole of my story. What think you of it? It's a curious one, at least very unexpected by me, said Frank, though, as you said, part of it must have been known to mother, who no doubt had good reasons for concealing it from us. But I rather think that my story will surprise you more, and it's a better one than yours, Willie, in this respect, that it is shorter. "Come then, out with it," said Willie with a laugh. "Why, this is something like one of the Arabian Nights entertainments." "Well, mother," said Frank, laying his hand gently on the widow's shoulder, "you shan't darn any more socks if I can help it, for I'm a man of fortune now." "How, Frank?" said Mrs Willders, with a puzzled look. "The fact is, mother, that Mrs Denman, the poor old lady whom I carried down the escape, I forget how many years ago, is dead, and has left me her fortune, which, I believe, amounts to something like £20,000. "You don't mean that?" cried Willie, starting up. "Indeed I do," said Frank earnestly. "Then long life to ye, my boy," cried Willie, wringing his brother's hand, "and success to the old—well, no, I don't exactly mean that, but if she were alive I would say my blessing on the old lady. I wish you joy, old fellow. I say, surely the stately man won't object to the penniless fireman now. Ha ha! Well, it's like a dream, but tell us all about it, Frank." "There is very little to tell, lad. I got a very urgent message the day before yesterday, to go see an old lady who was very ill. I obtained leave for an hour, and went at once, not knowing who it was till I got there, when I found that it was Mrs Denman. She looked very ill, and I do assure you I felt quite unmanned when I looked into her little old face. 'Young man,' she said in a low voice, 'you saved my life. I am dying, and have sent for you only to thank you. God bless you.' She put out her thin hand and tried to shake mine, but it was too feeble, she could only press her fingers on it. That was all that passed, and I returned to the station feeling quite low in spirits, I do assure you. Well, next day a little man in black called and said he wished to have a few words with me. So I went out, and he introduced himself as the old lady's lawyer, told me that she was gone, and that she had, almost with her last breath, made him promise to go, the moment she was dead, and see the fireman who had saved her life, and tell him that she had left her fortune to him. He congratulated me, said that there were no near relations to feel aggrieved, or to dispute my rights, and that, as soon as the proper legal steps had been taken, the debts and legacies paid, etc., he would have the pleasure of handing over the balance, which would probably amount to £20,000. "It's like a dream," said Willie. "So it is," replied Frank, "but it's well that it is not a dream, for if I had been the penniless man that Mr Auberly thinks me, I would have been obliged in honour to give up Emma Ward." "Give her up!" exclaimed Willie in amazement. "Why?" "Why? Because I could not think of standing in the way of her good fortune." "Oh, Frank, oh, blazes!" said Willie sadly. "Has money told on you so fearfully already? Do you think that she would give you up for the sake of Auberly's dross?" "I believe not, lad, but—well, never mind, we won't be troubled with the question now." "But, mother, you don't seem to think much of my good fortune." "I do think much of it, Frank. It has been sent to you by the Lord, and therefore is to be received with thanksgiving. But sudden good fortune of this kind is very dangerous. It makes me anxious as well as glad." At that moment there came a loud knocking at the door which startled Mrs Willders, and caused Willie to leap up and rush to open it. Frank rose and put on his cap with the quiet promptitude of a man accustomed to alarms. "That's a fire, mother. The kind of knock's quite familiar to me now. Don't be alarmed. We hear that kind of thing about 2 or 3 times a day at the station. They knew I was here and have sent a messenger." "A fire!" cried Willie, running to the room in great excitement. "Tut, lad," said Frank with a smile, as he nodded to his mother and left the room. "You'd never do for a fireman. You're too excitable. Where's the messenger? Ah, here you are. Well, where is it?" "Tooley Street," exclaimed a man, whose condition showed that he had run all the way. Frank started, and looked very grave as he said hurriedly to his brother, "Good night, lad. I won't likely be able to get out tomorrow to talk over this matter of the fortune. Fires are usually bad in that neighbourhood. Look well after mother. Good night." In another moment he was gone. And well might Frank look grave, for when a fireman is called to a fire in Tooley Street, or any part of the docks, he knows that he is about to enter into the thickest of the great fight. To ordinary fires he goes light-heartedly, as a bold trooper gallops to a skirmish, but to a fire in the neighbourhood of the docks he goes with something of the feeling which must fill the breast of every brave soldier on the eve of a great battle. End of chapter 31. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 32. The Fire in Tooley Street. One of those great calamities which visit us once or twice, it may be, in a century, descended upon London on Saturday, the 22nd of June, 1861. It was the sudden and, for the time, overwhelming attack of an old and unconquerable enemy, who found us, as usual, inadequately prepared to meet him. Fire has fought with us and fed upon us since we became a nation, and yet, despite all our efforts, its flames are at this day more furious than ever. There are more fires daily in London now than there ever were before. Has this foe been properly met? Is a question which naturally arises out of this fact. Referring to the beautiful organization of the present Fire Brigade, the ability of its chiefs and the courage of its men, the answer is yes, decidedly. But referring to the strength of the brigade, to the munitions of war in the form of water, to the means of conveyance in the form of mains, to the system of check in the shape of an effective act in reference to partition walls and moderately sized warehouses, to the means of prevention in the shape of prohibitions and regulations in regard to inflammable substances, referring to all these things, the answer to the question, "Has the foe been properly met?" is emphatically no. It is not sufficient to reply that a special inquiry has been made into this subject, that steps are being actually taken to remedy the evils of our system, or rather, our want of system, of fire prevention. Good may or may not result from this inquiry, that is yet to be seen. Meanwhile, the public ought to be awakened more thoroughly to the fact that an enemy is and always has been abroad in our land, who might be, if we chose, more effectively checked, who, if he has not yet attacked our own particular dwelling, may take us by surprise any day when we least expect him, and who does at all times very materially diminish our national wealth and increase our public burdens. Perhaps we should not style fire an enemy, but a mutinous servant, who does his work faithfully and well, except when neglected or abused. About 5 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, intelligence of the outbreak of fire in Tooley Street reached the headquarters of the brigade in Watling Street. Fire in Tooley Street! The mere summons lent energy to the nerves and spring to the muscles of the firemen. Not that Tooley Street in itself is more peculiarly dangerous in regard to fire than are the other streets of shops in the city. But Tooley Street lies in a dangerous neighbourhood. The streets between it and the Thames, and those lying immediately to the west of it, contain huge warehouses and bonded stores, which are filled to suffocation with the wealth of nations. Dirty streets and narrow lanes here lead to the fountainhead of wealth untold, almost inconceivable. The elegant filigree work of West End luxury may here be seen unsmelted, as it were, and in the ore. At the same time, the rich substances on which fire feeds and fattens are stored here in warehouses which, as they are, should never have been built, and in proximities which should never have been permitted. Examine the wharves, Brooks' Wharf, Beale's Wharf, Cotton's Wharf, Chamberlain's Wharf, Freeman's Wharf, Griffin's Wharf, Stanton's Wharf, and others. Investigate the lanes, Hayes Lane, Mill Lane, Morgan's Lane, and the streets, Bermondsey, Dockhead, Pickle Herring Street, Horsley Down, and others, and there, besides the great deposit and commission warehouses which cover acres of ground, and are filled from basement to ridgepole with the commodities and combustibles of every clime, you will find huge granaries and stores of lead, alum, drugs, tallow, chicory, flour, rice, biscuit, sulphur, and saltpetre, mingled with the warehouses of cheese agents, ham factors, provision merchants, tarpaulin dealers, oil and colour merchants, etc. In fact, the entire region seems laid out with a view to the raising of a bonfire, or a pyrotechnic display on the grandest conceivable scale. Little wonder, then, that the firemen of Watling Street turned out all their engines, including 2 of Shand and Mason's new land-steam fire engines, which had at that time just been brought into action. Little wonder that the usual request for a man from each station was changed into an urgent demand for every man that could possibly be spared. The fire began in the extensive wharves and warehouses known as Cotton's Wharf, near London Bridge, and was first observed in a warehouse over a counting-room by some workmen, who at once gave the alarm and attempted to extinguish it with some buckets of water. They were quickly driven back, however, by the suffocating smoke, which soon filled the various floors so densely that no one could approach the seat of the fire. Mr. Braidwood, who was early on the spot, saw at a glance that a pitched battle was about to be fought, and, like a wise general, concentrated all the force at his command. Expresses were sent for the more distant brigade engines, and these came dashing up, one after another, at full speed. The 2 powerful steam floating engines, which guard the Thames from the fire, were moored off the wharf. 2 lengths of hose attached to them, and led on shore and brought to bear on the fire. A number of land engines took up a position in Tooley Street, ready for action, but these were compelled to remain idle for nearly an hour before water was obtainable from the fire plugs. O London, with all your wealth and wisdom, how strange that such words can be truly written of you! The vessels which were lying at the wharf, discharging and loading, were hauled out of danger into the stream. In course of time the engines were in full play, but the warehouse burst into flames from basement to roof in spite of them, and ere long 8 of the great storehouses were burning furiously. The flames made rapid work of it, progressing towards the line of warehouses facing the river, and to the lofty building which adjoined the Tooley Street side. Dale and his men were quickly on the scene of action, and had their engine soon at work. Before long Frank Willders joined them. They were playing in at the windows of a large store which was burning so furiously that the interior appeared to be red hot. "We'll leave Corney, lad," said Dale, as Frank came forward. "Och, it's time!" cried Corney, delivering up the branch to Frank and Moxey. "Sure Baxmore and me are melted entirely." Frank made no reply. He and Moxey directed the branch which the others resigned, turning their backs as much as possible on the glowing fire, and glancing at it over their shoulders, for it was too hot to be faced. Just then the chief of the brigade came up. "It's of no use, sir," said Dale. "We can't save these." "True, Dale, true," said Mr. Braidwood, in a quick but quiet tone. "This block is doomed. Take your lads round to the northeast corner. We must try to prevent it spreading." As he surveyed the progress of the fire with a cool, practical eye, and hurried off to another part of the battlefield to post his men to best advantage, little did the leader of the forces think that he was to be the first to fall that day. Engines were now playing on the buildings in all directions, but the flames were so fierce that they made no visible impression on them, and even in the efforts made to check their spreading, little success appeared to attend them at first. Warehouse after warehouse ignited. To make matters worse, a fresh breeze sprang up and fanned the flames into redoubled fury, so that they quickly caught hold of vast portions of the premises occupied by the firm of Scovell and Company. "There's not a chance," said Frank to Dale, while he wiped the perspiration from his forehead, and sat down for a few seconds to recover breath, for he had just issued from a burning building, driven back by heat and smoke. "There's not a chance of saving that block. All the iron doors that were meant to keep the fire from spreading have been left open by the workmen." "Chance or no chance, we must do our best," said Dale. "Come, lad, with me. I think we may get at a door inside the next warehouse, through which we might bring the branch to bear. Are you able?" "All right!" exclaimed Frank, leaping up, and following his leader through the smoke. "Have a care!" cried Frank, pausing as a tremendous explosion caused the ground to tremble under their feet. "It's sulphur, or saltpetre," said Dale, pushing on. "There are tons of that stuff in the cellars all round." This was indeed the case. It was said that upwards of 2,000 tons of saltpetre were in the vaults at the time, and several explosions had already taken place, though fortunately without doing injury to any one. Dale had already partially examined the warehouse, into which he now led Frank, and therefore, although it was full of smoke, he moved rapidly along the narrow and intricate passages between the bales of goods, until he reached an iron door. "Here it is. We'll open this and have a look," he said, grasping the handle and swinging the heavy door open. Instantly a volume of black smoke drove both the men back, almost suffocating them. They could not speak, but each knew that the reclosing of that iron door was all important, for the fire had got nearer to it than Dale had imagined. They both darted forward, but were again driven back, and had to rush to the open air for breath. Frank recovered before his comrade, in consequence of the latter having made a more strenuous and prolonged effort to close the door which he had so unfortunately opened. Without a moment's hesitation he sprang into the warehouse again, regained and partially closed the door, when the stifling smoke choked him, and he fell to the ground. A few seconds later Dale followed him, and found him there. Applying his great strength with almost superhuman energy to the door, it shut with a crash, and the communication between the buildings was cut off. Dale then seized Frank by the collar and dragged him into the open air, when he himself almost sank to the ground. Fresh air, however, soon restored them both, and in a few minutes they were actively engaged at another part of the building. It availed not, for nothing could withstand the fury of the fire. The warehouse caught, and was soon a glowing mass like the others, while the flames raged with such violence that their roaring drowned the shouting of men, and the more distant roar of the innumerable multitude that densely covered London Bridge, and clustered on every eminence from which a safe view of the great fire could be obtained. The floating fire engines had now been at work for some time, and the men in charge of their branches were suffering greatly from the intense heat. About this time, nearly 7 o'clock in the evening, Mr. Braidwood went to these men to give them a word of encouragement. He proceeded down one of the approaches to the river from Tooley Street, and stopped when nearly half-way to give some directions, when a sudden and tremendous explosion took place, shaking the already tottering walls, which at this place were of great height. A cry was raised, "Run! The wall is falling!" Everyone sprang away at the word. The wall bulged out at the same time, and one of the firemen, seeing that Mr. Braidwood was in imminent danger, made a grasp at him as he was springing from the spot. But the heavy masses of brickwork dashed him away, and in another moment the gallant chief of the Fire Brigade lay buried under at least 15 feet of burning ruin. Any attempt at rescue would have been impossible as well as unavailing, for death must have been instantaneous. The hero's warfare with the flames, which had lasted for upwards of 38 years, was ended, and his brave spirit returned to God who gave it. That a man of no ordinary note had fallen was proved, before many hours had passed, by the deep and earnest feeling of sorrow and sympathy which was manifested by all classes in London, from Queen Victoria downwards, as well as by the public funeral which took place a few days afterwards, at which were present the Duke of Sutherland, the Earl of Caithness, the Reverend Dr. Cumming, and many gentlemen connected with the insurance offices, the committee and men of the London Fire Brigade, also those of various private and local brigades, the secretary and conductors of the Royal Society for the Protection of Life from Fire, the Mounted Metropolitan and City Police, the London Rifle Brigade, of which Mr. Braidwood's 3 sons were members, the superintendents and men of the various water companies, and a long string of private and mourning carriages, to witness the progress of which hundreds of thousands of people densely crowded the streets, and clustered in the windows and on every available eminence along the route, while in Cheapside almost all the shops were shut and business was suspended, and in the neighbourhood of the Shoreditch toiling thousands of artisans came forth from factory and workshop to "see the last of Braidwood," whose name had been so long familiar to them as a household word. The whole heart of London seemed to have been moved by one feeling, and the thousands who thronged the streets had, in the language of one of the papers of the day, gathered together to witness the funeral, not of a dead monarch, not of a great warrior, not of a distinguished statesman, not even of a man famous in art, in literature, or in science, but simply of James Braidwood, late superintendent of the London Fire Engine establishment, a true hero, and one who was said, by those who knew him best, to be an earnest Christian man. But at the moment of his fall men were engaged in the thick of battle. Crushing though the news of his death was, there was no breathing time to realize it. The fierce heat had not only driven back the firemen on the shore, but had compelled the floating fire engines to haul off, in consequence of the flaming matter which poured over the wharf wall and covered the surface of the river, the entire length of the burning warehouses, while the whole of the carriage-way of Tooley Street was ankle-deep in hot oil and tallow. After the fall of their chief, Messrs. Henderson and Fogo, 2 of the principal officers of the brigade, did their utmost to direct the energies of the men. Night closed in, and the flames continued to rage in all their fury and magnificence. News of this great fire spread with the utmost rapidity over the metropolis. Indeed, it was visible at Hampstead while it was yet daylight. When darkness set in, one of the most extraordinary scenes that London ever produced was witnessed. From all quarters the people came pouring in, on foot, in omnibus, cab, pleasure van, cart, and waggon, all converging to London Bridge. At 9 o'clock the bridge and its approaches presented all the appearance of the Epsom road on the Derby day. Cabs and buses plied backwards and forwards on the bridge all night, carrying an unlimited number of passengers at 2d. and 3d. each, and thousands of persons spent the night in thus passing to and fro. The railway terminus, Billingsgate Market, the roof of the Coal Exchange, the Monument, the quays, the windows, the housetops, the steeples, and the chimney-stalks, all were crowded with human beings, whose eager upturned faces were rendered intensely bright against the surrounding darkness by the fierce glare of the fire. But the Thames presented the most singular appearance of all, now reflecting on its bosom the inky black clouds of smoke, anon the red flames, as fresh fuel was licked up by the devouring element, and occasionally sheets of silver light that flashed through the chaos when sulphur and saltpetre explosions occurred. Mountains of flame frequently burst away from the mass of burning buildings and floated upward for a few moments, and the tallow and tar which flowed out of the warehouses floated away, blazing with the tide, and set the shipping on fire, so that land and water alike seemed to be involved in one huge, terrific conflagration. The utmost consternation prevailed on board the numerous craft on the river in the vicinity of the fire, for thick showers of sparks and burning materials fell incessantly. Gusts of wind acted on the ruins now and then, and at such moments the gaunt walls, cracked and riven out of shape, stood up, glowing with intense white heat in the midst of a sea of fire from which red flames and dark clouds of smoke were vomited, as from the crater of some mighty volcano, with a roar that mingled with the shouts of excited thousands and drowned even the dull incessant thumpings of the engines that worked in all directions. Moored alongside of Chamberlain's wharf was a small sloop. Little blue blisters of light broke out on her rigging. Soon these increased in size, and in a few minutes she was on fire from stem to stern. Immediately after there came a barge with flowing sails, borne on the rising tide. She passed too near to the conflagration. Her crew of 3 men became panic-stricken and lost control of her. At sight of this, a great shout was raised, and a boat put off and rescued the crew, but almost before they were landed their barge was alight from stem to stern. The tremendous cheer that burst from the excited multitude at sight of this rescue rose for a moment above the roaring of the conflagration. Then another barge was set on fire by the blazing tallow which floated out to her, but she was saved by being scuttled. In the midst of such a scene it was to be expected that there would be damage to life and limb. The firemen, besides being exposed to intense heat for hours, were almost blinded and choked by the smoke emitted from the burning pepper, more especially the cayenne, of which there was a large quantity in the warehouses. Some of the men who were working the engines fell into the river and were drowned. A gentleman who was assisting the firemen had his hand impaled on an iron spike. A poor Irishman had his neck broken by the chain of the floating engine, and several of the police force and others were carried to the hospital badly burned and otherwise injured. Some of the casualties occurred in places where only a few persons were there to witness them, but others were enacted on the river, and on spots which were in full view of the vast multitudes on London Bridge. A boat containing 5 men put off to collect the tallow which floated on the water, but it got surrounded by tallow which had caught fire, and the whole of its occupants were either burned to death or drowned. Later in the night a small skiff rowed by a single man was drawn by the tide into the vortex of the fire. Another boat ran out and saved the man, but a second boat, which was pulled off by a single rower for the same purpose, was drawn too near the fire, and its brave occupant perished. So eager were the multitude on the bridge to witness these scenes that some of themselves were forced over the parapet into the river and drowned. Comical incidents were strangely mingled with these awful scenes, although it is but justice to say the prevailing tone of the crowd was one of solemnity. Itinerant vendors of ginger beer, fruit, cakes, and coffee ranged themselves along the pavements and carried on a brisk trade, especially after the public houses were closed, many of which, however, taking advantage of the occasion, kept open door all night. Among these last was the Angel, belonging to Gorman. That worthy was peculiarly active on this occasion. He never neglected an opportunity of turning an honest penny, and accordingly he had been engaged from an early hour in his boat collecting tallow, of which plunder a considerable amount had been already conveyed to his abode. Besides Gorman, several of the other personages of our tale found their way to the great centre of attraction, London Bridge, on that night. Among them was John Barrett, who, on hearing of the fire, had left his snug little villa and pretty little wife to witness it. He had already made 1 or 2 cheap trips on one of the omnibuses, and about midnight got down and forced his way to a position near the south side of the bridge. Here he was attracted to a ginger-beer barrow, which an unusually adventurous man had pushed through the crowd into a sheltered corner. He forced his way to it, and, to his amazement, found the owner to be his former friend, Ned Hooper. "Hello, Barrett!" "Why, Ned!" were the exclamations that burst simultaneously from their lips. "This is a strange occupation," said Barrett with a smile. "Ah, it may seem strange to you, no doubt, but it's familiar enough to me," replied Ned with a grin. The demand for beer was so great at this time that Ned could not continue the conversation. "Here, boy," he said to an urchin who stood near, "you draw corks as fast as you can and pour out the beer, and I'll give you a copper or 2 and a swig into the bargain." The boy accepted the post of salesman with alacrity, and Ned turned to his friend and seized his hand. "Barret," said he, in a low, earnest voice, "if I succeed in holding out, I own my salvation, under God, to you. I've tasted nothing but ginger beer for many a long day, and I really believe that I've got my enemy down at last. It's not a lucrative business, as you may see," he added with a sad smile, glancing at his threadbare garments, "nor a very aristocratic one." "My dear Ned," cried Barret, interrupting, and suddenly thrusting his hand into his pocket. "No, Barret, no," said Ned firmly, as he laid his hand on the other's arm. "I don't want money. I've given up begging. You gave me your advice once, and I've taken that. It has been of more value to me than all the wealth that is being melted into thin air, John, by yonder fire." Ned was interrupted at this point by a burst of laughter from the crowd. The cause of their mirth was the appearance of a tall, thin, and very lugubrious-looking man, who had come on the bridge to see the fire. He had got so excited that he had almost fallen over the parapet, and a policeman had kindly offered to escort him to a place of safety. "Why, what do you mean? What do you take me for?" cried the tall man angrily. "I'm an honest man. My name is David Boone. I've only come to see the fire. You've no occasion to lay hold of me." "I know that," said the policeman. "I only want to get you out of danger. Come along now." Just then a thick-set man with a red handkerchief tied round his head came forward to the stall and demanded a glass of beer. The moment his eyes encountered those of Boone he became pale as death, and staggered back as if he had received a deadly blow. "Is that you, Gorman?" cried David, in a voice and with an expression of amazement. Gorman did not reply, but gazed at his former friend with a look of intense horror, while his chest heaved and he breathed laboriously. Suddenly he uttered a loud cry and rushed towards the river. Part of the crowd sprang after him as if with a view to arrest him, or to see what he meant to do. In the rush Barret and Boone were carried away. A few moments later a deep murmur of surprise rose from the thousands of spectators on the bridge, for a boat was seen to dash suddenly from the shore and sweep out on the river. It was propelled by a single rower, a man with a red kerchief tied round his head. The murmur of the crowd suddenly increased to a shout of alarm, for the man was rowing his boat straight towards a mass of tallow which floated and burned on the water. "Hold on! Look out ahead!" shouted several voices, while others screamed, "Too late! He's gone!" And then there arose a wild cry, for the man rode straight into the centre of the burning mass and was enveloped in the flames. For a moment he was seen to rise and to swing his arms in the air, then he fell backwards over the gunwale of his boat and disappeared into the blazing flood. Fiercer and fiercer raged the fire. The night passed, the day came and went, and night again set in, yet still the flames leaped and roared in resistless fury, and still the firemen fought them valiantly. And thus they fought, day and night, hand to hand, for more than a fortnight, before the battle was thoroughly ended and the victory gained. How the firemen continued to do their desperate work day and night almost without rest, it is impossible to tell. Frank Willders said that, after the first night, he went about his work like a man in a dream. He scarcely knew when, or how, or where he rested or ate. He had an indistinct remembrance of one or two brief intervals of oblivion when he supposed he must have been asleep, but the only memory that remained strong and clear within him was that of constant determined fighting with the flames. And Willie Willders followed him like his shadow, clad in a coat and helmet borrowed from a friend in the Salvage Corps. Willie fought in that great fight as if he had been a trained fireman. On the fourth day, towards evening, Frank was ordered down into a cellar where some tar barrels were burning. He seized the branch, and was about to leap down the stair when Dale stopped him. "Fasten the rope to your belt," he said. Frank obeyed without speaking, and then sprang forward, while Dale himself followed, ordering Corney, Baxmore, and one or two others to hold on to the ropes. Willie Willders also ran in, but was met by such a dense cloud of smoke that he was almost choked. Rushing back, he shouted, "Haul in the ropes!" The men were already hauling them in, and in a few seconds Dale and Frank were dragged by their waist belts into the open air, the former nearly, and the latter quite, insensible. In a few minutes they both recovered, and another attempt was made to reach the fire in the cellar, but without success. The public did not witness this incident. The firemen were almost surrounded by burning ruins, and none but comrades were there. Indeed, the public seldom see the greatest dangers to which the fireman is exposed. It is not when he makes his appearance on some giddy height on a burning and tottering house, and is cheered enthusiastically by the crowd, that his courage is most severely tried. It is when he has to creep on hands and knees through dense smoke, and hold the branch in the face of the withering heat, while beams are cracking over his head, and burning rubbish is dropping round and threatening to overwhelm him. It is in such circumstances, when the public know nothing of what is going on, and when no eye sees him save that of the solitary comrade who shares his toil and danger, that the fireman's nerve and endurance are tested to the uttermost. After leaving the cellar, Dale and his men went to attempt to check the fire in a quarter where it threatened to spread, and render this, the greatest of modern conflagrations, equal to the great one of 1666. "We might reach it from that window," said Dale to Frank, pointing to a house, the sides of which were already blistering, and the glass cracking with heat. Frank seized the branch and gained the window in question, but he could not do anything very effective from that point. He thought, however, that from a window in an adjoining store he might play directly on a house which was in imminent danger. But the only means of reaching it was by passing over a charred beam 30 feet beneath which lay a mass of smouldering ruins. For one moment he hesitated, uncertain whether or not the beam would sustain his weight. But the point to be gained was one of great importance, so he stepped boldly forward, carrying the branch with him. As he advanced, the light of the fire fell brightly upon him, revealing his tall figure clearly to the crowd, which cheered him heartily. At that moment the beam gave way. Willie, who was about to follow, had barely time to spring back and gain a firm footing, when he beheld his brother fall headlong into the smoking ruins below. In another moment he had leaped down the staircase and was at Frank's side. Baxmore, Dale, Corney, and others followed, and in the midst of fire and smoke they raised their comrade in their arms and bore him to a place of safety. No one spoke, but a stretcher was quickly brought, and Frank was conveyed in a state of insensibility to the nearest hospital, where his manly form, shattered, burned, and lacerated, was laid on a bed. He breathed, although he was unconscious, and evinced no sign of feeling when the surgeons examined his wounds. A messenger was dispatched for Mrs. Willders, and Willie remained to watch beside him while his comrades went out to continue the fight. End of chapter 32. Of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantine. Chapter 33. The Last. For many months Frank Willders lay upon his bed unable to move, and scarcely able to speak. His left leg and arm had been broken, his face and hands were burned and cut, and his once stalwart form was reduced to a mere wreck. During that long and weary time of suffering he had 2 nurses who never left him, who relieved each other day and night, smoothed his pillow, and read to him words of comfort from God's blessed book. These were his own mother and Emma Ward. For many weeks his life seemed to waver in the balance, but at last he began to mend. His frame, however, had been so shattered that the doctors held out little hope of his ever being anything better than a helpless cripple, so one day he said to Emma, "I have been thinking, Emma, of our engagement." He paused and spoke sadly, as if with great difficulty. "And I have made up my mind," he continued, "to release you." "Frank!" exclaimed Emma. "Yes, dear, no one can possibly understand what it costs me to say this, but it would be the worst kind of selfishness were I to ask you to marry a poor wretched cripple like me." "But what if I refuse to be released, Frank?" said Emma with a smile. "You may indeed be a cripple, but you shall not be a wretched one if it is in my power to make you happy. And as to your being poor, what of that? I knew you were not rich when I accepted you, and you know I have a very, very small fortune of my own, which will at least enable us to exist until you are able to work again." Frank looked at her in surprise, for he had not used the word poor with reference to money. "Has mother told you, then, not anything about my circumstances of late?" he asked. "No, nothing. What could she tell me that I do not already know?" said Emma. Frank made no reply for a few moments. Then he said with a sad yet gratified smile, "So you refuse to be released?" "Yes, Frank, unless you insist on it," replied Emma. Again the invalid relapsed into silence and shut his eyes. Gradually he fell into a quiet slumber, from which, about 2 hours later, he awoke with a start, under the impression that he had omitted to say something. Looking up, he found that his mother had taken Emma's place. He at once asked why she had not told Emma about the change in his fortunes. "Because I thought it best," said Mrs. Willders, "to leave you to tell her yourself, Frank." "Well, mother, I depute you to tell her now, and pray do it without delay. I offered to give her up a short time ago, but she refused to listen to me." "I am glad to hear it," replied the widow with a smile. "I always thought her a good sensible girl." So did I," said Frank, "and something more." Once again he became silent, and, as an inevitable consequence, fell fast asleep. In which satisfactory state we will leave him while we run briefly over the events of his subsequent history. In direct opposition to the opinion of all his doctors, Frank not only recovered the use of all his limbs, but became as well and strong as ever, and the great fire in Tooley Street left no worse marks upon him than a few honourable scars. His recovery, however, was tedious. The state of his health, coupled with the state of his fortune, rendered it advisable that he should seek the benefit of country air, so he resigned his situation in the London Fire Brigade. Resigned it, we may add, with deep regret, for some of his happiest days had been spent in connection with that gallant corps. Rambling and fishing among the glorious mountains of Wales with his brother Willie, he speedily regained health and strength. While wandering with delight through one of the most picturesque scenes of that wild and beautiful region, he came suddenly one day on a large white umbrella, under which sat a romantic-looking man, something between an Italian bandit and an English sportsman, who was deeply engrossed with a sheet of paper on which he was depicting one of the grandest views in the splendid pass of Llanberis. At this man Willie rushed with a shout of surprise, and found that he answered at once to the name of Fred Auberly. Fred was thrown into such a state of delight at the sight of his old friends that he capsized the white umbrella, packed up his paints, and accompanied them to their inn. Here, on being questioned, he related how that, while in Rome, he had been seized with a fever which laid him prostrate for many weeks; that, on his recovery, he wrote to Lou and his father, but received no reply from either of them; that he afterwards spent some months in Switzerland, making more than enough money with his brush to keep the pot boiling; and that, finally, he returned home to find that dear Lou was dead, and that the great Tooley Street fire had swept away his father's premises and ruined him. As this blow had, however, been the means of softening his father, and effecting a reconciliation between them, he was rather glad than otherwise, he said, that the fire had taken place. Fred did not say, although he might have said it with truth, that stiff and stately Mr Auberly had reduced almost to beggary, and that he was now dependent for a livelihood on the very palette and brushes which once he had so ruthlessly condemned to the flames. After this trip to Wales, Frank returned home and told his mother abruptly that he meant to marry Emma Ward without delay, to which Mrs Willders replied that she thought he was quite right. As Emma appeared to be of the same mind, the marriage took place in due course. That is to say, Miss Tippet and Emma managed to put it off as long as possible, and create as much delay as they could. When they had not the shadow of an excuse for further delay, not so much as a forgotten band or an omitted hook of the voluminous trousseau, the great event was allowed to go on, or to come off. Many and varied were the faces that appeared at the church on that auspicious occasion. Mr Auberly was there to give away the bride, and wonderfully cheerful he looked, too, considering that he gave her to the man whom he once thought so very unworthy of her. Willie was groomsman, of course, and among the bridesmaids there was a little graceful, dark-eyed, and dark-haired creature, whom he regarded as an angel or a fairy, or something of that sort, and whom everybody else, except Frank and Mrs Willders, thought the most beautiful girl in the church. In the front gallery, just above this dark-eyed girl, sat an elderly man who gazed at her with an expression of intense affection. His countenance was careworn and had a somewhat dissipated look upon it. Yet there was a healthy glow on it, too, as if the dissipation were a thing of the distant past. The dark-eyed girl once or twice stole a glance at the elderly man and smiled on him with a look of affection quite as fervent as his own. There was a rather stylish youth at this man's elbow, whose muscles were so highly developed that they appeared about to burst his superfine black coat. He was observed to nod familiarly to the dark-eyed girl more than once, and appeared to be in a state of considerable excitement, ready, as it were, to throw a somersault over the gallery on the slightest provocation. Of course Mrs. Tippet was there in such a love of a bonnet, looking the picture of happiness. So was Mr. Tippet, beaming all over with joy. So was Miss Deemas, scowling hatred and defiance at the men. So was David Boone, whose circumstances had evidently improved, if one might judge from the self-satisfied expression on his face, and the splendour of his attire. John Barrett was also there, and close beside him stood Ned Hooper, who appeared to shrink modestly from observation, owing, perhaps, to his coat being a little threadbare. But Ned had no occasion to be ashamed of himself, for his face and appearance showed clearly that he had indeed been enabled to resist temptation, and that he had risen to a higher position in the social scale than a vendor of ginger-beer. In the background might have been seen Hopkins, tall and dignified as ever, with Matty Merryon at his side. It was rumoured below stairs that these two were engaged, but as the engagement has not yet advanced to anything more satisfactory, we hold that to be a private matter with which we have no right to meddle. Close to these stood a group of stalwart men in blue coats and leathern belts, and with sailor-like caps in their hands. These men appeared to take a lively interest in what was going forward, and evidently found it difficult to restrain a cheer when Frank took Emma's hand. Once or twice during the service one or two other men of similar appearance looked into the church as if in haste, nodded to their comrades, and went out again, while one of them appeared in the organ loft with a helmet hanging on his arm, and his visage begrimed with charcoal, as if he were returning from a recent fire. This man, feeling, no doubt, that he was not very presentable, evidently wished to see without being seen. He was very tall and stout, and was overheard to observe, in very Irish tones, that "it was a purty sight entirely." When the carriage afterwards started from the door, this man, who bore a strong resemblance to Joe Corney, sprang forward and called for 3 cheers, which call was responded to heartily by all, especially by the blue-coated and belted fellows with sailor-like caps, who cheered their old comrade and his blooming bride with those deep and thrilling tones which can be produced in perfection only by the lungs and throats of true blue British tars. Now it must not be supposed that this was the end of Frank's career. In truth, it was only the beginning of it, for Frank Willders was one of those men who know how to make good use of money. His first proceeding after the honeymoon was to take a small farm in the suburbs of London. He had a tendency for farming, and he resolved at least to play at it if he could make nothing by it. There was a small cottage on the farm, not far from the dwelling-house. This was rented by Willie, and into it he afterwards introduced Ziza Cattley as Mrs. William Willders. The widow inhabited another small cottage not 100 yards distant from it, but she saw little of her own home except at night, being constrained to spend most of her days with one or other of her boys. As the farm was near a railway station, Willie went to town every morning to business, Saturdays and Sundays excepted, and returned every evening. His business prospered, and so did Mr. Tippet's. That eccentric old gentleman had, like Mr. Auberly, been ruined by the Great Fire, but he did not care, so he said, because the other business kept him going. He was not aware that Willie's engineering powers turned in all the money of that other business, and Willie took care never to enlighten him, but helped him as of old in planning, inventing, and discovering to the end of his days. There was one grand feature which Frank introduced into his suburban establishment which we must not omit to mention. This was the new patent steam fire-engine. He got it not only for the protection of his own farm, but, being a philanthropic man, for the benefit of the surrounding district, and he trained the men of his farm and made them expert firemen. Willie was placed in command of this engine, so that the great wish of his early years was realized. There was not a fire within 10 miles round them at which Willie's engine was not present, and the brothers continued for many years to fight the flames together in that neighbourhood. As for stout George Dale and sturdy Baxmore, and facetious Joe Corney, with his comrades Moxey, Williams, and Mason, and Sam Forrest, those heroes continued to go on the even tenor of their way, fighting more battles with the flames in 6 months than were fought with our human enemies by all our redcoats and bluejackets in as many years, and without making any fuss about it too, although danger was the element in which they lived, and wounds or death might have met them any day of the year. For we all know to the contrary, they may be carrying on the war while we pen this chronicle, and unless more vigorous measures are adopted for preventing fire than have been taken in the past, there can be no question that these stout-hearted men will in time to come have more occasion than ever for fighting the flames. The End. End of chapter 33. End of Fighting the Flames, a tale of the London Fire Brigade, by R. M. Ballantine.